Hey guys, I'm sure nobody's in right now, but that's hey to anyone who's watching this after the fact. I'm gonna play some Hearthstone and thought I'd chat. Let's see. Do. Grab the link for some people. Boom. All right, hold on, hold on. Oh my gosh, it's like the moment I went to. Oh, I think I see the problem. StreamYard doesn't appear to see Hearthstone anymore. It's still open. Hearthstone's running no problem. If I close like okay, StreamYard just keeps crashing for me for some reason. This is odd. Well, glad I'm finding out on this like throwaway stream and not when we're trying to do the session 0 on Thursday. So that's good, I suppose. Share screen, window. Okay, now it sees Hearthstone. All right. I'm gonna alt tab. I'm not dead. Good. Let me make this window less stupid. There we go. Okay. we're gonna see if I can manage to do this without right. You know what? I can limit the amount that I will need to alt tab. Um, let's see. What classes do I like? It really depends on the season. Warrior goes between being my favorite and my least my least like classy. Yes, exactly. I love when Warrior is super skill based control. I hate when Warrior is either useless or in the metas where control is just has no win con. Um, or when it's just Migo face aggro. Now aggro is can be really well done and take a lot of skill to play. But a lot of times when it was like in Rage Warrior during that meta, I can't remember what expansion that was. Castle Nathria. It was like tied for the highest win rate, but people thought Warrior was trash, and the reason is that nobody played nobody played Warrior because it was really boring. It was good, it was just really boring. Oh man, Fiery War Axe nerf. That was a hot minute ago. They unnerfed it. It's unplayable now because of power creep instead. Oh yeah, yeah. Death Knight's interesting. Here now I can like yeah. There we go. Now I can see comments over here if I look at my phone, and I can keep Hearthstone open on the big display. That works. Um, I have been playing. Yeah, I haven't played since the last expansion came out. As you can see by the fact that I'm only like. Okay, I'm gonna try to see what's going on here. Yeah, I don't know. I've never had this issue with StreamYard before. It's very odd. It just gives me a breakpoint error, nothing specific. Let's see. Oh, some people are saying it's related to screen share. Uh, hmm. Somebody's saying it's an issue with Chrome, which would not surprise me at all. Hey, Trout Nemesis, how's it going? You're in a troubleshooting stream right now because apparently StreamYard really does not like me sharing my screen. I'm gonna try it one more time. Nice, that's good, Conway. Um, we've got some people here. If I have to download Firefox and go in there, so be it. we'll we'll figure that out. But let's see. All right. Hey, Elf Hunter. Guys pouring in. I'm gonna mute myself over here so I can just have that. I'll have comments open over here so I can see when shit's crashing again. Oh my gosh. But yeah, this expansion I've been playing a little bit of Priest. Yeah, and if you guys want to really, this is an excuse to stream about like random RPG topics as well because I I kind of wanted to stream about something. I was Max had suggested streaming, and then he ended up being busy. So he planted some damn ideas in my head, and then we didn't get to do anything. And Hearthstone's a good game, it's a card game, so I got plenty of time staring at this, looking back at chat, staring at this, waiting for animations to play. It's a good play in the background game. It was a pretty good hand. Yeah, I agree, Conway. Okay, so far so good. Let's see if we can get through a game. If not, it may just be a chat hangout thing if StreamYard can't handle it. Okay, Sarah, is this insanely quiet for some reason? What's going on? It is super quiet. There we go. All right. All right. I don't know if StreamYard like crazy boosts the audio or anything. So yeah, we're playing Imbue Priest. I played like right when they came out, and yeah, I was just not really interested in playing at all with the StarCraft stuff coming out. Not because it's StarCraft stuff, but because of the way they did it, and they sold like each individual thing for like 1,500 gold or something like that. Yeah, Rogue's another one like Warrior where they're either useless or really, really strong. Let's see. Oh, this will be nice. But yeah, they buffed Priest Imbue quite a bit, and it will all. Oh wow, that's insane. I'm pretty sure that's really tough for Rogue to deal with. I'll take a 4-mana 7/8 life steal. That sounds good. Ooh, that's a really good question, Elf Hunter. Summoned creatures. Somebody mentioned that was actually one of the good bits of feedback I got for my homebrew system, which was that rolling opposed rolls can get really messy if you're I'm here. I'm just gonna blow myself up for now. Um, as I was saying, I feel opposed rolls can sort of run away from you if one guy's got like a bunch of summon stuff. So he's making rolls for himself, and you're rolling opposed rolls on that, and he's got like a tiger or something, that's a druid animal companion that's making multiple attacks and a bite, and you're doing just tons of opposed rolls. That could be a slog. Yeah, that could be a mess. But in general, I'm really not of the opinion that it's that big a deal. Yeah, time and action economy, both. Hmm. The action economy, I don't think is as big of a problem because something that's really simple to do with challenge creatures, and that Pathfinder gives you kind of a good um, optional rule. Though all of the rules on handling animal companions is optional. It's kind of odd the way that they word all of that, but I think it's really simple to just have someone you take control of the creature, or have it to where it takes an action to tell your creature, your animal companion, to go and do a thing. Right? Too many people, I think, play. Oh, the animal's obviously just going to do whatever's logical. It just runs on autopilot. So the druid gets to cast his spell and move, and then he gets to tell his animal companion exactly what to do and cast their spell and move, despite the fact that the animal has an intelligence of like two. So it's like you know, it can be a pretty simple way to balance it, where it's just uh either or instead of both. You don't get to have your cake and eat it too, because too often druids, especially in like third edition and 3.5, less so Pathfinder, but it can still be a problem, can have an animal companion that's as powerful as some of the martial classes, more powerful depending on the circumstance. But uh how do I want to word that? They also get to be a full caster at the same time. So they get to take twice as many turns as the next guy, while also being uh, um, able to have all of the out of combat utility and all the spells and whatnot. I'm still playing this other game trying to. Oh god, yeah, a base summoner is banned at almost every table. It's a Unchained Summoner fixes most of the issues with it, but yeah, if you're building like a crazy multi-attack monster, um, uh, that's a mess. It can be. There's there's ways to handle it for sure. I'm trying to think of like the best way to phrase it. Played a conjuration specialist in Pathfinder using spheres of power, and my god, yeah, I can certainly see that becoming a thing. I have not either. I would be very interested in doing that. I'm sorry, insane turn just happened here. Bunch of random bullshit go, as they say. Um, yes, Conway, of course, prefers Spheres Pathfinder over normal Pathfinder, um, and I have tended to agree with that. I also played a Conjuration Wizard through to about level 14, I think, which was the point that the campaign kept going, and I switched to a different character, both for roleplay reasons and for the reasons of, well, there were too many people playing in that game. It was like a 6, 7 person, including the DM Pathfinder game at level 14, and the cracks were really starting to show. And I felt bad even then for taking too much of the spotlight, for taking up multiple people's turns. You could, no, I don't think it'd be better to. I was about to say you could break up the turn, so that way they're, instead of taking like 1 5-minute turn, they're taking up 2 2.5-minute turns. But I don't think that'd be better. I think that'd just be a different kind of hell. We'll go there. But yeah, that's a really good question, Elf Hunter. It's something that I think is worthwhile because, especially Jack Vance, I mean, the Conjuring, like things from beyond, Turjan Mir creating clones. It's a very flavorful, powerful thing to create mobs that fight for you as a wizard. I think there should be some way to handle it. Uh, but the things like, and maybe you cut multi attack and make it, but I'm trying to think of a way to do it. Yeah, you know, maybe cutting things like multi attack, or just making them not as viable outside of combat. Or sorry, inside combat, making them more utility based than uh, yeah, yeah. Have the GM there to role play. That's very true. That's absolutely a solution. You want to stay in your character's headspace. If you need to stop every turn and think what a loyal wild bear would do, then it takes you out of the experience. Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. More think of what you would do to get a your loyal companion to do what you want it to do, right? Because nobody ever plays, gestures or calls at actually using the animal tricks mechanics that you're supposed to use, but it never happens, right? So, it's a problem for sure. Just tend to avoid it as I like to take a shorter time for my turns. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Mm. Oh man, exactly, lethal. Never lucky. Never lucky. Here, let me focus directly on the stream now. Okay. What do you think about adjusting difficulty numbers to emulate a tone? Is that non-verisimilitudinous and bad for roleplay? Good lord. Should ban you for using that word. No. Or supports the tone and therefore good for roleplay. Do you mean on the fly? I think fudging dice is bad. I don't think you should ever fudge dice, but I think if you realize that, like, as the player characters are going through some encounters and the tone that you're trying to set is like, say, grimdark, and they're just plowing through things and they're not even, they're not taking much damage, and it makes it really clear that some of the monsters that are supposed to be this super powerful thing that's to be avoided, oh, actually the numbers don't work at all. It's going to be, they're just going to blast through it with little difficulty. Then yeah, I think it's okay to just make a note and just, like, bump everything up by two, there, or even more, whatever the number might be, could be a good thing, right? Because yeah, it's bad for role play if this thing that is super tough, and it's not just through rumor. Maybe it's a dragon that's burned down a whole village, and a bunch of guards totally failed to take it down, and then it takes 2 rounds, 12 seconds flat, and it's killed, and they didn't really have to hunt for any weak points or think critically about it. They could just do the thing. Yeah, so I absolutely think adjusting numbers should be a thing, and Pathfinder will even tell you in the book that um, adjusting the numbers is fine. Yeah. Um, Well, oh my gosh, I mean, talking about empty platitudes, I mean, there's whole videos full of empty platitudes out there. So no, you're absolutely fine, NeoCal. Yeah, whatever's a more fulfilling play experience. Yeah, and is it fulfilling to blow through every encounter instantly? Probably not. Is it fulfilling to have every encounter take 20 rolls because you're fighting some CR 1/3 goblins? Probably also not. Yeah, yeah, a list of things that they just can do if they're taught how to do it, but a list of other things where it's like, no, that this is an animal. It's not going to attack exactly the. It's not going to just happen to attack the wizard that you want him to every single time you're in combat. You're going to have to use, make it a move action or a standard action, I would say, to just have him call out the thing. And then it's not going to be a big problem that they're using multi. I closed Hearthstone. I closed Hearthstone. We're gonna see if that was the crime. I always teach my pet to geek. Yeah, yeah. If you teach them to, and then you like point out, you make it a standard action to point out and do the thing. Um, that would be great. I think that would be a big solution to it, and then you wouldn't even have to really worry about stuff like multi attack because I mean, you still have like the monk with flurry of blows, things like that. And what'll help a lot with multi attacks is just declaring what the AC is, so the monk can just tell you, you know, they just have to spit out number, you know. Yeah, the one, the one in the robes gesturing. Yeah, my dog's not racist. He just doesn't like mages. Hmm. Okay. So that's a problem though. My StreamYard is crashing even when I'm not even streaming. I hmm. Yeah, that's a way to do it. I just like cutting. I've just begun cutting out the middleman and just presenting AC, right. Um, that way people can just tell me, right, and then they don't have to wait to then look and go like, well, attack one hits, then attack three hits, four hits, five doesn't hit. Okay, then they all do this damage. We'll roll the damage, and then yeah, and it just then you start getting into Math Finder. Yeah, they um, Pathfinder isn't really Mathfinder like 90% of the time. It's kind of a goofy joke. But there are some edge cases like high level monks and high level multi attack animals that that definitely can run you into that issue. But at the same time, it's something I often don't mind watching, and I think most Pathfinder players, though most Pathfinder players don't role play hardly at all, as we found. Uh, they enjoy watching that, even if that guy's turn does take longer because you've got the this guy running up. Yeah, it's one of the most memorable things in one of my games. Is my wife played a oh, I forget what the race is, but the ape race from Tiansha. So she was playing a monk, so it was very much like a Sun Wukong themed. Um, Walking up to this construct and launching a flurry of blows, and because they could, and I'm just looking behind, and I'm going, "Wow, that's 7 attacks, and this thing has 15 damage resistance." So that's like, yeah, okay. And she's I'm like, one. You do one one single point of damage after all of that is what manages to get through, and like a little speck of dust starts flaking off of it. And it was so memorable because we were like, "Holy shit, he's kicking the shit out of that thing!" And then just ding, 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 ding. Nothing. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, this thing's made of solid metal, dude. It's. Mm, yeah, likewise. I use a calculator. I use just an online dice roller that automatically total stuff up. You know, you're a level 20 mage casting a maximized fireball. If I need to know what damage it does and it doesn't just vaporize people, then uh then I make it I just do the roll online and just do 20d6. What's the total number here? You know, that makes it way easier to have things on reflex saves too, which is something I'm considering about getting rid of. You know, the fighter misses and he just misses. That's that, right? The mage uh both hits and doesn't, or you know, doesn't have to roll to hit, doesn't have to roll anything. They fail their reflex save, or they succeed their reflex save and he gets a partial success. It's not it's not Hearthstone. I closed out of Chrome and entirely and reopened it. Maybe time to download Opera or something. When they forced me over to Windows 11, I'm moving to Linux anyways, so there you go. Uh, let's see. Let me catch up here. The biggest issue is that casters have access to crazy spell lists. Every fifth level wizard will have haste and fireball and dispel magic and stinking cloud. Yeah, that's true. I don't think dispel magic's necessarily a problem. Stinking cloud also, that just there's so much stuff that you'll end up fighting that just doesn't care. Cool, stinking cloud against the horde of skeletons or constructs or likewise. And then that wizard, if that's one of the like 2 or 3 spells you picked and you didn't have the downtime to go buy some more in town, it's oh. Fireball. Fireball's a cool spell. But yeah, people were pissed that I nerfed that I bumped haste to a 4th level spell. Yeah, but I was like, it's one, it's really strong, but secondary to balance, it's just boring. It's boring that everyone picks the same spells every single time. Um, right? It's kind of like in real life, how everyone owns a Glock, but after a long time, if you're doing something for fun, i.e., role playing, you shouldn't want the thing that's always the most practical. You want the things that are cool. You know. Spheres of power forces your caster to be specialized. I'm gonna wake up my dog. I just realized she's snoring. Um, and you could have one of those things, and that would be really good, like a fighter specializing into a fighting style. Yeah, that's one of the cool things about it. Let me wake up my dog real quick. Dory, psst. Dude, she's dead. She's yeah. You'd still be casting it at 4th. Exactly. I bumped it to 4th level, and it hasn't been like suddenly I don't take it. It's become a, well, now it's kind of a real choice. You know, you've got some uh you've got some options here. Um oh, cool. I'm excited to hear more about that NeoCal. In Spheres of Power, you can have a level appropriate fireball at 1st level, but then that's what you specialize for. Yeah, right. Exactly. So, and Pathfinder's all about specialization. So when wizards don't feel very specialized, that's one of the things I really like about the Runecaster archetype. That's not the name for it. I can't. But you pick when you pick your opposed schools, they're schools you straight up cannot cast from. That I think is super cool. I almost, that might just be the answer, part of the answer to the Pathfinder balance issue is uh is forcing people to specialize. Maybe Dory, scooch. She just cramps her head up against her bed and then she can't breathe. There we go. Oh my gosh. The wordcaster version of haste gives a movement action, which has been way better than actual haste at this point. Oh my god, yeah, I can see that. Anything that toys with the action economy is there's a level of balance that I don't really care about, but there is also a point to which you have to consider. Okay, guys, we're downloading Opera. Fucking hell, dude. I've never had this issue before. Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, as I was saying, balance is not necessarily a huge issue. Um, um, unless it becomes the golf analogy of if I could just pick up the ball and put it in the hole, I would never use any of the clubs. That's a lot of what Pathfinder feels like. Over 1,000 spells, 20 to 30 are the ones that get used. Born to cast Poison Egg, forced to cast Fireball. I don't know why they hate poison so much. It's like you have to use a spell slot, cast a spell for something that somebody has to eat. Dude, this is really absurd. Sorry about this, guys. I'm glad this didn't happen on a serious stream. Setting up Opera GX. Yeah, sure. Oh, options. Uh-oh. Oh, what we got options? Hmm. They don't run when my computer starts. Why would that be default? Good lord. Yeah, I want my. Dude. It's the gamer setup. By the way, we're gonna bloat your startup by, NVIDIA. God, fucking hell. NVIDIA GX is gonna launch its startup. The Razer Suite's gonna launch its startup. NZXT Cam's gonna launch its startup. Steam's gonna launch its startup. We've got SSDs that make it faster than ever to start up, and we're going to totally backtrack on all of that speed we've gained by just totally fucking clogging your registry. God, Opera's ugly as hell. Oh my god. Ooh, it makes a sound when you close stuff too. Ugh. Ugh. For fucking real, dude. It's obnoxious. It's I on my laptop for ages. I had Windows and Dell both fighting each other to try and install new audio drivers, and they both sounded terrible. And I was like, "Wait, can you just please backdate to this one?" But yeah, it's I bet what audio has sounded good for the better part of 40 to 50 years. But we can't figure that out anymore. Yeah. Um, so many interesting spells, but I think part of the charm is that you aren't forced to take bad ones. Like even classes with comparatively bad spell list command. Yes, yes, that's a topic I want to talk about. Is the trap option on the follow up to the balance video with Pathfinder Second Edition? Make a more broad video on balance in games in general, not even just tabletop role playing games. But uh, yeah, this idea that how do I word it? This idea that things necessarily need to be balanced so that people can't accidentally make bad characters, a la the trap option. That is kind of a stupid idea, in my opinion. And the 3.5 devs would have called this the system mastery, the sort of ivory tower game design, where you can be in the ivory tower and make something perfectly nice. But if you're at the top of the tower, you can get to the top of the tower too. Yes, ivory tower design. Yep. Um, and I think that's one way to look at it. But I think also it's a role playing game. You should be able to play a bad character. The people love an underdog. People love David and Goliath, right? That's something people like. People like a fair, solid fight too, but people love an upset even more than that. It's so it's interesting to see games try to pull away from that bit of natural storytelling. Yeah, I like on pretty much the only reason that I'm in the Pathfinder subreddit is the Max them in Monday threads where they find things that are bad on the surface of it, but try to go, okay, well, how would you make this compelling and good? And so often you can just bump something by +2 or +1 even and make it way better. Or you can have one thing, just have it replace a different class feature. You can work with piecemealing stuff, um, where maybe parts of a subclass and archetype are really interesting, but they replace too much good stuff for bad things. Well, why not just, rules is written, they say, oh, you can't take one level of this archetype and then two levels of this archetype. Well, I say, why not? You can multi-class. Why wouldn't you be able to take parts of one? You can be both a fighter and a wizard, but I can't be both a phalanx fighter and a polar master fighter. That doesn't make any sense to me. Um, yeah, some systems. Yeah, so many archetypes are dead in the water on release since most of the options are bad. Yeah, exactly. Um, but I don't think they have to be. I think if you like, one of my friends played a poisoner rogue for a little bit and made it work by stacking stuff, by working with some of the other characters, and you can make it work. And part of the fun can be trying to make something that's bad in a vacuum actually kind of cool and something that, well, you got to think about it. People in the world aren't going to be prepared for the weird niche thing. They're going to be prepared for the things that work. Oh, nice to spell magic. We actually don't have a mage, so there's just a wasted spell slot. There's this is just a dwarf in your face with disruptive, and you're never casting a spell. Actually, I love the Pathfinder background skills rules. If you have something that's underpowered, then you should make it twice as cheap to acquire. That is two bad feats for the cost of one. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I just give I get rid of, except for intelligence casters, I just get rid of the classes that only get 2 ranks per level. That's way too low. It's just, come on, the fighters are already having to claw for claw their way through some of the levels. Give them a break. Oh yeah, oh yeah, bad items too. Those can be fun. The items are one of the things I like random table lists for, because you can find an item that maybe someone will end up using during the time it takes them to get back to sell it, and then they either find out, wow, this really does suck, who made this, or or they find out, actually this might be worth keeping and not selling because we could do it for this thing. So many of the items just have flat DCs, which makes them really suck. I like the scaling items rules. Like legacy items, I think they call them. Those are really cool, it's a system that you can apply to all sorts of items as well. So yeah, um, must have a somewhat decent use. Oh, let's take a look at them. I'll stay in here until it crashes. We will find out. Maybe having Opera open in the background is scaring Chrome into functioning. Something like that. Let's see. Woo, they're pricey. 45,000 gold. I've not read Daughters of Fury. Which book series is that from? Or is that just from a module? Archives of Nethys is taking its time. It's a module, okay. I'm looking through modules right now. That's we'll talk. Excuse me, talking about that session 0, because we're planning on playing through a module. Cool. All right. Stormcrusher gauntlets. Speckled metal gauntlets provide a noticeable prickling sensation when donned. See, that's cool. That's very role playable. That'd be something I would throw off my hands immediately. 3 times a day, when the wearer would take electricity damage, you can attempt a strength check as an immediate action to catch the electricity and crush it into harmless spark. Okay, that's pretty fucking cool. It's a strength check. That's cool. Um, if you possess mythic tears, you can also expend the use of your mythic power to reshape it into a variety of forms: blasts of electric force, blinding showers of sparks, lassos. Oh, so you can do combat maneuvers at range. That's cool. And you just make a combat maneuver check as normal, but they take electricity damage equal to the combat maneuver check result. The where it expends the mythic power but doesn't attempt to use the curse light. Yeah, problem with that is using Mythic. I played a Mythic campaign for about a year, and it just got so messy. Like, man. And we're back. We're in Opera now. Okay, so if it keeps crashing in Opera, we'll find out. But according to the only thing that I was able to find at a cursory glance, it is an issue with Chromium based browsers. So Opera should be fine. Trademark. Um, Mythic's really silly with being cartoon character. Yeah, yeah. Well, both ours was run as an isekai kind of thing, so it was set up to be ridiculous from the get go. But the bigger issue I think was that how long it people's turns took. It was there was so much decision paralysis, especially with casters, with things like the one that lets you spend mythic points to just basically get the bonded item for mage whenever you want, and just be like, oh, hold on, let me just look through all the spells that exist because I'm a sorcerer, and find or a druid, and just find the one I want that solves the situation right now. And because it would solve the situation right now, you would sit there and wait and go, all right, let's wait for him to find the daylight when we're fighting vampires. Was an example there, and so we're sitting there, we're waiting. Ah, yes, daylight functions here, and then you'd cast the daylight, and then you'd basically spend like 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes out of character to win the encounter as a single individual, and it's like, man, yeah, it just exacerbates a lot of the issues with casters I found. So yeah. I have not liked Mythic. I don't think Pathfinder needs to be crunchier. I think it's at the right spot, bordering on too much already. So by the way, tonight we're drinking an American Trilogy. That is, it's basically a riff on an old fashioned. Gestalt has replaced everything for me. Gestalt is fucking awesome. Um, Basically, I've tried to keep the power level roughly in line. Gestalt has been a way for. I love Gestalt because it makes casters not feel that much more powerful, but it makes marshals feel much more powerful because all a marshal has to do is combine. You know, they can always cover their bad saves. They can always cover, what have you. It makes them so much more flexible, feel so much more powerful. And I basically just, to keep the power level roughly the same, roughly in line as far as balance, so it doesn't just get totally wild. I keep everything pretty much, like ACR above where I would normally, roughly, A level above. If I would normally have them at level 3, you have it on level 2, and so on. And by level 5, it's you just sort of a play by year thing. Yeah, it's a fun thing. I would recommend trying a one shot of it. It's really natural because you just things overlap instead of stacks. So you just take whatever the bigger numbers are, and then you add on class features and tack stuff on. I'm gonna sneeze here real quick. Ah, and it's not too much to handle at all. It also opens up a ton of prestige classes that would otherwise be terrible, but because they only take up one of your 2 class slots, and because you're taking 2 classes to get to them, lots of them are way less bad than they would otherwise normally. Yeah, it's a thing that works in a video game. It's just like a lot of Pathfinder needs. You have to be using calculators at a certain point. Auto sheets are life saving. All of that sort of stuff. Exactly. You're only keeping track of your standard resources. I don't have to go, okay, I have key, bardic inspiration, and mythic surge, and I have combat stamina. And you're just staring at like things that should be handled automatically by a computer, but you're having to think manually of, okay, move action, I'm gonna start a bardic performance. And you're not thinking of my character starts banging his war drums. You're thinking, I'm going to use a move action to start a bardic performance. Get that out of the way. Next thing. Uh, we're gonna. Oh, that too. Like the huge amount of like, this thing has mythic DR, so it's just going to take no damage unless this thing is also mythic. And yeah, it's Pathfinder is enough to keep track of on its own. It's I had someone comment that it was like to kind of balance how long it takes casters to take turns. You should just have them memorize every spell. And I'm like, that is much easier said than done. I think I would rather potentially limit them to a few books. That's certainly something you could do. I really like Archives of Nethys and D20 SRD, PFSRD, but yeah, because I like the slew of options. And I think if you're just using core Pathfinder, it's not a particularly good game. It can be very the juice is not necessarily worth the squeeze with just base Pathfinder. Once you played it once, you kind of played it a million times. But yeah, exactly. Then I use a key point, and then you're like, oh, wait a minute. The wizard already cast haste on me? Hold on. Never mind. No on the boots of haste. And then, yeah. And so many times a player will end up doing that, and you as the DM are just going, well, you did 297 damage more than you needed to kill him. So half of this was just wasting time. This guy's a fine stain. There's nothing left of him. It's so yeah, not really a huge purpose in doing all that. I'm gonna brave Hearthstone again, and we'll see if all goes well. Yeah, yeah. You really end up playing like yeah, yeah. I really I think the image of a lot of Pathfinder, even non-mythic, is it's very isekai. It's very anime. It plays a little bit like a westernized anime. Um, and I think people should lean more into that. The prep work. You're outside the boss's door. You're that scene from Overlord where he's casting the 8 million different buff spells before he goes in. Lit RPG is a genre where you can, the spells have names. They are known. It's not like it's not like it's odd for people to be talking in mechanical terms. Just as in the Princess Bride, it wasn't odd for for the two swordsmen to Dread Pirate Roberts to be saying, I see you've studied your destreza. I see you've mastered the third level spells after narrowly dodging a fireball. Yeah, more anime action combat. Um, Somebody getting run through by a sword, and because he's just stronger in the terms of the world, because Eridan died on a god died on the material plane, and just a bunch of magic juice is just flowing. So yeah, even a normal human being is not really a normal Earth human being, right? They're a Galarian human being. I think that's something we forget a lot of the times, is that these are it's like, what, this guy just got stabbed straight through the stomach and he's still fighting? Yes. Yes, he's literally built different. Yes, the American trilogy, before I was rudely cut off. Riff on an old fashioned, sugar cube, a little water, orange bitters, and the riff is that instead of 2 ounces of your bourbon or whiskey of choice, it's 1 ounce of a whiskey and 1 ounce of Applejack. They're really good, a little sweeter, really smooth, no burn at all, a little bit of spice from the bitters, orange from the orange peel. Traditionally doesn't call for maraschino cherry, probably because it'd be too sweet, so I used a Griotine cherry. Yeah, depending on how you you run it. It was really interesting to see pushback on my opposed roll AC, because they were saying, oh, it makes AC even worse. And I'm like, well, no, it sometimes makes AC better, because on a scale from 1 to 20, half of the time you're rolling above a base 10. So that was a really confusing thing to read from multiple people that just like didn't seem to understand. And then it changed from, well, people like AC because they like knowing for sure that they have they have a fixed number that always does what it says it does. And I'm like, okay, well, but people don't mind having right, it actually bumps the average slightly if we want to get into that argument. But for the sake of saying, always round down decimals on a die that only has not digits, what is numerals, there we go. Even still, yeah. So I was like, that's, yes, sometimes you roll a 1, sometimes you also roll a 20 and you're full plate, you're this absolute full plate monster that's just deflecting stuff, wading into combat. But the point also wasn't really balanced. The point is so that people can describe how they're defending. On a 1, they're eating shit, tumbling, and so that some of these combats that last forever end up not lasting forever, on the virtue of the apostate devil that's using combat expertise and attacking from 50 feet away through portal claws actually gets hittable, because that was a really cool scene. The only 2 people left were a cleric, the full plate tower shield wielding cleric, and this apostate devil, and everything else lay unconscious or dead around them. And it was just these 2 fighting back and forth for like minutes, missing each other over and over again. And it was such a cool scene, but it was also everyone sitting in the room just like, is it over yet? No, they're still going. Holy shit. Like oh. So getting some variance in there so that something can actually slip through occasionally, I think it's cool. It's fine. All right. And over a long enough timeline, that's yeah, exactly. It's really possible to get really high AC and be our true tank. I played a what is it? An Aldori Sword Lord fighter, and that was a ton of fun because you get all the like parry mechanics, you get a disarm, you get to do damage when you disarm people. The flavor is great. You have to accept any challenge or be stripped of your rank or literally be hunted down by the other Aldori Sword Lords. I thought was super cool. Right, numbers just go up. They don't sort of taper off like they do in other games like 5e, where you can only get so much advantage, and then eventually the numbers stop going up, and then man, 5e. I mean, people complain about Pathfinder combats lasting long. Dude, 5e combat lasts forever. 4e combat lasted forever. And in Pathfinder, there's some stuff mechanic wise that slows the game down. There's some stuff uh definitely role play wise that slows the game down. People not knowing how their characters work, people not just describing what it is they're doing and just going with the flow. But yeah, man, it's compared to other games, it's like I remembered like 5e players decrying it as Mathfinder for ages, and I was like, guys, your combats are lasting 2 hours because you're rolling twice as many dice, and the health points are 8 billion, but your attacks are doing 60 damage. Yeah, so it's like, okay, you may be slowed down by the math a little bit in Pathfinder, but you are certainly not slowed down by the numbers game as far as how long it takes to kill somebody. Right. Yeah, exactly. That's an issue I have too, especially with spellcasters, is they have to describe what the spell does, and I'm like, no, just not describe what the spell does. Don't explain to me what the spell does in terms of uh on a it's a DC 25 reflex save. That's the mechanics I need to hear. And then I need to tell and then I will tell you, they managed to dodge out of the way, or they try to dodge out of the way, but it just splatters against their chest. And then what happens? Tell me how much damage they take. Are they fatigued? Are they exhausted? Are they tripped? Or, what happens to them? Don't tell me, well, if they fail their reflex save, well, they're not going to fail their reflex save. So we just wasted a bunch of time for you to explain what didn't, a thing that didn't happen right now, right? So I trust that you have the spell description pulled up and open, and if you got it wrong, I trust that you weren't trying to cheat. It's not the end of the world. Um, uh, right, right. Yeah, especially like a bunch of class specific stuff where somebody's using like one of the official like second party supplements like Psionics Unleashed, and I don't remember off the top of my head how uh what is it, how heightening spells works in that system. I'm pretty sure you just spend more points than you can make the spell heightened or the psionic ability heightened. I trust that you know how to do that. Don't tell me, like, oh, and by the way, I'm spending 2 of my phrenic pool to do phrenic amplification here. It's like, no, just mention that last part. I phrenically amplify this. Yeah, and on those, I just trust my play. The mind flayer is assaulting your senses and trying to take control of your mind. I don't need you to ask me if that's mind affecting, right? Just use logic. Just use logic and err on the side of yes, I get this bonus. Pathfinder's in general a heroic game, so I will just tell my players err on the side of you are the one getting the bonus. Yeah, there's if you get the bonus more often than not, and there's some stuff that just slips through the cracks, and you go through something like flying tackle being a general feat, not a combat feat, and you're like, what? No, just and then it's better if we just use logic and just go, yeah, obviously this is a combat feat. Obviously this thing's mind affecting, even if it didn't say it was mind affecting. So I think playing like that really helps things not slip into the, I don't know, let's look that up. Uh-oh, it doesn't say. Let's look up a forum post from 5 years ago. Uh-oh, there's 2 different developers saying different things in different forum posts, so we're going to have to make a ruling on the fly anyways, and then, yeah. No. That's how I do things anyways. Okay. I'm going to brave the Hearthstone. It's coming out. Boom. All right. Oh, it's also not attenuating my volume like crazy, like it was through Chrome. God, what a horrific creature. Do 1 damage to a random enemy minion? That's terrible. You couldn't have given this thing taunt or something. Oh, that's pretty awful. I like this thing though. Creepy one eye and teeth running all the way out the edge. That's cool. Right, exactly. If it gets to the forum, I'd rather just have a yeah. Let's see if Opera wants to give us a game. I don't know what the Lich King's doing these days. I think this will be pretty good though. Do you have as much problem with the large person as says? No, because enlarged person is not only good, and if you run your game logically in ways of, you know, you're running you're going to be running through a kobold den, a warren. You're obviously not going to have the room to be enlarged. It's going to be a much bigger downside than upside because you're having to squeeze through places rather than just walking through places. The subtraction to AC, I find, because you're physically large, can end up being as much a hindrance as a help. Because, well, you're really big, so everybody's eyes are on you, and you have less AC, so it's easier to hit you. Oh yeah, the ceaseless expanse. So it costs 1 less for each time a card was drawn, played, or destroyed. So that number will get pretty small by the end of the day. There was a temptation to coin hero power here, but meh. So we've got Mage Secret and not a Mage Secret. I'm not worried about the Hunter Secret. If that's Counterspell, we just coin and ignore it. Let's go ahead and imbue our hero power. Player hero power. And then we just won't coin. Cool. It was Counterspell. Kind of annoying that I couldn't kill Eliza here because he could trigger his own death rattle a bunch of times. Whoa! All right, that's actually pretty all right for us because we can just Shadow Word ruin that. But that kind of hurt. Let's see. Okay, we'll go here. Those will get buffed. We'll hit here. Oh, perfect. We'll go here, gain a bunch of health back. We'll go for the slightly greedier route because he'll probably have to run something into it to kill it, and that'll give us some more health. Yeah, it can trivialize early encounters. That's an option. It can for sure. I find early encounters though it can be okay if they're trivial. If you do things like have an enemy that's there to gain information. You know, the one goblin that's a scout that's there to escape and find out. Oh, that's the wizard. And you know, the next time they see them deeper in the goblin camp or in another goblin camp that he's fled to, he's telling the goblin chief, that's the guy, kill him, the one in the robes. And that can skew things a lot, or has just simply told him, well, actually, you can just do the and have have a have an enemy caster go, well, I knew you were going to do that. That's why I prepared shrink or reduce person. I knew it wasn't shrink. Reduce person. Can we get a no? That's quite annoying. Destroy both players' decks except the 8 highest cost cards in each? Okay. I don't think that's anything. Yeah, this is typically why I start the game around level 3, because you can... most of the time that I've started games from level 1, they just haven't... are these literally every single coin flip? What are the odds of failing 5 coin flips in a row? I might be dead here off of an insane amount of unluck. Okay, no, he doesn't have a... well, there we go. Jeez. These don't die at the end of turn. I thought they did. Oh, that's unfortunate. So we always do this first and then do the hero power. Oh, man, and that's... none of that's healing. GG. Speaking of lame trivialized encounters, this Death Knight deck that I don't believe has a single new card in it that has been playing since Death Knight was out. It's just an autopilot. Like, he doesn't have to think about anything that he plays. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. I remember playing some 6-person Hearthstone using Tabletop Simulator back in the day. It was so fun to make alliances and have the... oh, dude, yeah, I would love a commander format for Hearthstone. That would be awesome. Look, Hearthstone takes itself too seriously. Oh, well, there's there's a lot of stuff for sure that that does not indicate quite as much. But yeah, the last few expansions have been a little more on the serious tone, which I for one enjoy. I think it's been a good break from how goofy some of it has been. Showdown in the Badlands, fucking cowboy themed set. It's like, whatever, man. Like Western themes in fantasy can be really cool, but they're too often like done in like a clown show way, right? Like they're never taken seriously. Hello, Cherry. God, those creatine cherries are so good. If you can find them and you don't have to spend like $20 for a tiny little jar of them. Oh yeah, that would be pretty much like how Commander and Magic works. That is the biggest... well, it's both the biggest draw and limitation of Hearthstone is that you can't interact on the opponent's turn. But at the same time, it means the game goes by so much quicker in an online format because you're not having to sit there and go, all right, pass priority. And then your opponent's walked away or they're talking to the stream or something. And then you've got a full minute for them to pass priority. And you're just sitting here like, oh my God, dude. Like, come on. Come on. Oh, a really good turn 4 coming up. I've seen Star Wars Unlimited. Right now, I'm not trying to get into too many new games. I just downloaded Suikoden 1 and 2 Um, right. But in Hearthstone, you can only be roped once per turn. In something like Master Duel or MTGO, you can be roped per interaction, right? You can theoretically spend like 90 minutes on a single game in Magic the Gathering Online because you've got a minute to respond to this spell activation. You've got a minute to respond to this monster's activation. You've got a minute to respond to this hand trap activation. Oh, okay, now your 3 minutes per turn are up. Now it refreshes on your turn. It's awful. It's like borderline unplayable. We could go the slower route. I think I want that dead though. That's really annoying though. Just 1 for 1 and I don't develop anything. Oh, that's pretty good. That leaves me with a 3-1 against a class that can't deal 1 damage at least. Yeah, I'm excited for the new sets that are coming out. I've been buying, but my issue in my town is I really want to play games in person, as Captain Conway mentions. Yeah, yep, exactly. Take your damn turn. Get the judge to call him out for stalling, etc. My local shop just refuses to play anything interesting, and I only have one local shop. A friend and I have talked about opening a shop because it's well, we think that'd just be really cool. I know also though that it's not the most financially sound decision one could make. They don't tend to make a ton of money. But if we could be competing in a sort of in the market in a sort of different way with uh bringing in those different card games, because me and this friend have gone to, hey, if we both bought a box of Yu-Gi-Oh, of every new Yu-Gi-Oh set that came out, would you carry it? And they still went no. And they're just kind of hard-headed assholes about the fact that um uh about the fact that it's like, what are you gonna do? Go elsewhere? Oh lol, you can't. Yeah, so uh, that's a cool card. Neato. Let's. There's the temptation to press the button every turn because value, but I think I would rather develop something that's just generally annoying. Flesh and Blood is really expensive, NeoCal. I got a little bit of Ice Forts. I got as a, I guess not really a disclaimer, but an aside. Card games are one of the investment vehicles I'm in right now. I have money in. I have a lot of money in my house. Obviously, I have money in silver, money in guns, and money in card games. And I have a little bit of money in stocks. I don't like stocks right now. Stocks are sketchy as fuck. But every time I look at card games, that number just keeps going up. I want some exposure to Flesh and Blood for that reason, but boy, it's rich for my blood, even as an investment. I'm trying to save up for a honeymoon, man. It's that's rough on a bartender's salary. Yeah, that's kind of a rough turn for him. That did not exactly do a ton. I'm gonna play Smoldering Ascent. We're gonna hit the button. It's the cost of your top card of your deck to 1. Cool. I'd buy that for $1. That's pretty gnarly. If he doesn't have like an Equality Consecrate, he's kind of screwed here. Nice. 1 lower Imbue. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, that's good. You have the mun, the ton, and the keg, etc., and the barrel, which is uh, why we measure oil in barrels because it is an imperial measurement. It's fixed 55 gallons. Riftbound is cool. I'm a subscriber to Alpha Investments, so I get yeah, I was about to say I don't think he can come back from this unless he has like Nosdormu. It's a good game though. Um he's doing some test runs. I'm really into Gundam, so obviously my eyes on the Gundam card game. There's just so many that living in, small town. It's like 50,000 service area of 100,000 people here in Oklahoma. So it's not Stillwater's not that small really, and we're growing super fast. Which is part of why I think we could support another game shop in town. I don't want to get in at the top of the bull market and then just have everything fall out of the bottom though. That would be really embarrassing. But yeah, I'm really interested in a lot of the new card games that just what? Yes, yes, the Gundam War game. That would be cool. That would be really cool. Get some Mech Warrior style stuff going on. And the Game Exchange, which is a local chain. I almost didn't explain what Game Exchange was because they are a local chain. So I just figured it's a chain. Everyone's got it. No. Ooh, Druid. Druid's gross and annoying this meta. I know that. I know that because I watched a guy playing this deck and was like, man, Druid is just really, really boring. What was I going to say? The Game Exchange near me sells a ton of Gundam model kits. So, yeah. Yeah, right? Well, and college kids here always complain about not having enough to do. They complain, when I was in college, we would drive an hour to Norman, one of the bigger cities, to go play Magic there because this shop near us just fucking sucks so much. So there is a market for it. Um, there is a market for it. Um, Part of it is just that the real estate here is getting insane. I bought my house 2 years ago. Yeah, 2 years ago for 109,000. I knew I got a crazy good deal. Zillow and U.S. Bank estimates that it's a $160,000. It's growing 30% a year in value. And I look at all the houses that sell in my neighborhood, and they're selling for like 180, 200,000. Like the numbers just keep going up. And so it's like, man, there might be a market for it, but the really odd. Uh, the amount of profit that you would need to make, and of course you would do it two ways. You would make you'd make an online storefront as well, right? Um, good lord, no, it will not. That's why we're basically playing house musical chairs right now, aren't we? Where it's like whatever house you're in right now, unless you've got a shit ton of money, it's probably the house you'll be living in for a while. So I've been thinking about taking out a what's it cash out refinance. That is a fucking gross turn for. Is there anything I can do about that at the moment? This hand sucks. Well, next turn we can at least coin Light Bomb. So this turn we'll do a really bad Holy Nova to prep for next turn Light Bomb, I suppose. Ouch, that blows. Exactly, right? And that's what I get. I don't want mine to go down, but I also want fucking all my friends that are my age or a few years younger than me to be able to afford a house and not have to do, I work maintenance at an apartment, and dude, it's just fucking dog shit having to wait for 7 people who service 14 buildings with hundreds of rooms on them. Yeah, it's an absolute mess. Okay, so that guy doesn't do anything by himself. We play super greedy here. I think we have to play super greedy here or we don't get anywhere in life. Perfect. Dude, it's, before the last few years, I would have said places like Oklahoma, but even here, like I said, my house is like, gone up 50% in value since I bought it. That's 2 years. That's insane. That's like that's a if your eyes are dollar signs, then that can be like, whoa, it's just going up. But if your eyes are like mine, they're like, holy shit, I kind of want to refinance now, and I'll take the $50,000, please, and put it into the house that I'm probably going to be living in because then it'll tank, and then the bank goes, oh shit, we gave that guy $50,000 on a house that's actually worth 120,000, not 160,000. And I think we're going to have a lot of boomers that are either dying or moving into nursing homes in coming years, and there will be yet more empty housing lots that banks and developers can't justify um, leaving open. They're just paying property taxes on stuff and not gaining any return on investment. Who knows, though? Okay, so this is set up pretty perfectly for Light Bomb. It's also set up perfectly for Shadow Word Ruin, and we need to develop something. We are way behind on health. We are way behind on board state. Let's at least get something out there, man. We'll keep the Light Bomb. We got Repackage. We've got Holy Nova. Fingers, and we've got the Fyrakk. Hopefully we can claw our way back from this position. If he's using Living Roots on a 1-2, I'm perfectly happy with that. Right. I mean, they just... And lots of them, unfortunately, do need to work. But lots of them don't need to work, right? They're not training new people. They're not leaving these positions. So you've got a lot of blue-collar. It's something where it's like, oh, just get a blue-collar job. Dude, every Gen Z and millennial I know in blue collar work is like, dude, all of my coworkers are 40, 50, 60 plus years old. When those guys do retire, there's going to be a fucking mess to deal with. Let's see here. Let's just repackage that. That's a bunch of shit that I don't care if he plays it again. And it'll clog up his deck, too. I think he's maybe starting to run out of gas. Why does this card sound like that? I'm probably asking too many questions. Okay. This is a very nice amount of sustain here. Okay, so we can hit the button and Light Bomb. Don't care if this takes a single point of damage. Let's do that first and see if that changes the way we play. It does not, but that's nice to have. Get rid of that Divine Shield. There's a lot of fire cards that draw us cards, so this might kind of suck to play here. A turn 9 Amir Drasil is not the scariest thing on the planet. Yeah, and a lot. Oh my god, the amount of... If you guys watched Sam Hyde's last video on boomers, reading through the comments on the amount of people that they, instead of giving their giving anything to their children, they will donate thousands of dollars to what are obviously scammers, and then I have no money because I've gotten gypped by the most obvious credit card fraud in the world. So I'm going to tell all my children not to get credit cards. Oops, they're 28 and their credit history is 4 years, and nobody will lend them anything because their credit history is too short, because their boomer parents or grandparents told them that credit cards are the devil because they're too stupid to do basic stuff like not give Joe down the street their fucking social security number. Like, they, the internet's like almost 40 years old at this point. It's not like they. I really wish we would give boomers more flack for not understanding the way the world works now. It's you know, I feel like 40-year-olds not driving cars in the 50s, like, and not having any interest in driving them, and then just driving them straight into walls. Fuck it, we ball. Let's. I don't like anything I'm seeing right here. This owner draws a card. Uh-oh, that thing's still alive. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Well. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god, that was dog shit. That was so bad. Oh man. Oh man. Oh my fucking god, dude. Yeah, it's Dice Tales, I believe we're yeah. Uh uh are you a boomer or an older Gen X? Obviously not your entire generation either way, as fits. I saw a 90-year-old dude in the library last time I was working there getting his first email. Like, that was impressive. That was cool. Um right, exactly. Like this being a Luddite, and not just, in the way of, we're saying like technology is cool, but there are things about technology that aren't improving. Things like the Wi-Fi routers that can detect movement inside your house. Oh, you're older than I thought you were, Dice Tales. Uh, Damn, you're getting around, and much more cogent than even a lot of the younger boomers, man. Because, geez, there it goes to show you, man. And I'll shit on my own generation too. Gen Z have we've got some issues too, but we don't exactly have the gift of experience yet as well. You should be getting smarter as you're getting older. And there's a lot to be said about the lead paint poisoning, and God knows all the chemicals that have been put in that were being spewed out in the 50s and 60s that have literally poisoned these people's brains. But man, it's a real problem that, 20% of the population has 50% of the wealth, and over 50% of our expenditures are going towards housing the boomers and medical care for the boomers. And, it's, man. Yeah, yeah. Especially, I mean, going through COVID, the abject amount of inhumanity that was done for people socially developing, the the advent of smartphones and the constant connection to the internet. Not even just talking about social media, obviously that's a big one, but just the ability to tune out, and not in the way of reading a book, but fully tune out and interact with people in this capacity, or just through text instead of talking to the person across from you, is I think that's been damaging. We didn't spend thousands and thousands of years evolving to be gratified as social creatures through text as a medium. Even written language is only it's very young compared to us as a species, as far as we know. A lot, it could be older, and a lot of it could be faded away. Somebody could have invented paper 20,000 years ago and we wouldn't know about it, right? But yeah, man, solving the world's problems, huh? Yeah, man. Yeah, social anxiety, it's crazy because it's not uh yeah. It's not it doesn't have to be anything crazy. It can be stuff like that. And that plays into a lot of role play, a lot of people's fear of doing things, a lot of like well, can I do that? Is it all right if I do that? Would I be able to do this? Um hedging everything, not even just to win the game, but because of yeah, a lot of the isolation, um a lot of the at least in my experience, fear of being lambasted for just doing something. In public schools, boomer and older Gen X even teachers that would constantly berate you for doing anything without asking permission for it. You need to go to the bathroom. Oh, you need to raise your hand and ask, or you need a hall pass. And we're going to train kids to be hall monitors and basically be snitches about someone trying to do basic human needs. Oh, you have any medical issues? Yeah, the fear of being canceled or posted on social media. Yep, exactly. And it's so odd to me because the boomers came from this counterculture, even though most of the counterculture was funded by the CIA, yes, and it was a total plant movement, like 90% of it, yeah. But still, the idea, a lot of the heart was there, being the counterculture. And then it was like the moment they entered the job market, it was like, fuck that. This is the 80s, dude. Crack is cool, and we'll just run banks and then run banks to run the country, and then have everything funnel down into that. And now that we're at the top, man, actually, no, fuck that counterculture thing. Yep. What is it Lenin said? Give me your children for 4 years and I'll have communists. Something like that. I can't remember the exact quote, but it's something along those lines. It's why Lenin wanted to um, create a public school system. Yeah, integrity is cool, but have you heard of money? And this, I like Druma in Galarian as a sort of analogy to this. That's actually fairly subtle. These people that they hoard a bunch of money, but they don't actually spend any of it. They and they have this culture of a death cult around whoever dies with the most unspent money is going to be protected. And that's sort of where we're at, right? With the boomers being what, 20% of the population and owning 50% of the money, I think is what it is. Um, you know, uh, People crying about I had to explain to somebody was like, well, the interest rate on houses was like 8% in the 80s. It was about the same as it was now. And I'm like, yes. Now do some very basic, like sixth grade math, and do 8% of 80,000 versus 8% of 300,000. It's like they're so the blinders to just looking at the single number. And more frustrating even than being in the plight is also that much of the older generations can't even understand the plight. People that haven't had to look for a job recently. Yeah, I found it interesting that you mentioned this comment, Dice Tales. You mean like get a new job? That's the only raise right now I can think of. Exactly, dude. You know, yeah, my my raises over at the library were like 50 cents every 6 months. That didn't even keep up with the price of eggs, let alone overall inflation. It was insane. It was insulting. I was like, I would rather you throw me a pizza party at this point, dude. Well, don't tell them that, because then they'll stop giving out raises altogether. But you know, and then they didn't try to keep me at all when I went to go do bartending full time. So, uh, you know, that's really something. Hmm. Oh, that's cool. Kind of that reminds me of the Numidian in Daggerfall, where they're trying to build this golem that will they'll yeah, 60s, 70s people had 7 times the purchasing power than we do. nowadays in parody. Yep. Yeah. It's pretty wild, you know. I've got a guy who's 70 on the dot. He's a cool dude. He comes in pretty much every single day to the bar. He's been retired for a few years. He gets paid more in his pension um, being a manager on a floor manager at a factory. It was a dye printing factory. He makes more money each month in his pension than I do working. And I'm not saying he shouldn't, right? You know, I like that people are able to retire uh to get money for the hard work that they did, you know, working in a factory, even a dye printing factory, even if it's a factory that's not like producing necessities, is it's work that needs done. But holy shit, dude, like it's absolutely unfathomable, right? Um to me anyways. It's just like the concept that there are these companies that are they're so willing to hand people that haven't worked for them for decades, you know, in some cases years, in other cases, they're willing to hand them thousands of dollars each month. But the new blood that is going to be working 4 decades more, they're not willing to give them any raises. They're willing to let job listings on LinkedIn and Indeed, they're willing to let them sit for 6 months and let their skeleton crew get burnt out and leave and let their company just burn to the ground instead of just fucking paying them more. Like it's mind-boggling. It's something the left's right about, the level of greed, the level of just abject, no, I'm gonna hang on to it. I'm just gonna hold on to this money as long as possible. This guy who's 70, who doesn't work for us anymore, yeah, he can have a few $1,000s, whatever. The guy that's currently busting his ass for us, we'll give him 5 pennies. We'll give him, yeah, here you go. Here's your 50-cent raise. Maybe that'll keep him here. And then HR would come out every year and go, gee, our turnover rate's really bad. Do you guys have a way to? And we'd always lay into them. And then eventually they'd stop coming around, right? You know, they would go, you know, the guys would get tired of getting fucking chewed out by every single person that was there. Because we were at the library, you know, so all our positions were public. And we could look at what each individual person made. And we all went, okay, why does this lady in the payroll office who only has a high school diploma, she doesn't have a degree, she's got the same amount of experience as a lot of us, she doesn't have any special certifications, she works in an air-conditioned office, she leaves early a lot of the time because she gets done with her work early, why does she get paid the same amount as the library technicians who often work in the air-conditioned sections of the 100-year-old sections of the building? They have master's degrees. They they get paid the same amount of money, and you're wondering why you can't keep one. Why one has really bad retention? Yeah, man, I wonder why. Yeah, I mean that's part of the problem, of course, the corrupt government. But I don't think they're uh, well, what's the word for it? Um, diametrically opposed. I don't think they're necessarily diametrically opposed. I think the corrupt government enables a shit ton of greed, and the government is the part that's the most greedy, right? Yeah, yeah, it's both. It's, you know, you can't have one without the other, right? We had a city manager who pops up, uh, opens 2 assistant city manager positions, both making 6 figures, of course, an insane amount of money for a government position that basically works a fake email job. All they do is send out emails. They just and they don't even write half of them. They just forward emails from the different departments of like, hey, they would come out with a thing every month that was like, what's the water filter system doing? Okay, cool. What's the fire department got new going on this month? Okay, cool. 6 figures to do something a high schooler could do. Anyways, she left. She didn't show up to work for 4 weeks, and got arrested in Oklahoma City, an hour away, on what charges I don't know. And it is this happened last year, almost a year ago, and I have not been able to get any information out of the city as to what the fuck went on with her. It's like been totally swept under the rug, and um, yeah, no idea what's going on with that. And it seems like pretty much um, every city has something like this going on. It's even worse in the big cities, but it's just insane to me that you can't keep it. And then they'll request that they'll be like, well, you could all these are voted on positions. You could always come to the meetings. Yeah, they're at 9 a.m. on weekdays. Who can go to these meetings? Theoretically, I could if I wanted to. When I'm a bartender, a lot of times I work and I work the night before and I'm there till 1 in the morning. So if I got up at if I didn't enjoy my sleep schedule, then which is already not great, then yeah, I could have managed that. But the vast majority, 90+% of the town cannot vote in these, or show up to these meetings and voice concerns, let alone vote. It's like, oh, we've got a democracy. Do we? We got a democracy organized around the retirees, the people who have the most money in the country. It's so ass backwards. We've taken the respect your elders, I guess, to the ultimate extreme, right? To the point where yeah. I legitimately hope it does. I legitimately hope it does. Yeah, a gerontocracy. That's a good word for it. Um, yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, it's the Keynesian economics of well, you need people to buy stuff so the water wheel keeps spinning. So you need to give people money. How do we give people money? Well, we can just break a bunch of windows and have them be window repairmen. Well, that works great if you've solved all the problems in the world and you need to create problems artificially. We haven't solved all of the problems, but why are people working fake jobs when we have real problems? We have 2,000 plus bridges in the country that need repaired. When we have the average age of a power plant in this country is 50 plus years old. When the newest ferry that takes millions of people around the Puget Sound was built in 1999, and the shipyard that built them doesn't exist anymore. So they're cannibalizing parts off of ships that were built in the 50s. When there's a 12-story on-campus dorm building in my town that is totally abandoned because the elevators were built in the 60s and the companies that made the parts for those don't make them anymore. These are our problems, but we're giving people, 60, 80, $100,000 salaries to write memos and, just useless documentation bullshit, right? Right. If a data center needs a nuclear plant, they're building a Google data center in my town. A Siemens power plant is going up like fucking overnight. Meanwhile, 10, 12 years ago, we passed a tax to pay for what was it? To pay for a new water treatment plant to replace the ancient one that just chlorinates water and it really doesn't filter out anything. Uh, that still has not gotten built. It got funded like 2 years ago, and we're still using the old wastewater treatment plant because the plant manager makes $80,000, but the assistant city manager makes $100,000. So why would you ever go down a blue collar work and be busting your ass for this kind of thing? It's asinine, and I don't know. I hope it won't take the people in these fake email jobs uh living without power, or living with a ration, like Guam, where okay buddy, you get the internet once a week, you get, but it feels like that's what it's going to take, like trying to explain this to people. Uh yeah. Yep, that's exactly it. There's a lot of police that go to my bar, and they will tell me as much as, "Yeah, we all fucking hated that lady, but we can't talk about it." Like they could lose their jobs from talking about it. Yep. It's okay. All you need to do is deindustrialize your country and make everyone work a fake job. Everything else will be made in overseas in China cheaper and shipped to you. That's how you grow GDP. Yeah, number go up. Has your life improved? No, 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 no. Don't think about if your life has actually improved. Think about number go up. How many people produce the value they earn? I often measure people against a farmer and how much metaphorical food they're producing. Are they feeding themselves at the very least? That's a fantastic question. I'm a bartender, and I at least it's stupid because when I was working maintenance, I was preventing a building from falling apart. I have OSHA training so that I can prevent, stupid stuff from, I can explain to people why, okay, we're not changing that light bulb right now because I'm not running a 20, 30-foot ladder in the middle of a library where, toddlers, 6 to 10-year-old kids are running around. We're not going to do that, right? Um, so that light's going to be out until tomorrow. Things like that. And I'm making less money than I make as a bartender, where I do provide the service of making sure people don't get plastered and run into head-on traffic. So that is a very real service I provide. All, but it's not nearly as important as these other jobs that are producing, uh, making sure your building has air conditioning, making sure the building has functioning internet, making sure all of this shit that you're getting paid 15 an hour for 50, and then 6 months later 15.50 an hour more. To what end, right? um so yeah, I mean, and my boss literally told me when he left, he was like, man, that really sucks. He was like, I'm not in charge of the budgeting, and it's probably, I left in September, and he was like, yeah, it's probably going to be till January before you find anyone to replace. And it's like, fucking obviously, it's obviously going to take you till January to find somebody to replace me, because who wants to work this job? It's even worse on the university. The university pays their maintenance workers like 10.50 an hour. We don't have an illegal immigration problem though. There's no problem with that. Even though, gee, who's the only kind of people that would work for 10.50 an hour? Maybe the people where they're from an economy where $10.50 goes back to their family a lot more powerfully than $10.50 goes here. They're hiring welders for like 15.80. That's crazy. When I was a kid, it was not even when I was a kid. When I was going to college, it was become a welder. You can make a shit ton of money. It can be difficult work. It can be hot, potentially injurious work, but you'll make upwards of 30 an hour. And now I'm seeing job listings for 15 an hour. Maintenance positions at dealerships, like a Chevy Tech, where they're paying 15.80 an hour, and you have to bring your own tools. They aren't even providing tools for you. It's insanity. And it makes you wonder do they just throw darts at a board to decide what people get paid? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. That was something we had to balance at the library a lot, is we'd get way too much food. We'd get way too much food donated, and it was a good problem to have. Um, right. Yeah. 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 I have a degree and a double minor. Um, It took me finding a house that was priced insanely below market and working 80 hours a week. And after I stopped working 80 hours a week, working with, having two streams of income and no kids and one car between the two of us. That's what it took for us to own a house. Um, that's fucking nuts. That's nuts, dude. Which I live in a state where you don't have to be licensed to be a plumber, so that definitely helps. Those guys aren't having to, pay insane amounts of money. I told one of the owners at the bar, who used to be a trucker, how much a CDL costs today, and you're usually spending like $2,000 give or take to get a CDL these days. he, his jaw hit the floor. He was like, it was like $200 when I got mine. Like, holy shit. Like, and that's not matching inflation. That's an insane amount going up. And they're like, gee, why do people not want to work blue collar workers? And we're having to hire people that can't read street signs to work these jobs. What would usually happen in the 1800s is that you'd work minor hard jobs from 15 to about 35, but by then you had money to open your own blacksmith shop and get your own apprentices as you got old. Yeah, but yeah, nowadays no one opens their own shop, not the same level as back then, and then your goal is to sell it to a megacorp to make a fortune and retire. No one wants to start a new business. The risk is so high. That's another thing. Is like I'd like to start a business, but the risk is insane. Right? Right now you have the risk that the real estate market crashes and you just locked in on a rental that's, hundreds to thousands of dollars over what the value ends up settling at, because you could end up buying at the top. Though for the last 5 years, it's looked like you would buy at the top, though, but that line just keeps going up. And there's the insane ladder pulling, not just financially, but culturally. Kids these days got soft hands. They couldn't do what I did when I was their age, brother. They don't, and it's like, okay, well, you're really not selling blue collar work. Then you're really not selling farming. You're really not selling these jobs that are hard, but you're not mentioning the fulfillment. You're not mentioning how much money you can make from doing a lot of these blue collar things. And then all of a sudden in the past 5 years, it flips to, why didn't you get a blue collar job? When I was your age, I was making this. Well, you wouldn't stop bitching about how hard it was. Which do you want me to do? And so there's this, and of course they won't teach it to you. They'll just tell you about, general vagaries about how it was, and they don't believe any Gen Z, despite the fact that Gen Z, I believe, are now tying for the biggest sector of blue collar work. I'm doing some napkin memory here. Good Lord, that's a huge amount of money. And the guy I was talking about from earlier was from California and retired here. So yeah. Because his retirement money goes a long way. This dude on a pension who spends most of his days in a cigar lounge every day is talking about buying a new truck, trading in his 2017 Mustang. Me and my wife are married, and we have one 2007 Lexus between the two of us because the old car crapped out, and I am looking at taking out a loan to afford a $2,000 Facebook Marketplace ship box. And we make about $10,000 a year over the average household income in my state. I legitimately don't know how most people are alive. My debt to income ratio sits at around, between 40 to 50%, depending on the month, depending on how many emergency expenses. Like, all you can do is laugh, right? But it may, when boomers always had that. Probably everyone's parents have that classic. There are starving children in Africa, and I'm like, well, they're starving people down the street. Isn't that the bigger problem? Isn't the bigger problem that the most prosperous country in the world has any starving people in it? Isn't that fucking insane? Oh, man. Yeah. Everyone knows the economy's faking gay and is just like, well, I just saw an insane statistic. Something like 70% of Gen Z has maxed credit cards, and I feel like that's going to be the 2008 Ninja loans all over again. No income, no job applications for loans. No income, no job approved. where I'm hearing more and more ads on the radio for payday, cash advance loans, and I'm like, good lord, these are the things that like this is insanely usurious. I get checks in the mail for personal loans for uh uh for loans at like a 99% interest rate. Oh, most of those those payment plan things like Klarna, they're millions of dollars. The companies themselves have lent out millions of dollars, and they're now realizing they're never getting that money back because we don't have debtors' prisons. We don't. How are they going to get any of the money? Um, like stated income loans and uh, what is it? Zero money down, 6 months, no payments, no APR, no interest for 12 months, car loans because the dealerships are all full of cars. Jeep literally had to shut down their factories for like 3 days because they were like, the dealerships cannot take any more cars. Nobody's able to buy cars right now. Um, and I'm reminded of 2006 where Toyota saw the writing on the wall. Saturn saw the writing on the wall, and they both were like, we're just going to release cars at fixed prices. You don't have to deal with the dealership. You don't have to haggle. We know what the banks will approve you for because they were like, at the time, millennials weren't able to buy any cars. And it backfired because still making a plastic vehicle that got good gas mileage at a low fixed price, still millennials couldn't afford that. So Scion and Saturn both went under. Right now, I'm wondering. I'm thinking Jeep might go under, or they might get super shrunk or something. I think Stellantis is going to have to fucking shrink by a ton because their vehicles are all garbage. But it's like Gen Z's not buying new cars. Well, the problem is some of Gen Z are buying new cars that they cannot afford. Yeah, yeah, legitimately, and it'll probably be like Brazil and places like where I'm at, and South Africa and places like Detroit, and New York, and LA. So yeah, well, you could argue Detroit's already a lot like it looks a lot like a favela, but yeah, there's just all of this debt that what happened in '08. One of the banks comes knocking and is like, "Hey, we'd like our money back," and then the guy goes, dude, your money, that debt's owned by a different company 5 states over. Somebody bought my debt. You're going to have to go get it from that guy. And then they go, okay, let's go get it from that guy. And that bank goes, oh, we don't have the money either. We sold his debt to another company and we used that to buy a mortgage on a house that just the price just fell out on. We can give you a house. It's like I can't buy something with a house. I need money. I'm in debt to this other company, and then I'm just wondering what the next Enron's gonna be. It's nuts, absolutely nuts. When I was getting my minor in business management, like the acknowledgement that everything is just a house of cards ready to tumble over and everyone's just going, all right, that's just the way the system is, I guess. It's fucking nuts. Yeah, it does. Hey, my family that lives up in Washington State talking about like, oh, Seattle's not that bad. There are just certain districts you have to avoid. And I'm like, so like Mexico or like, that's insane. I shouldn't have to stay. We're the United States of fucking America. You should not have to plan your trip around one of the highest grossing, on paper, most advanced cities in the world. You should not be dodging meth heads like you're in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. Why did we allow this to happen? Why did we allow that to be like a normal thing that's just accepted, right? It's insane to me. Paris, France, some of the most beautiful sights in the world, next to some of the biggest slums in the world. The homeless problem in Paris absolutely shocked me when I went there. They don't show that in the brochures. Hey, Vibe. I'll move on. I'll move back to Hearthstone for the moment. This has been working well. Okay, I might just have to use Opera for now on to stream. There was a deck I wanted to try out from one of my favorite Hearthstone guys, Chump Hearthstone. And when things crashed, it didn't work out too well. So yeah, there's the deck code. I like being able to copy deck codes. Yeah. And I got a bunch of dust since I haven't played in so long. I don't use OBS. Sometimes I stream with OBS. I'm streaming with StreamYard because I like I can just click on things to present. I don't have to resize windows and move crap around and then accidentally hit my my end recording button. And StreamYard uses up what? Oh, I cannot tell. Here's a downside of so Opera is advertised as like the gaming browser, but it doesn't have the feature that Chrome has where I can hover over a tab and see how much RAM it's using. But yeah, Opera is using up about less than a gig of RAM through streaming. So OBS. And I've had issues with OBS crashing too, and have to most of the reason that I record on my phone is that an iPhone just works, and I don't have to spend 30 minutes making a video, have OBS crash silently and not make any indication that it's crashed, and then I go to click something and then it gives me the circle of death. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, wow, and I only need to craft like 2 cards to make this, so that's cool. I don't remember what this deck is at all. We're gonna just delete that. It will probably be totally irrelevant come the expansion that drops next week. I don't remember what it's called. No, the oil crisis was really the worst thing that ever happened. Ignore all of the ignore all the technological innovations and improvements in the environment and yeah, ignore all of that. It was terrible, dude. The interest rates really briefly spiked. So there's our win con. That's not actually a card we drop on 2. Let's just full mulligan this, I think. Dice Tales is a very smart man, Conway. He's he has a really good video. I think about the Roman Empire every day. And I mean, we are very largely built on the many of the ideologies of the Roman Empire. Yeah, I went to a charter school and I had some halfway decent education. Not the best, but pretty solid. It wasn't too much insanity yet. I'm not totally against teaching that some people exist like that, and some people have different ideologies, different conditions, however you want to frame it. But yeah, it's the teaching of it in like totally irrelevant classes. Like English is absolutely gone to shit in in a lot of these schools because they will. I mean, the English teachers especially will just proselytize, I guess is the word that I would use. Oh, Agency Espionage is a cool card. Um, something like that, maybe. But yeah, like I remember hating English in high school, and that's what I ended up getting a degree in. Because in high school, it was always uh, you know, write down, your interpretation of what the author meant in this poem. Oh, your interpretation's wrong because it didn't say exactly what I wanted you. Oh, really? He's trading like that. Cool. It didn't say exactly what I wanted it to say here. Yeah. The methodology, the principles behind things are not done anymore, and a lot of that's the problem with the system. It's built off of testing, which is rote memorization. If you can memorize, then you don't need to be able to. Uh, you don't need to be able to think critically. You don't need to be able to think about why. That's why it was often terrible about math, is because math is taught so backwards. Um, you can't. You can't think about a lot of math logically. You can algebra, but like if you start trying to use logic with like calculus, then is this only shuffle one in? Shuffles two. It's a spell. It's a spell. It doesn't turn itself into a spell. It shuffles the minion in there. Gotcha. There you go. There you go. Well, good night, Dice Tales. I'll probably be up a little longer. Just because my sleep schedule is so screwed up. I went to take a nap and I kept trying to wake up from it, but was just exhausted. I worked like 13, 13 hours on Saturday, then 12 hours yesterday, then 6 hours on Friday, then another 13 hours on Thursday, and on my bum knee has just been kicking my ass. The curve here is so bad. Shoot. Go like this, I suppose. And then if you can't kill me this turn, Anachronos helps us quite a bit. Oh, yeah, so much because it's in the book. And some substitute teachers that were awful about this, because we had substitute teachers a lot because the teacher would get pregnant and then be gone for like a couple months. And then would just always try to put words in your mouth. If he can't kill me, I think he just killed himself. Most intelligent demon hunter player. I did literally nothing this game. I was barely even paying attention this game, and he's just at 6 health. Great. Oh man. Things so stupid only an intellectual could believe it, right? Well, because if you build the framework yourself and you decide what words mean, then you can construct an argument whereby you always win it. And you can change the dictionary definitions if once you get academia in there, and you can go, all right, well, I'm going to dictate the flow of the argument. I'm going to dictate what this word means. I'm going to there we go. I have won the argument. I'm totally wrong. I've managed to I've managed to use my expertise in English and some logical turns of phrase to insinuate that fish is spelled PHOTI, because you can take the TI from motion, and you can take the F sound from phonics, PH, and the I from also the O in motion. So it's fish. Yeah, there we go. Sure, sounds great, right? It's ass backwards. It doesn't make any sense, and anyone with a lick of common sense would tell you you're talking out of your teeth. Yeah, there you go. The old Yu-Gi-Oh archetype from toughness. GH making an F there. So yeah, this I hate when and because I have, education, I can kind of get people to understand that you could use expertise and schooling to, totally twist the meanings of things. Um, Sometimes it works. Sometimes it works. Random bullshit, go. Yeah, and when you memorize stuff in the book, you what is it? You end up memorizing things that were at one point true that are no longer true, which is a real problem. I think I'll clear that. I could wait a little bit. It's arguable that was greedy, but yeah, I like getting rid of that. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. But again, even a lot of fallacies you have to be careful with, because things like, it's slippery slope fallacy. It's like, well, is it if we can see things like, oh, what's a good slippery slope that like objectively did happen? Oh, I've got to kill that. Can't let that live. Sorry, what's a good example of like a slippery slope thing that did actually happen? Oh, reducing the amount of silver in the quarter down to 50% and then 25%. It's a sign where one of these days we're gonna get off of the gold standard entirely. Well, that's not a fallacy. It's objectively true that they're priming people to be comfortable with their money being based totally in fiat. Um, uh, Oh God, yeah. Rhetoric. We were made to memorize the definition of rhetoric in class, which I thought was really fucking funny in hindsight. Uh, like just totally missing the point. Oh man. Geez, this is really fucking annoying. What are we gonna do here? I guess we'll play this, just build a wall, and then we'll anachronos next turn. Oh, there we go. Gnarly. There we go. And then if we don't have too much to get rid of, we can play Eudora. Okay, we will probably have much to get rid of. Interesting. Maybe I don't care that much, actually. What spell did he put there? What the fuck kind of spell did he put? It doesn't say what the spell is! Anyways. I'm gonna make that go away. Go ahead and smack him in the face. Not the best here. Not the best here. Right. I am a big fan of the motion to hey, you soon will know in your house. Yeah. uh, yes. Stop killing games. Yep. That's a good one. That's a goodie. Okay. So, let's see. I suppose we shall do this. Okay. Oh, oops, I thought shit came back this turn. I should have probably cleared something. Oh, that's cool, Conway. Grody. Grody. But that's why we save Consecrate, and here's Equality. Oh, it is the turn, right? It happens at the end of turn, I forget. Okay. Here's how Tyler can still win. There's one of these that does AoE damage. It is a death rattle, so we could do come like here, do something totally asinine, but we just have to. Okay, that is totally useless. We'll coin. We'll still be at 9 cards in hand, so we'll have to do it this way. We'll give this Divine Shield. We'll discover our 2 amazing thingamajigs. We won't this is from our class. It's a random, randomly discovered thing from our own class. Oops. Well, let's see what we can make happen here. I don't think we're alive, but man, that's a tricky turn. Yeah. The stop killing games thing. The in general, I just refuse to interact with new things at this point. You know, if it's an online service game, something like the latest Call of Duty, sorry, I don't play with it. Most people, I guess, don't have the social circles to be totally resistant to that sort of stuff. Where it's like, oh, dude, all my friends play Call of Duty. I've got to play with it, or I'm not going to be, I'm not going to have any conversation pieces. And I get that. But for me, I would rather just, but I'm playing a live service game that's 12 years old now. Can you believe that? I think it says a lot that it stood the test of time, right? It's also free. I haven't spent a cent on this game. But believe it or not, I'm a regular legend player that has not spent a single dime. I've played since Nax and not $1. Can I make that happen? I don't think so right now. But I can play it, get this to happen, and then we can Ursol. I think that's our I wish you could say the same. Oh my gosh. Well, sure, a looming presence. Well. That was a terrible pull. That was y'all got any game-winning treasures? We got abysmal dog shit. Oh man. Yeah, people are kind of malding over the new pets mechanic, which is like $150 almost. But it is entirely cosmetic, so whatever. If that lets them maintain the game, I think they've got yet another new lead designer. The West Coast is just like a revolving door of game designers. They can't seem to stick anybody. And I've heard Blizzard is kind of notoriously underpays people because, come on, you get to work for Blizzard. Isn't that awesome? Don't you like Diablo? Don't you guys have phones? Boom, boom, boom. All right, here's not a bad hand. This one's better. Maybe we can make something happen here. It's a very RNG heavy deck, but I like playing them when you're at bronze at the start of a new season. It's kind of like a whatever. God, we're gonna have to listen to that for a couple turns. But yeah, there's not to be not to be all doom and gloom. There's things that are getting better. There's a small. Oh man, dude, you can tell too. Fucking hell, the old Mordheim designers are in the Facebook group for Mordheim, and occasionally will release some update stuff or just make a post, and it's like, yeah, there's a reason the old guard has left most of these companies, and they're shadows of their former selves. What is it? Obsidian likes to claim to be, we're the guys that made Fallout New Vegas, and what? There's a one dude on the design team of like 100 people that was actually on the New Vegas dev team. Really should be the guy singular that gave you Fallout New Vegas. Bethesda's a shadow of its former self. Sure, they've got Todd Howard, but people forget he's not in a development role anymore. He's in a designer role, and you can tell Todd Howard would be a terrible GM because so much of the game, like essential NPCs, stuff that it's like, oh, you can't lose. You always have to be prevented from losing the game world, from soft locking yourself and such. That started after he stopped being a coder and started being a designer. Oh, Necromunda looks cool. I have only played like a couple of games of it. I actually believe that things are getting better. Your average Joe is way more educated than before, and you can feel how people are coming back to church. The future is bright. Yeah, I think so. I think people are. Years ago, I would have been looked at as insane for saying a lot of this stuff, but I think people are finally starting to realize that it's like, oh no, it's as bad as it looks. It's it ain't all sunshine anymore. I mean, it never was, but you know what I mean. Go here, go here. Pretty strong start. Got a good full hand, good curve, good means to deal with anything that comes down. Gonna have some pretty big stuff falling down, especially after that. It'll fall off and ooh, gnarly. It's all right though. Nightshade tea. Let's go here. Nightshade tea. Dream Warden. Ooh, that's a start. Oh, wait, whoa. That's draw and then draw. Oops, overdrew. Daggerfall and Morrowind, man. Well, Kirkbride and the oft forgotten not Michael Kirkbride. Oh my gosh, now I shouldn't have said the words oft forgotten because now I've forgotten his name. But he was an old writer for White Dwarf and some early Dungeons and Dragons modules who worked all the way through Oblivion. I believe that was he did a lot of the writing for LaFeo's one, not who I'm thinking of, but yes, good point. I'm at a loss here. Let's play this. Go here, and then sure, we'll just pop this out real quick. But yeah, he then went on to work for Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning, which was a really, really good game that was unfortunately unfinished. And the company immediately went under. If you know that one, that story, they basically funded this whole game with money laundering from the state of Rhode Island, and I believe the state of Rhode Island now owns the company in the game, and if you buy it now, all of the money is going to Rhode Island, which is really funny. It's a strange world. God, what is this setup? Ken Rolston. Ken Rolston. Um, he had a really good interview with Game Informer way back in 06, right when uh right when the game was coming out, where he said basically yeah, don't in all honesty, don't play the main story, just sort of sandbox around and play all the side quests because they're way better written than uh way better written than the base game. Let's do this. I don't have a win con here, and I'm pretty sure I need to win the game or he just blows me up, if I remember correctly. I think that's the case anyways. Could be wrong, but let's try something like this. Oh, no more dragons. Didn't shuffle one dragon in? Come on, man. But yeah, there are lots of these good writers that just left the industry. A lot of them weren't super old when they left the industry either. Um, and man, it says something. I don't know. I don't know what it says. I don't know internally. I know internally because I've play tested for both Paizo and Wizards of the Coast. I know how the board game, and the tabletop side of things goes. And if they, I'm sure they've got similar issues where it's just a revolving door of, these games make huge amounts of profits and they're not willing to pass down any of the money onto the underlings. But you best believe that if the underlings make any mistake, the first sign of weakness, you're gone. We're gonna go get this cool new guy who worked on this other game, but it turned out to be it was a total fluke. Shit, how do I want to do this? So this is free if I play Lanessa. So that'll leave me with 5 mana left over. I'll get Ursine Maul. No, it'll leave me with a lot of mana left over. Because the coin will also cast twice. Lots of moving pieces here. Our highest cost card. That's our highest cost card. Oh no. We're gonna equality. It'll ding twice. 10 mana, they can probably just kill me here. Right, the highest is stick at 1, so it's not the highest written cost. It's better rules key at the much better sales too. One would figure. I mean, there's a million videos out there besides our own that complain about a given mechanic and their own designers. Lots of their own ex designers. I got I don't remember what the publishing company was called, but it was something or another publishing they were advertising themselves as ex 5e designers. There's a solid chance that I need to play an Akranos because he has 7 damage in hand somehow that I don't know about. But I also really need to develop Eudora. It's pretty easy for Warlock with 10 mana to deal with a 4/5 taunt. So let's develop a Akranos against some of my better judgment. And that might encourage him to overextend too because we've got a quality Consecrate. That's probably lethal right there. Okay, so he's stalling. Let's do this first. That's totally useless. The problem is we're just not going to be fast enough to claw back with Eudora. I think this is a really bad matchup because Warlock can just generate too much of a threat too easily. Oh, man. He's got a lot of RNG-based win cons here too, though. Take control of an enemy minion until the end of turn. Oh, well, that's we're just dead. Holy shit! That was probably the best possible thing. I didn't even know you could get that without it can't attack heroes. I thought that had it can't attack heroes. We might go back to priest here in a bit because this is we're not doing too hot here so far. Yeah, Daggerheart is trying something like that. I don't know. There's a lot of factionalization. I don't think most people realize that. Like, my wife said something interesting. She never had a PlayStation 2 growing up, and I hooked my PlayStation 2 up to a period 2001 big Sony 36-inch CRT, and she said something really interesting, which was actually we'll keep that. I don't think games needed to look better than this. And I was like, yeah, Metal Gear Solid 3, Tekken 5, Burnout Revenge, most racing games, they look amazing on the PS2. I would 100% agree with that. You had a bunch of people who were getting into RPGs that just got into the new one that was in shops, and they were getting into RPGs because it was kind of weaving its way into the pop culture with things like Stranger Things, things like stuff showing up in Hot Topic and GameStop instead of and people will say malls, lol. Malls around here are packed. I don't know about maybe the big populated cities. Maybe they're not they're kind of wiped out, but down here in Oklahoma, in the South and the Midwest, malls are freaking packed. They're doing quite well. They're building a lot of new stuff. Not only are they simply maintaining anymore. Let's not get super greedy. Let's make the sane, reasonable play first. And it came about in a little vacuum, usually when you create something really good, it usually sucks the sales out of the next thing. Whereas when you create something really bad, i.e. 4th edition, that means you haven't fulfilled the market for the next thing, right? The next thing being 5th edition. So all the people that wanted to play, they're just dying to play a game, a tabletop RPG, or maybe not dying to, but they were interested in it, but they just see that like, 4th edition's trash. Well, I guess I won't play it now. You caught all of those people in the next iteration. That's pretty good. Go ahead and chuck this out here. Don't need to use Lanessa as our win condition. I've got a few. Oh, Horn of Winter. Shoot. Oh, woof. Woof, that's pretty good. That sucks. That's terrible. Guess we go with the Crime Street Outfitter. Those not much. That's pretty impressive. That's yeah. Maul's dying here. So a little from column A, a little from column B. Hell, we have an arcade now. We have an arcade which is it's a round one, and it is full of Japanese arcade machines because it turns out there's a huge market for arcades. It's just the Western arcades were run into the ground by morons that don't understand what people want. I think the Japanese are really good at understanding their market. Yeah, whereas these Western companies just God, they just cannot seem to understand their own markets. Okay, why don't we go something like do this? Pop this down. We'll pop this down, and we'll see what goes on here. Sweet. Actually, that's Demon Hunter. It's pretty rare that he has the ability to deal 5 damage. 3 damage is a lot easier for him to do, so we'll lose some value and some health to protect our 3/5 Wind Fury. Perfect. Perfect. Consecrate. Oh, beautiful. And that has Reborn, yeah. Oh, it gets Reborn before it even... This goes up before the Reborn? That's so sick. Nice. Why did I not hit it? Do you mean last turn? Because this only has Rush, so it can only attack minions immediately, not face. If you meant this turn, why I waited to do it last, because I saw that this Death Chiller interacts between the Reborn. I didn't notice that. Now this is a problem. I mean, not really. We can deal with it in that away, but we'll go here first. We'll hit him in the face. Okay, so we should be alive, but by the skin of our teeth. Develop a red scale dragon tamer? Let's develop something, because we at least give him the chance to hang himself and make a misplay here. Because this looks really threatening, and if I have a buff, then it could be like, oh, well, he might be able to deal damage, so he might miss lethal here, or he might not have lethal right now. Yeah, Rush, it's got like a kind of weird greenish effect. Oh, he kind of did hang himself there. Cool. Oh, can he not clear that? And he just gave me lethal. Yeah, all right. That works too. Oh, I'll do better to hover over cards, NeoCal. Let's so there we go. This deck is capable of winning things. You just kind of have to play it intelligently. The fuck are we doing here? Are we playing Pathfinder 2nd Edition? What is this? Forbidden Flame? It's minus mana, spend all your mana. I don't know. This Forbidden Flame spends all your mana to do damage. So I'd guess like end your turn with no mana or spend. I don't know. I don't know, man. I could probably just look up what they mean, but I imagine I will gain progress towards it naturally. Okay. There's an argument to keep equality here, but take that one out of context. So basically the way this deck functions is that we have Lanessa, which has the tourist mechanic. So she allows us to put cards from that same Trouble in Paradise, the expansion, from Rogue. So Rogue's Trouble in Paradise cards into our deck. So we run cards like this and Agency Espionage to basically get random bullshit. And what she does, she's a 5-mana 2/6 that repeats. It casts a copy of every card or every spell that costs 2 or less. So you can use the manager to do 4 damage. You get 2 coins. Each coin doubles itself, so that actually gives you 2 mana. Yeah. Oh, that's a really gross turn 1 play. It's a really gross turn 1 play. And then we play stuff like Dream Warden, where we can draw stuff that didn't start in our deck, like the Agency Espionage, where we get a bunch of random shit, but it costs 1. It's very slow, though, and we're playing against a really fast deck here, so that's not the greatest. At least he had a slow turn, too. Never mind, he was just playing kind of slow, and he didn't want to break the... We get really desperate here and coin manager, but no, there's no need. We're sitting at 27, and that wasn't a scary turn, too, so... Baby Yogg, yeah, a little bit. A really slow Yogg is could be a way to think of it. At the end of your turn, get a 4/4 with a random bonus effect. Okay, because I assume it costs 4 mana. That's interesting. So next turn we're gonna have to coin the Agency. Yeah, I'm going to sit here and be really greedy and Equality Consecrate on like 15 health, probably. We'll see how well that works for us, but I think it's Yogg, the second with this spelling, yeah. Though Yawgmoth in Magic is where that spelling is from, so yeah. Oh, God. That's fucking gnarly, dude. That is fucking gnarly. At least this is a 5/6. I don't want to draw. I mean, I do want to draw cards, but I need to draw cards now. I need to kill him. What are the odds he gets reborn on both of those? That's annoying. I stopped playing when this was 3 mana. This was fucking 3 mana, and it was disgusting. It felt like they did not play test the expansion. Oh my God, I forgot about that. Oh God, dude, this is just so slow. I think we legitimately might have to do this in order to try and because since this is so sticky, if we dump our Equality Consecrate here, then we're just kind of screwed. So I think we'll try to do this, then Manager the 4/1 so we don't take too much damage. Deal 3 damage to your hero. God, that's just so bad. Well, at least we have another Consecrate here. Do the 2 here. Sitting at 9. On the drink server, we take 10, 11, 12. He's probably got 2 damage. Man, we only have like 2 cards above 6 mana in the deck, and of course I'm sitting here stuck with 1. Oh, he actually doesn't have 2 damage. Well, I don't think I can come back at 2 health, but we'll see what we can do. Squeakiest chair known to man. God, dude, these cards are just... Give me something useful. So unhelpful. Something useful? Well, it's not useful. But yeah, there's no shot. No shot on that one. The problem is there's a lot of moving pieces here. You do kind of need everything together in here. I think maybe the Robocollar is a card we don't need, because I've never once felt like we have the room to be drawing that many cards. Up to 3. My hand feels very full. It feels like I have a lot of gas. Speed feels like more the problem. What is that slow? Metal detectors, pretty nice, but it'd be competing with other weapons. Next card you play from another class costs 2 less. Let's play with that for now. With that for now, and then let's look around. You know what? Actually, Righteous Protector, having something early on in the game that just comes down and gets in the way for those faster decks, because that's the problem. We've been outsped here. This is 2 mana now. This got a buff. Huh. Interesting. Let's see. We're not running any imbue either, so I don't think it makes too much sense to try the imbue stuff. Yeah, let's try that. Let's try that. Something simple and boring. See you, Cal. Big fan of the old god concept in Warcraft. Same, they retconned it into being a nothing burger. Oh, man, dude. Oh my god, fucking... Not Crystal Smith Kangor. I don't even remember his name at this point, that they put in a fucking wheelchair. Oh, man. It's made out of pure force. It's purple. But it is a wheelchair. It's just a wheelchair. Could have made it any shape they wanted, and they picked form of wheelchair. It's got to be an inside joke at this point, right? The fantasy wheelchair. It's the only thing I can think of. And Wizard of the Coast is the guys that did that supplement are calling down at Blizzard. It's like, guys, it was really funny. Let's you should do one too. But like years later, so that like everybody's forgotten about how ridiculous it was. That oh my gosh, what did this guy do? Turn 1. Oh, okay. That's no, whatever. I like that artwork a lot. Good color balance on it. This game's very good looking. Most of the time, it's kind of a shame it needs to be said, but like I like when games are pleasant to look at. There we go, and now we've got a little bit of something developed. Yep. When did gnomes and goblins become playable characters? Ages ago, and they've got, little steam rocket ships and, things that aren't even magical but give you this capability. A horse-drawn chariot, something as simple as a chariot. If you're going to insist that, I think the lore is that, like, some character that was really close to him made it for him, so it's a sentimental thing, but it's like, okay, but this still implies the existence of wheelchairs in a fucking high fan like hug. Slam that out. Yeah, what good question, right? Right? Yeah. It's all it takes for you to matter, right? Yeah. Yeah, no, it's like, dude, I'm a fucking got falling apart joints and whatnot, and there's a solid chance I end up in a wheelchair one of these days, especially if I have MS and they wait for you to have an attack for you to die for them to diagnose MS, and that attack could be your body has really started attacking your joints and you can't walk anymore. Uh, so that's cool. And they're like, oh yeah, you have MS. Well, you're wheelchair bound for life now, but you have it. We know you have MS now. Um, Luckily, not what happened to my mom. She just went blind in an eye and got better, weirdly. Always the problem with these cards is they're cool on paper, but they take so long to develop. Well, it's like, yeah, I don't. It's just pandering from like people that aren't actually in that situation, or people that are fake disabled that like they get off on the idea of being disabled and right, something lower fantasy. Yeah, yeah. Warcraft, I think, is too high fantasy, and there's too many alternatives for it to make any sense. I know in most fantasy settings where you don't have paved sidewalks, wheelchairs make no fucking sense at all. Yeah, sure, but even there, it was like, how many paved roads do you see in um oh god, in the Game of Thrones world, right? It's like it would be so fucking impractical. It would be way more practical for him to be on crutches or another mode of transportation where you can actually get up and down. That's why I'm walking on a cane right now and not on a knee scooter, is because even in the modern day, our getting from point A to point B on a wheelchair is kind of ass. You'll get to spots where the sidewalk just ends. You'll you'll get to spots where there's huge cracks in the sidewalk, and you'll get stuck or you'll get upended. There's plenty of buildings that are grandfathered in because they're 100 years old and they don't have wheelchair access. Here you go, idiot. I cast 15-degree slope. Like a wheelchair, that if you're physically frail, a wheelchair is kind of a stupid idea unless you've got somebody pushing you around all the time. A 6/6, huh? We'll develop agency espionage. We'll dink here. Oh, that hurts just a little bit. Keep this dragon away from your kids. I don't think she should be trusted. Yeah, everyone's just jacked from the waist up. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I forgot about it's been years and years since I've seen Game of Thrones. So And I've never read Song of Ice and Fire, so I'm gonna have to get up and get myself a drink here pretty soon. What does this do? Okay. We got a quality consecrate here. Just let that rip, probably. Yeah, I only have 19 health. Well, actually, let's Anachronos here. Save the Equality Consecrate in case he can't refill his board, and then it's there for when his board refills and we can catch a lot more. Oh my gosh, yeah, that I've seen that. It's absurd, dude. Just be like the rest of us creatives and admit you're a lazy fuck. Ooh. Play Eudora. Freezing Trap. Dink that. Hero Power. I thought about setting that to 4 to make it look like we had something that, we're just setting that to 4 so we can trade into that. But, I mean, it's just going to have to swing in to eat the Freezing Trap anyways, I'm pretty sure. So, I hope that doesn't give him anything valuable, because I don't think that can look at the secret that potentially impact the battlefield. Okay. Could get Flare. Would kind of suck, but it'd still be fine. Right, exactly. It's Frost Nova. Kind of annoying. There we go. All right, my plan, my genius plan, is coming into action here. Whoosh. Give me some taunt. Develop that now? No, there's no reason to. There's no reason to do this just in case. Yeah, absolutely. It's a classic story. As much as he's tried to get away with it, the only thing that's perhaps postmodern is the wanton destruction of that which is beautiful. Sort of in an inversion of Jack Vance, where Vance is making commentary on um, the post-apocalypse that we live in today in many ways, and the destruction of what is beautiful as a bad thing, and something that you should try to fight against all odds. R.R. Martin very much plays this as more of this cringy, nihilistic thing. It's like, oh, as strong as he is, somebody will just push him off a cliff, so whatever. He doesn't want to finish that story because it will show that men actually matter and that you can enact positive. Yeah, exactly. There you go. I think a lot more people should read Mr. Vance. Oh, this is really good, even if our treasure hunt gives us some bullshit. Oh, sure. We'll play Kill Jaden. Okay, Wand of Disintegration is fucking tight if we don't get anything else better. Holy. All right. I'll buy that for $1. And then All right, there we go. He's got some great short stories. Turjan of Mir is a good one. What is it? The Dying Earth is it's only like 120 pages, give or take. It's a really short read, and probably the one that influenced Dungeons and Dragons the most. Like one of the greatest modern, post Tolkien fantasy writers, I think. What did he just do? But why? For what purpose? Okay, that has taunt. That's mildly annoying. Now a demon comes out. After friendly pirate attacks. Not exactly super relevant, but do it something like this and then get some random demons. All right. Oh my god, that's kind of insane. Okay. I can't play any minions though. What a big spell does he have that he wanted Ursal? Twisting Nether. Okay. I don't think that saves him though on average because these just spawn random legendaries. But I don't think there's gonna be a next turn. Don't cast your trail mix, yeah, because you won't live to eat it. Don't play Sky Mother Aviana because you won't live to draw them, yeah. Oh my god, my ears. Ow. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's don't even it all happened so fast. I'm not even exactly sure what all was going on. Well, that was exciting. Yeah. All right. Well, whatever. That was probably spend mana because it's gone now. Beasts and spells cost 2 times for drawing 500 cards. There we go. And we can open packs a week early. That's a cool feature of this new expansion. Ugh. Don't like that. Don't like that one bit. That's was that Reddit Forbidden Fleshlights? God. Let's see. Oh, that could be good. Ew. Oh, I'm thoroughly disgusted. Yeah, the thought crossed my head to not say it, but this is a 2 a.m. stream, and I know the 4 people that are remaining in here are pre-release Tavern Brawl. What does that entail? My first run is free. 6 wins for max prizes, 3 losses in a row. I'll spend 0 tickets, sure. Sure. Oh, it's a Brawliseum. Build a deck using valid cards from your collection, including cards from the upcoming expansion. So I have to own the cards from the new expansion. I can't just use them. Is that correct? That's correct. I see. Okay, so I shouldn't do that until I've opened more of the packs. I have a... What is going on? I'm scared. Apprentice tier. Oh, we finished installing the new marble panels. Here's what else is new in Arena. Shorter runs. Oh, wow. It's more than halved. 2 losses into your run. Clear reward. Drafting your legendary comes with 30 synergized cards. I saw that. Once you win 7 games, you'll be invited to join the Underground. Redraft cards when you lose a match in the Underground. Interesting. Arena has needed a rework for a really long time. All right, I'm in. I got a bunch of tickets stacked up from the Beyond. Let's play some Shaman. Choose a legendary group. Drakuru is probably busted late game. Yup, I like that. Hagatha is also going to be pretty solid late game. Okay. Ysera is so they're all late game. Ysera's probably trash. That's way too slow. This is pretty slow, but the Blightblood Berserker is really good. Trakuru is really good. Like it's so swingy. I think we can just pick up a lot of the AoE that we get off the others. Yeah, the problem Conway with Arena was when Death Knight was released, there was no they had the runes build around mechanic, and in Arena it was not constructed, so you didn't have to build around your runes. You just got access to everything, and it was ridiculous. It was insane for like the better part of a year. It was borderline unplayable. I know most of the streamers I knew that played it, Kriparian and Trump, they both just they borderline just stopped playing the game for like a year. Brilliant Macaw can be disgusting. Frostbite's really good. Scarab Keychain, always solid. Rocket Hopper can straight up win you games in Arena. Now, if you guess wrong, you may just lose the next turn also, but that's a risk I'll take. Hipster becomes a lot better in Arena because they can't just put the best spells in their class in their deck. Amalgam of the Deep is also very strong, and it has a better stat line. There's also a solid... We've got a lot of tribes, so... We can play Hipster on an empty board, so I'll pick the Hipster. Oh, Devolve is insanely good. I'll take that. These are all solid. I think we've already got really good late game. Card draw is something that we're okay at. We can draw 2 minions there. We can add some stuff to our hand. Divine Shield's really annoying to deal with in Arena. Totem Carver. The others are either bad or we just don't have the synergies. Let's not go whole hog into that goofy setup. We need to live to the late game. Speaking of living through the late game. Yeah. We got a starship piece, so other starship pieces become good. But also, this is card draw, kind of, and slots in our 6 drop, which we don't have one of. Dude, Crip's been at it for ages, man. And it's so funny how he looks identical to to how he always is. Baking Soda Volcano, there's our AoE. Meteor Storm is also our AoE, which I think we pick over Ancestral Knowledge, even though the card draw would be nice. You get another Devolve. Avatar of Destruction. That's wild looking. Crud Caretaker. We're trending really towards the middle. I want some more 2-drops. Or a 1-drop. I'll take that too. Draw a spell if you cast it this turn, gain +1/+2 in taunt. After you play a minion, give it a random bonus effect? That sounds really good. And Knife Juggler, that also seems really solid. I think we have a lot of spells, a lot of low-cost spells especially. So we'll grab the Cactus Cutter. Grab Lightning Storm. I'm sitting pretty comfortably at my lower end removal. Battle Cry and Death Cry, I'll give it a random. What's Lightning Reflexes? So we get some of our answers in. Wailing Vapor, Granite Forgeborn. What the hell is Raptor? What the hell is Kindred? A bonus if you played the same minion type spell school last turn. Why don't things like the Elemental that we just skipped over not have that grandfathered in? That really bugs me that Blizzard won't do that. Reduce the cost of elementals in your hand and deck by 1. Wailing Vapor. Oh, let's go for it. Frosty Decor. Let's grab the card draw. Whirling Zap-O-Matic is like a get rid of this or you kind of lose the game card. We're not a particularly fast deck, but that can really pressure people into not having any answers for stuff that comes down on 4 and 5 and so on. I like the board presence over another Frostbite. I don't think it's another Lightning Reflexes. I think it's Victorious Vehicle or Greedy Partner. The Victorious Vehicle comes down and it's kind of like the Whirling Zap-O-Matic, where it's just if they can't get rid of it, it just spirals out of control. What are other 1-drops? Greedy Partner does let us use a lot of our 2-drops to get closer to the big top end. Let's do that. Let's pick the ironically less greedy option here. And we're literally never punished. Insane. How many 2-drops do we have? 1 and 2-drops. I'll include 1-drops because many of these, like Sludge Slurper and Lightning Reflexes, can be played on 2, tentatively. So I'll count like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not 7. You would never play that on 2. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, we've got plenty. I'm gonna take Command and Epsilon here. Meltamental helps us live through later games really well too. Night of Huntress likewise is good AoE. Well, we got Baking Soda Volcano, Lightning Storm, picking something off of Lightning Reflexes, Devolve, but that doesn't actually get rid of the board. It just makes it less obnoxious. Potentially something off of Hipster, kind of Command and Epsilon. Yeah, I like more AoE. The game did get quite fast at some point, but the last couple of games I've been playing have been very slow. I wish Renathal, the card that increased your deck size to 40 and increased your health to 40, I wish that was still in the game. I think that should have been an evergreen card. But guys that didn't like control hated that card. So can't all be winners. Is Spirits of the Forest better than Sludge Belcher? Flexibility, more raw stats, and you almost always choose the 3/2/3 wolves, I think. Having 50% more attack on a single card is better because the break point on most cards from 2 to 3 is a pretty big deal. I think Sludge Belcher just barely edges this out. Let's find out. Let's find out if we're any. Whoa, wow, really fast queue. That's a good sign. Arena used to take for fucking ever to find queue because nobody wanted to play the game. Let's see. Probably a tough matchup here. It's mulligan for our bunch of 2-drops. Let's see the Night Elf Huntress here. Tough choice for Mr. Boris, huh? All right, there we go. There we go. Of course, I grabbed the stickiest fucking cake known to man. Or bread, I should say. It's a very cake-like bread. Develop on the Sludge Slurper, then we can play the Scarab Keychain next turn, or the Ethereal Lackey. Then on turn 3, we can develop the... Basically, I'm developing the 2-1 instead of the 1-1. I like that body better. Oh, God, Sonalar. Come to Oklahoma. What? Man. It's so fucking humid. My AC keeps freezing over. My AC, because the unit in the bedroom is farther away from the actual heat pump outside, it doesn't get nearly as cold over there. Holy crap, dude. It sucks. Like a dehumidifier would probably help because it'll say like, oh yeah, it's 72 in here. And I'm like, it doesn't fucking feel it. Because what are we sitting at right now at like 2:30 in the morning? We are sitting at, it's 70 degrees with an 87% humidity. Discover a minion with a type you haven't played. If you play it this turn, also pick one of the others. Draw 2 minions of different minion types. Give them +2/+2. I guess I'll pick that one. That's kind of crazy. We're going to do that and just slow him down. Yeah, it's only 70 degrees, but 90% humidity thereabouts. Yeah, yes, Celsius, in fact. No, Fahrenheit, which is whatever the fuck. I don't know. I don't know your fake European numbers over there, man. Oh, that's pretty grody. Geez, oops, all 5s. Every 5-drop in the deck. Don't have a board presence, but we're at full health, and we nerfed his next spell drop, so I'm not too worried about turn 4 here. Turn 5, we get to be pretty annoying. Turn 6, we just get to slap down a bunch of 2-drops. If he plays anything super threatening that's tall, we play the Rocket Hopper. If he plays anything that's super threatening that's wide, we play the Night Elf Huntress. All the drinks are spells, as it tells you right there, so that's also not too threatening because, ow, that's painful for him. Oh, man. Oh, in the lull order? Oh, no, man. Oh, no. It's a disaster. Well, I don't think I want to let that live, so I think I will probably... there's a lot of temptation to try to protect the Zap-O-Matic, but if you end up doing that, you'll just never play it, and you'll end up playing it when a 5/4 Wind Fury just isn't that impressive. So might as well play it on 5, where he might not be able to deal with it, or dealing with it takes up his whole turn, instead of playing it on like turn 7, where he almost certainly can deal with it, and it will take up, 2 mana on 7 is, a lot less bad than spending 2 mana on turn 5. Or 1 mana. Or 1 mana. That's a pretty good drink. That's a pretty good drink. Random Murloc. Is Random Murloc that good? I don't think so. And the overload for us curves quite nicely into this. Man, I forgot how simple and complex this game is. It's just very clean. Very clean. And we'll just clean this up real quick. That nice and neat. Doesn't develop anything too crazy, but Next turn, I'm thinking Hipster Arcanite Defense Crystal. Draw a Death Rattle minion that costs 3 or less. Kindred, it costs 0. And you did play. This is not an undead. It's if a friendly undead. That's interesting. Herm. Interesting. Let's grab Blood Boil, I suppose. But yeah, I need to get my AC serviced because, man, it's... I picked a terrible time to get a knee injury and be put on painkillers because between my sleep schedule being screwed up, as soon as the painkillers wear off, I'm woken up in a horrific sweat. My knee's in pain, and I'm just staring at the ceiling like, God didn't love Oklahoma very much, did he? But that sucks. This doesn't suck. No, it's adjacent. It's adjacent. Just playing some good minions. Well, just playing random mid-range bullshit so far. My deck, I think, is a little better than that. Yeah, dude, that's me. I've just been sleeping all day, trying to get some sleep when the humidity and because when it gets hot, it's a little bit of a paradox because that dries it out, and then my AC doesn't freeze over, and so it can get cooler in the middle of the day. A good devolve board. I'm not convinced because I can deal with it in another method. Thusly, and then we'll grab our Prescience. Oh, why'd I do it that way? Because they're not going to inherit the lifesteal on their reborn. I should have cleared those first and then cast that. Oops. For some reason, I was looking at reborn like they would inherit the minus 2 HP, but of course they would not. because it summons a new minion. Sorry, I'm being a bad streamer right now. I've got a lot of dead air. I think this guy's, unless he's got something insane, he's probably just delaying the inevitable here. And I'll probably just clear that and then clear that, devolve his board. We'll play Greedy Partner first so we get the coin. Clear that. Devolve that. Not incredibly terrible. What's the jukebox totem? It summons guys, right? There we go. Let's just build a little wide board. Go for a zoomerless audience that doesn't need constant stimulation. Well, you know, they can drag the, I say they, as if I'm not a zoomer, can drag the subway surfers in the corner. And dude, man, lots of the guys that get called zoomers too, that's Gen Alpha. Like it's I make people feel old. I'm turning 28 in a couple months, and I'm technically a zoomer. I'm right on the edge of the cutoff, but yep, we're not spring chickens anymore. 4, 6, 9, 10. Is there feasibly a way that this produces something that does 7 damage? Let's find out. No, but there is something that kills his board, which is good. Is that summon? No, it's play. All right. So because that's play, we can go here. We can go here. Bing, bing. I'm going to go here. We'll just go face and go face. We'll go... Ooh, this is going to be gnarly, though. But we need to get rid of that. And the 7-4. We'll eat whatever 8-drop that ends up producing. Because we're at 29 health. It's perfectly fine. Can you get on to me fucking being able to hex something? Thank you. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Conway. I've only had like a couple people say like, dude, edit out the pauses. And then they usually get swarmed by people going, but the pauses aren't that bad. They're part of a natural conversation. Ew, that's grody. have 5 mana next turn. I guess so. Bucket. He's only got 2 cards in hand. What's he going to do, huh? I know he doesn't have Blood Boil because we played it already. Uh-oh. Let's pray. Actually, it doesn't matter which way that ends up going. That was actually the best way because now he has to trade that in. What is that? After this attacks minion and survive, deals minions attack damage split among all enemies. That's a little scary. After it attacks a minion and survives. So putting something with taunt in the way doesn't necessarily make any sense because we take 9 from that. he'd hit that. We'd still take 4 to the. Well, no, because then the slime would be put in the way. I don't remember what the last battle cry I played was. We'll play this. We'll play the Ancestral Knowledge next turn. Oh my god, dude, it's insane. These kids these days, but yeah, I mean legitimately like the free dopamine like brainless games are it's a plague. Okay. Ew. Okay, at least it's just an 8/8. Okay. Shuffle the asteroids in, then ancestral knowledge, and there will be like a really high likelihood that we start drawing asteroids. Cope? Fire the cope cannon? Go, go, go. No. No, not that. This one. What are you doing, dude? Taunt totem? I'm at a loss for words, dude. What the fuck? How many coin flips have I failed this? So earlier I failed 5 coin flips in a row. There I failed what? Was that 6 coin? That wasn't even a coin flip because it was 2/3 that I had to hit something that would save me. Huh. 3 1/3 in a row. Okay. Man, remind myself not to buy any lottery tickets. Wow. Something always makes me giggle about the way the innkeeper says the same person's names differently. No, you. It's 3 a.m. here. We're long past that point. Lightning reflexes on 1? All right. All right. I'm not going to play that greedy. I'm going to save my hipster. My frostbite. Man, the lightning storm art looks so cool. There's some really good artwork in this game. That's trash. Wait a minute. That isn't in their deck. Not that didn't start in their deck. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, that doesn't have a type. That makes that a lot easier. I thought this was a mech. Kind of weird that it isn't. Cool. Frostbite target. Go here. Frostbite. He'll draw 2 cards. But that's pretty alright. Because then we'll coin out this. And then what we got next turn for either this hero power or lightning reflexes, pull something off of that. Or lightning storm if we need to clear something out. We don't need to clear nothing out. We don't need to clear nothing out. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. You could argue that I should have done that first, but that wouldn't. I couldn't think of any way that would change my play. That could win us the game. We don't draw that. Next turn, I do need a 4-drop, though. So we'll go ahead and do that. Err on the side of he also has AoE. Continue airing, and this will hit our own stuff also, so we are extra incentivized to do this. This is Battle Cry. No, it's Taunt, Lifesteal, Reborn, Death Rattle. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. Well, a lot less annoying when you draw that. My luck is turning around. We're just getting all the answers this game. Knock on fake wood. Okay. 2, 4, 9. Right on. I think we'll just volcano. Well, if we volcano, that's kind of lame because we don't have anything to go with it. and yet, just draw exactly what I need every turn. Probably have to use the lightning reflexes to find something that draws me cards. Or I might have to use it to clear, but probably not, given the Rocket Hopper and the Blightblood Berserker are pretty good at keeping shit away. I think I will attempt to find a Hex. I don't very much like playing what is like a 14-14 on average. Dude. You can't make this shit up. And then I'm going to make it to where it's not super obvious the card that I'm about to pick here. Because if I pick it immediately, he's probably just going to go, oh god, he had another Hex. So we'll grab another Hex. And because Arena is pretty much a board-based game, Hex into another Lightning Reflexes, into theoretically more Hexes, into Rocket Hopper, into just not letting him form a board state is really annoying. Ouch! That's 7 mana. Ouch! Is that board state scary enough that I want... Oh my... Dude. Like... This is the perfect answers coming off the top of my deck every single turn. Good lord. Yeah, that's a good point. That you know, heuristics, what we would call sort of taking the whole of an individual and just judging them on you know, making a snap judgment is it's pretty good. It's pretty solid, right? God, I can't remember his last name, but Patrice O'Neill, black comedian, is like, it's like, no, this is a problem with white people because they will refrain from making judgments on appearance out of shame. And he's like, no, dude, if I see 3 shaved head white dudes walking down the street in the middle of the night my way, I'm not gonna assume they came from chemo. I'm gonna assume they're here to kill me. It's like, nope, those are some skinheads, and they're probably gonna come beat my ass. Uh, but that's uh, that's a tricky one, right? I had a comment on one of my martial arts videos that was just it was very simply don't judge a book by its cover, and it's like, well, I appreciated the thought there, but I was like, you can totally judge a book by its cover. It's actually a really helpful thing to do in the short term, to keep you alive. Um, in the long term, yeah, you can make more, add some nuance into it, like you said, when you have more time, when you have time to sit down and reflect on it. Um, Reach out to people you otherwise wouldn't have, maybe. I don't actually really need to clear that right at this moment. Clear it like that, maybe. There's an argument for clearing that, but I don't think he can deal 32 damage here. Yeah, you can meet thousands of people every day, so you have to use the heuristics even more than you used to. Or just go crazy, be a crazy person and dig through like every Twitter post that this person has ever made and just go absolutely nuts, analyzing every bit of every online person's lifestyle that you've ever seen. No problems there that I can think of. Uh, uh, I'll just let this rip. I'm gonna let that rip and then see if I can't get crazy asteroid RNG or something. I don't know. This is a weird deck. It kind of runs out of steam towards the end. Oh, that's a shame. Jeez. Oh my god, dude. This guy's just not running out. Oh my god, and we have no fucking card draw. What's this? It's a 6/7 taunt, death rattle, gain 4 armor, divine shield. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh, grab that. Oh, okay. I was like, what is? They changed the UI for that. We'll clear that. Make it to where he can't immediately deal with the 6/7. Okay, apparently he can immediately deal with the 6/7. Don't I look like a dumbass? Well, he can deal with the 6/4 at least. Oh yeah, no, he can deal with bolt off of that. At least he has to trade everything in though. Stereototem is not super good. Okay. Oh, he can actually deal with everything. Wait, what? Am I crazy or did he like just totally misplay that? I don't think I want the stereo totem because that one that's a hand buff card. I wish it would give you a reminder text. I think I need to keep the pressure on. Keep the board clear so that the asteroids that are in my deck are more likely to go to the right place. Oh, and of course the asteroids in his deck are more likely to hit nothing. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. And worrying about fashion through superficial means too, not thinking about where it's from, not thinking about deeply about what it says about you, but trend chasing. Is there a way I can kill him here? I mean, we obviously always hex this. We'll play Prescience first, see what minions we find. Oh dear. Okay. trade that away. Nice. That's quite convenient. So we can't quite kill him, but we can get close. Yeah, he still has the repeated battle cry, so I just want to drive that face. There's a universe where we kill him with asteroids here. Okay, that's not scary at all. But yeah, there's a lot of thought, especially in the RPG space, about like oh, I don't roleplay because it's cringe. I don't roleplay, I don't do this because effectively, what would somebody else? This cool guy I know, he doesn't roleplay, so roleplaying must not be cool. It's those things those nerds do. Even though what we do has like fucking nothing to do with the average role player, the average person that plays D&D. But that's the heuristics, they look, they go, oh, that role playing thing. Ugh, I don't want to be associated with that, and then they move on, right? Oh, especially people on the internet. Yeah, that one's and I mean we are creatures of numbers very much, we built so much off of numbers. We get excited when we see the 20 show up on the 20-sided rock. We get excited and he have more upvote than me. He correct. Grug have more yam than him. Man, he have 50 yam. Grug have 50 yam, and Jarol only have 10 yam. Therefore, Grug right. Grug chieftain. We take Jarol off of the yam field. And that's how people still think to this day. But unfortunately, they don't realize that that's, that couldn't be me, my silly ancestors. I definitely have a way different brain. Well, you partially do. It's a lot smaller than it used to be. It got smaller after the last ice age, give or take 10%, I think. So yeah. Never cared about fashion, but not because I'm virtuous. Because I'm get contrarian. Well, you know how I am about contrarianism. I'm a contrarian on so many things, except for the things I really like. There's a lot of popular stuff that I'm just a genuine fan of. I think I'll get rid of that now. Could wait a little bit for that to get even bigger, but don't feel like it. Kindred is last turn, yes? Yes, last turn. And not that that's relevant. With that stereotype. No, I think we'll just play the Raptor Herald. You need less brain matter than you do today than you did back then. All you need to do is get through school, work as a wagee, date the ugly girl that's desperate for attention, and pass on your genes. Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. Grody. What a good start from this guy. Ooh, God, that Platosaur is terrifying. Oh my God. Do we take that? No, we take the angry hellhound. That's way more reasonable. That's hilarious, but let's not take the 10 Divine Shield with Fury Rush that overloads it. That's pretty nuts. Wow. Ooh. That sucks. We should have taken the 10. No, I'm totally backflipping. It's +4 attack on your turn, so we could clear that. If we play this, it just gets cleared by that and is not super useful. Anything else is messy with our. Yep. So I guess that's what she would. That's what we should do. There we go. God, that is an ugly turn 5 play from him. Good lord. Mainly, I like dressing well, but I hate shopping for clothes. Shopping for clothes is such a mess. Everything is, what they call fast fashion. It's it's made to fit the average size person, and I'm not the average size person, so I end up having to go to tailors and end up on normal clothing, doubling the cost of the clothes and tailor work. So I might as well get it, tailor. Except nice clothing costs like a half month's pay for one, even a two-piece suit. So it just gets really absurd, man. Speaking of really absurd, I do not know what we do about this board. Play Harkener of Dread. Play Harkener of Dread, ping that, and just build a wall? Let's try that. Yeah, so for me, it's mostly jeans and a t-shirt, and then whatever's on sale, then whatever hand-me-downs still fit and don't have holes in them. What is this? Mm-hmm. That card's not new. I just forgot it existed. All right. Hold. 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 And now it's that easy. It's okay. We're perfectly fine right now, guys. Yeah. The walking into like 5 different men's clothing stores and finding a single black waistcoat. I just wanted a black waistcoat. I didn't want anything with an ugly pattern. I didn't. Oh well, you can order that. We can order that in your size. We can get that shipped. It'll take us, a couple weeks to get it here because it'll need to be resized. It'll need to be hemmed. It'll, like, I just want a 36 wide waistcoat. That's all I need. Like, I need it to be black, and I need it to not be made out of plastic. Like, $200 for a polyester, piece of crap that's made out of plastic. It's ridiculous, man. And this is reaching levels of ugly again. And we're so back. I'd probably pick the first passable T-shirt. Maybe look for the cheapest one, then be done with it. Prefer having a tailor to just ask for stuff. And yeah, right. Problem on one end is tailors are expensive. The problem on the other end is, dude, fucking like everything is made out of polyester. Absolutely everything, or it's a polyester blend, or it's just like. And I know I have a skin condition, so I'm an outlier here. I'm complaining about something that probably a lot of people don't complain about, but even in maintenance, you don't want polyester because if you end up getting a little conflagrated, congratulations, you have just covered yourself in napalm. Because that plastic that is the polyester fibers will return to their primordial ooze a petrochemical and burn on your skin. That too. That too. I'd say the only place that men have it better are where is it? Shoes. Men's shoes are much more practical. All right, let's see what we can manage here. Pop down a cactus cutter if we don't get anything worthwhile. Okay, that's kind of worthwhile. Get rid of that. Then we'll clear that. We'll clear that. We'll coin. Play the Blight Blood Berserker. And hopefully we can regen all our health yet again. Even if he has like Deadly Shot or something like that. Or he got Fireball from a random chance. Yeah, that's all right. That's pretty good. Like I said, shouldn't be buying any lottery tickets today. I need to play Starship Pieces. So what are the rewards like on these days? Only having two losses before you lose is wild. Imagine buying pants without pockets, am I right, guys? Yeah. Oh yeah. That'll argument versus just wear or buy a bag, or you could buy men's clothing. Yeah, I always love that. Just buy men's clothing, and then you get into the argument of, oh, none of it fits right, and it doesn't look good, and I'm like, huh, weird, weird that's the case, huh? Let's do another one. That was fun. Let's go. What do you guys think, Druid or Paladin? Paladin it is. Okay, we could get ourselves. We'll play Librams. That's cool. Oh, let's let them out their own. Okay, that's odd. Nizoth. Probably too slow. Yeah, handlock. Man, handlock was awesome. Let's play Urel. Let's play Librams. That sounds fun. Oh god, that's probably very strong. Yeah. The game doesn't want me to pick it. There we go. Want to wear some wild stuff like cyberpunk inspired clothing, but then I remember people just see a fat man wearing such clothing kills any desire to try out stuff. Yeah, but that's everyone's got a complex, I've got I've got my terrible skin condition. I've got just lose weight, forehead. But let me tell you, when you lose that weight, guess what? People will start. They will find a new thing. It's just an order of priorities. If people are looking to pick somebody apart, which is something that women do, it's a feminine quality. If you as a man are picking somebody else apart for unprompted for visible traits, that's grow up hair. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Women do that to deteriorate their worth on the dating market. That's a pretty well studied thing. They will convince other women to cut their hair shorter They'll basically gaslight them into believing, oh, you don't look good with long hair. You look good with shorter hair, because they know men prefer women with longer hair on average. Um, that sort of thing. The moment you lose weight, people start complaining about, your hairline, or that your facial hair doesn't look good, or that your nose is crooked, or that your cheekbones are too high and you look like a skeleton, or that yeah, exactly, you're too skinny, and it's never ending. The people that are obsessed with vanity they will find something. And it's a dangerous rabbit hole to go down. It's something we all do, because even animals groom themselves. So it's good to be somewhat concerned with your image, but yeah, it's purity spiral. Mhm. Yes, find exercises that you enjoy for sure, and then don't have a fucking autoimmune condition that causes it to be really difficult to stay in the gym. That's a pro tip for me. Well, we definitely want to be drawing Librams. We like Librams. This can fill some gaps. Let's get this one again. This is a really solid card. Again, ideally we get more holy spells. There's a Libram. There's also a Libram. Let's get some endgame stuff. This card's really quite strong. Yep. Take it. Oh, nice. Draw a minion, stop me, and a copy of it with Divine Shield. Interesting. Evasive Arm's really annoying. Sunspot Dragon, sure. Lightning Casualties is really solid. Oh man, I mean, to not make that discussion a whole can of worms. It's it's not even limited to the sort of trans movement. It's because it happened with the advent of plastic surgery. It happens with um, all sorts of these ways. You could argue that there's a great amount of Ozempic. Is very much being used not to treat, not to reduce weight in cases where it's life saving, but to reduce weight in uh, in cases where people are just slightly overweight and they don't like the way they look. That's a really unhealthy culture of not accepting your body for what it is. And a lot of it is culture, right? I think there's an important distinction to be made between the vast majority of it, which is people getting culturally pressured to do something or another, and the rare part of the population that legitimately is mentally unwell in their own body. I'm not an expert on any of this, but I do have quite a few trans friends, and that's my take on it. Yes, there we go. There we go. Get more Librams, nice. Google's really annoying. Sure, let's grab it. Oh man, Restaurant Viper is a really sneaky thing to put in there. After you cast a spell, add a random fire spell to your hand. Libram of I don't think we need a fourth Libram of Hope. Let's put a Pyrotechnician in there. That could be a fun. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That one's easy. Starting your next turn, discover a spell. That's pretty good. Then another Libra Majestus. Let's see what this random bullshit can do for us. Internet addiction too strong. I feel you, man. Especially with my knee banged up. I have been noticing I've been so itching to get into the gym, and I used to be super addicted to the internet, and to video games and all of that. I wouldn't call it entirely non-productive, but not nearly as productive lifestyles that leads to. But basically, yeah, I had to force myself to engage in a lot of stuff, especially when I was younger. Yeah, that would be a great way to do it. I mean, the way I did it was just realizing that so many of my chronic health issues were were caused by not moving around, not physically moving, and I wasn't interested in any of the sports in school. Was vaguely interested in fencing and archery, and but even fencing, I was like, man, this isn't how real sword fighting would have done. This is like a car antenna. What are we doing here? And where was I going with all of this? It was somewhere, I promise. That's how I ended up starting the HEMA Club, and it was stuff that I just made it happen, and that's it just took a lot of dedication, a lot of pulling teeth, a lot of reaching out to some really cringy people that I would never in a million years interact with again. But you have to find them. You have to get a lot of the chaff with the wheat before you can find anything worthwhile, as it turns out. So yeah, man, that was unfortunately really all she wrote on that subject. Dude, this is kind of gross. Hmm. And then we'll just rebuild the board. Yeah, see, there's something. I need to force myself to go do more model kits. I've got a big backlog that's building up. Yeah, we need to, we need stuff like that, artificial scarcity to set for ourselves, so that we don't just, sit around. And so I told myself, all right, well, I can't buy any new ones until I'm finished with that one. So then I see some cool stuff in the store, and I'm like, oh man, that's really cool, but might even be on sale, but I'm not gonna buy it. I won't do it. I have to hold myself to that. Hold myself accountable for my own actions. Because the world doesn't hold you accountable for your actions. Not fast enough. The world will hold you accountable for your actions when you're dead, or when things are too late. That's what's really screwed up about the way things are designed. Is right, exactly. And it's not until that's why they call it a midlife crisis, because the way we and general modern society and culture is structured is just you don't get to be regretful of too many things until you're like 40, and then that's when it hits that it's like, oh no, I've wasted my life. That is not a 4-3. Why is that not a 4-3? That's garbage. Oh my god. Oops. Well, ignore that. Oh, really? It didn't clear it? Sweet. Oh my god. An awful hiccup there. Ew. Not a fan of that, no siree. Oh god, that's trash. That is garbage. Ew. Ew. That's hella bad. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Spent $100 on Age of Wonders and 3 DLCs bundled together. Horrible decision. I could have added a wish list and wait until summer sales and play Age of Wonders 3 instead, which I own. Trying to achieve happiness by seeing that without pleasure, it don't work that way. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, man, that's why I sold out of Magic the Gathering for that reason, and transitioned card games to more of an investment for me. And all of the cards that I had bought from Magic the Gathering from like 2011 to 2020, they're basically fucking worthless now because they just printed that run just got reprinted into the ground to the point that it was worth nothing. And then they just totally switched directions with Magic. Fantasy game, oh, it's not that anymore. So I switched over to Pokemon, mostly just collecting, keeping it as an investment vehicle. Digital games, I almost stopped buying them these days just because there's something I can't keep. And I've been burnt on too many multiplayer games that friends ask me to buy. And then what do? We play it once. We'll play a $60 game, like kind of multiplayer only game once. And then, oh, where'd everybody go? They're all gone now. They aren't playing it anymore. They got busy. They did this thing or the other. Well, okay, that's fine. But that just means I'm not gonna why did I do that? No particular reason, I suppose. Um, well, that's that. So it's just like no, I just tell friends. So it's like no, let's play a game we already have. Let's play my let me just right click on this. What am I playing right now? I'm playing Hearthstone, which came out in 2013. The last game I played was War Thunder, which is a game that came out in 2013. Game I played before that was Tekken 8, which is a game that came out a year ago, and I regret buying it. It is that game is a shadow of its former self. Game I played before that is Skyrim, which is a game that came out in 2011. The game I played before that was I have to scroll back. What did I play before that? I installed a new SSD, so it's not populating everything. But you get the idea. You get the idea that man, like have all the good games been made already? At least video games? No, I don't think so. I think we're just in I think we're in kind of a dark ages right now for a lot of things, not just games, but maybe a slump might be a better word. But the games market needs to crash again. I looked at Battlefield 4 and saw that Battlefield 4 was made in 2013. That game is 12 years old and went, wow. But They've only made one good Battlefield since in 12 years with all of the money in the world, more money than some countries that EA has. They were unable to make a formula. It's already been written for you. You did it with Battlefield 3. You did it with Battlefield 4. You did it with Battlefield 1. What? It's just maddening these games that cost more and more and more, and not just with games, but products in general that cost more and more and more, and they're worse and worse and worse. Cars are a big one. Well, I'm spending $40,000 on a new car that doesn't have ventilated seats when my wife's 2007 Lexus ES350 has ventilated seats for 12 grand for a used car, and the insurance is a hell of a lot cheaper because it's so old. Why the hell would I do that? Why the hell would I buy a $40,000 Ford what is it? The Ford Explorer? Hell no, dude. At the rates that they're asking, no, it's insane. But people do, I guess, right? People do buy them. Otherwise, I just don't get it. But I guess there's a lot of people doing that thing that or that thing that you said there, just trying to achieve happiness by seeking out pleasure. Because a lot of people don't have any hobbies, so they just try to buy their way to that unattainable fun. Right? Right, exactly. That's what happened to a lot of people. The infamous did what was it? Stranger Things actually bring anybody into RPGs? Well, it probably brought them in to enough for one guy to buy the books, and then people to play them and to realize, oops, 5e isn't even what they played in the show. It's not even the cool part of the show. This is just an aesthetic. This is a hot topic. I just bought a 5-pound, 300-page Hot Topic t-shirt is effectively what this is. Okay, well. Big reason why I stopped buying new RPGs and looked to the internet for videos on how to enjoy the hobby better. Yeah, absolutely. Get more work out of what you already have, right? They call it a gear acquisition syndrome in a lot of places too, or in a lot of hobbies rather, where it's you get a nice thing, and that nice thing, like an electric grinder for my coffee, night and fucking day. I thought, I don't mind hand grinding. It's not that big a deal. What's the difference between 2 minutes of hand grinding and 30 seconds of electric grinder? Besides, the electric grinder is going to make some noise, and once you get it, you no longer see it as a minute and 30 seconds. You see it as it's 4 times faster, and your hands are free so you can do other stuff, and it becomes white noise because it's a sound you hear every single morning, and you go, oh man, this was worth every penny of the $300 I spent. And then it becomes, well, if that was such a big improvement, maybe the $2,000, $4,000 Weber EG1, maybe that will be an even bigger improvement, but it's not. You get diminishing returns. And lots of people don't realize that. They just think, well, there's that first dopamine hit of improvement when I bought that nice piece of gear. And you're just chasing that high because that's what dopamine is. It's a natural high. And you're like, well, maybe if I get this piece of gear, maybe if I get this geisha coffee for $60 an ounce, maybe if I get that one, maybe if I tweak this thing, and it's just a pipe dream. If it's fun to tweak those things, and you enjoy the hobby of coffee, that's great. But if you're spending, thousands of dollars chasing something that isn't going to be solved by equipment, well, then it's just it's not a place to be, right? That's a place to get sick of a hobby and never want to touch it again. That's why I think so many boomers have cars that they haven't touched in years, decades, even rotting away in their driveways and garages. It's because they they got sick of dealing with them. Thought that 50 more horsepower was going to be the fun, and it turns out, well, at a certain point, you get so much horsepower, the car is just going to kill you. Mm-hmm. Oh, sir, there's certainly a sunk cost fallacy going on. I My biggest issue with the guys endlessly trying to homebrew 5e are the guys trying to force a tone and setting in that doesn't work. Um, for example, I've seen people trying to play Star Wars using like hacked apart 5e rules, and that just it's like why, man? What to what end? Yeah, lots of people don't want to worry about learning new systems too. That's the other thing. Yeah, that's also very true. Yeah, that's the engineer's dilemma when you've solved all of the problems. What do you do because you get paid to solve problems? So you lose your job for doing your job too well. So now you have to invent problems to solve. So you end up programming problems into the thing, but selling them as features. So it's here's a new static discharger for the hopper system. So that way your grinds don't clump together as much. And it's like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess that might have been a problem that I've had before. I didn't really notice it until now, but here's a new point of failure. Here's a new piece that can break on your machine. And of course, here's added cost. Um, so yeah. Um, But yeah, I like learning new systems. I think there's fun to learning new systems, but I'm also designing a game and I'm always tweaking, Pathfinder to some extent or another. But I think I'm about done with it. About done tweaking it, that is. I think it's in a place that I personally really enjoy with my house rule set. Um, there's at least something memorable out of every session that I have. Which is always what I'm aiming for. I don't want to remember the ones and zeros, so to speak. Hmm. Do you just tell them don't care, not interested? Only want to play Easy D6 and Traveler now? No, but I think the systems um right, that's a big thing is that are you reinventing the wheel? Are you doing a uh are you making something that already exists and you just didn't know about it? Yeah. Um or you just weren't thinking about it. Hmm. But yeah, that's a really tricky one. I think part of why I make fun of guys that homebrew 5e is that when I'm homebrewing and making changes and tweaks to Pathfinder, it's because I want to play in the setting of Galarian, and the mechanics are built to fit that setting, right? You have a bunch of archetypes that are, the Aldori Sword Lords, Tal'Dorei Falcata Fighter. They are built to ingrain your character with the world. Um, and it's a very much an example of system as setting. So when people try to make D&D sci-fi or D&D, this, that, or the other thing, I just ask like, well, there are a bunch of systems out there for that are going to do this things better because one, they're just a better game on the basis of the game part, and two, they're built for that setting, right? D&D is built for kind of a generic fantasy setting. Um, because the yeah. Let's play with 2d6 or d100 and all. I think is who cares? What's more fun to roll at the table? What problem are you solving? Well, 2d6 and d100 are, I suppose, both solving the problems. D100, you get more granular results. 2D6, you get more predictable results, and the math's easier to do very quickly. Yeah, that's a rabbit hole you can go down, is playing with the mechanics back and forth. Had to spit out a bone, sorry. Um, I definitely agree with this, and the opposite is one of the reasons I've kept coming back to tweak Pathfinder, is because I'll play another game, and the mechanics I'll find like they're just either so light that they don't ingrain me in the world very well. They uh, or they're really crunchy for no particular reason. The crunch is not really simulating anything in the world. It's a game mechanic for the sake of being a game mechanic, or for a subsystem for the sake of being a subsystem. And so I end up coming back to Pathfinder a lot of the time, but I usually come back with some piece of information, some data of like how you could do armor class better, how you could do magic better. I've yet to be seen, because I mean, I'll need to look at the Spheres of Power again. It's been a long time, and I've never run it or played it. I want to at some point. But a game that you 90% like, or even 80, 75% like, but there's just those little niggling things, and you're just trying to change that 25%, right? It's not big sweeping homebrew changes like that one guy we were looking at on Reddit who had like a 300-page document. Because there you got to ask yourself, like, okay, do you even like the base game if you're making a 300-page document to make changes to it? That suggests you don't even really like Pathfinder, right? I try to keep it at 10 pages because people have argued that it's like, well, at a certain amount of homebrew, are you not playing Pathfinder anymore? And I counter that with, well, I've got a 10-page homebrew document for a 600-page core rulebook. I think that's probably still Pathfinder, right? So I don't, I think there's levels to the tweaking, right? Breaking up the monotony is a reasonable wish, yeah, because that's what I find simple, like D100 roll under systems. I find they get monotonous. I find there's only so many characters you can make with those. I find, what is it? I know we say, you're role playing 100%. Yeah. Well, I've only played the Easy D6 once, but I played systems similar to it. Oh my gosh, it was retro something or other, but it was just a D6 system that was very simple, and it just they always. The resolution was very low, so to speak. And it felt a lot of the times like you were only working with 8 bits. Yes, there was not enough variance on skill level. That's what I'm trying to say with my 8-bit analogy here. Um, uh, and I'm not the biggest fan of meta currency either. Advantage and disadvantage doesn't give you enough variance on the skill level, right? That's something that Pathfinder does really well. The variance is huge. The difference between a master at something and a complete novice is like a 100% skill gap. Um, and at the very highest level, the difference between, you're getting what, like plus 50, plus 60 to stealth potentially. Like you're hundreds of percent outclassing the other people. That that the system allows a world to exist like that, for me, is important. Otherwise, you end up getting things where there are not as many levels to the game. I don't mean that in the term of like class levels or experience levels. I mean that in terms of uh, probably the worst fighter that's ranked in the UFC would kick almost anyone's ass on the planet. However, it's important to have a system where you can have the granularity so that they aren't just flipping coins at another UFC fighter, right? You know, um, you want there to be a level of granularity where some UFC fighters are obviously going to be, you can both be fighters, but you're going to be better at certain things in fighting. You're going to be I like having things that can specialize within a fight, not just having very simple, oh, I'm good at melee fighting. Oh, I'm good at shooting guns. Oh, I'm good at, this thing. I like specialists. I like things that are super technical. Uh, that's the kind of person I am, though. I don't think my brain is wired to enjoy systems like EZD6 because what are my other hobbies? Well, I'm wrenching on an 80-year-old industrial coffee grinder, more which is involving a lot of looking up amperages, finding fuses, that sort of stuff. I'm uh, into specialty coffee in general, where I'm weighing out beans by the gram, changing my water to the half degree Celsius. Um, I, well, fighting itself, of course, where you've got all sorts of different styles represented. And it's one thing, right? It's fighting, but it involves so many different pieces, right? Um, yeah. Yeah, and you can imagine it to be a different thing, right? Uh, yeah. If you don't pay attention, you could easily die, right? Right. There is the freedom to do that, but because of that, right? There's now. What's the way to word it? I guess I could give a solid example. If I know a guy's an outfighter, he's really good at fighting on the outside, keeping distance, throwing a lot of jabs and side kicks, kind of like a Bill Superfoot Wallace or um, Stephen Wonderboy Thompson. Well, then I know I've got to change my game plan. I've got to get in close. And when the role is just fighting, it's just, well, there's that level of depth that's lost there. I can imagine that that level of depth is there, but it's just that imagination. I could imagine that, my, uh, uh, I could blindfold myself, close my eyes, and imagine that my cup of Folgers is better than the $30 Colombian geisha. But there's some sensations that are that know that the imagination ain't quite right. They they know I can imagine real hard, but they know that there's a D6 sitting down there, and that was all just pulled out of my ass, right? I like when the game is saying something as the physics of the world. It's saying something concretely. No, you're good at wrestling. You're not just good at fighting. You are good specifically at wrestling. So you better try to take this guy down. You're good at kickboxing, so you better try to take this guy out on your feet. Um, you're good with guns. You better not let this guy get close at all. Right, exactly. Like there's a total lack of granularity. I can't simulate that like this guy once I do get in, This guy has no takedown defense, so I mean, you could maybe get like an automatic success there or something, but then that would be outside the parameters of the game, you know. Um, that would be pure um, just hand waving imagination, right? Um, compared to a game like Pathfinder, where you have the combat maneuvers and you can have a character that's very skilled at wrestling, that's very skilled at the Muay Thai style sweeps, at tripping people, that's very skilled at just standing and dealing damage, just bang, 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 bang. Yep, you know. Um, I watched that. I don't think so. I think some tables would get annoyed at that, but I think that was fine. I thought that was cool. Um, but I would say that is the GM's NPC. So, does the GM have power to narrate how your character dies? I would say that's probably a session 0 question, isn't it? Oh, okay. Well, there you go. They answered my question. I didn't watch the session 0. I just scrolled through the cool moments. Where is this? He's weird nerd dice. DC Dungeon Crawl Classics exists entirely despite you, Conway. Good players first dibs on describing. Yep. That's what I want to do with the uh, um, with Pathfinder instead of using my whole homebrew system. Um, so instead of oppose rolls for AC, I think what I'm going to do is just declare the AC. So if you succeed at hitting the AC, you just describe how you hit the guy. If you fail, then you just say you miss, and then maybe I, the GM, describe how the guy defends himself. I'm thinking that's the way I'm going to do it. So like basically the successor, but that's not the right usage. The winner of the roll off of the roll, um, or if the static is the higher roll. Confusing ways to talk about it. Will uh, describe the results. There you go. Good God, that was the messiest possible way to say that. If your number bigger, you describe. There we go. um, that's pretty funny. I'm surprised they didn't catch on. Yeah, yeah. Performer's mindset instead of a player's mindset. There can definitely be that. It's an interesting thing I have with the like round robin. Everyone takes their turn. It very much solves an issue I have at my own table where um, I won't. eh, I'm not going to put anyone on blast, but the girlfriends at the table have really good characters and do really interesting stuff, but they're so passive. It solves the problem of forcing them to act. You have to take an action, but when it does that, it can lead people into, oh well, I don't just want to be a follower. I don't want to just do something mundane. I feel like I've got to turn. I've got to do something here. At least I feel that way, Zonalar, for sure. Sometimes, um, where I feel like I need to make something happen, even if it would be kind of absurd. Because sometimes there are times where I think necessarily you should break the round robin thing, right? It's natural for two characters, for example, in anything, to talk to each other uninterrupted back and forth. For two people to talk to each other uninterrupted back and forth. you know, I like a game to sort of naturally flow like a conversation, um, rather than necessarily, yeah. Yeah, yeah. It seemed like he was pretty on the throttle on that one, which the other Traveler game that I played with him last year, uh, was really it was way more of a slow burn. So maybe that was a bit in contrast there. Hmm. Yeah, that would have been cool. That would have been cool. Yeah, there you go. Well, there you go. That's something to keep in mind next time, and to mention at the next session zero or pregame preamble. Uh, shoot. Oh my god. You need two pairs of d6s. Okay, so oh my god, that's awful. Yeah, it sounds like a Conway. But yeah, that's mm, it's been a struggle with me for RPGs in general to find the balance between, for example, Mr. Max and I are both very proactive people. We have to dial back, and Crispy as well. We have to dial back the crosstalk a lot. It's very difficult for it's an issue online. It's one of the reasons why for years I've refused to run games online, because I just can't stand uh um uh just couldn't stand that, right? Um, so I for a long time I had that sort of frame where it's like, oh, you don't want to mix you don't want to mix proactive players together. You don't want to have a bunch of proactive people in the same group because then you get a bunch of crosstalk, you get a bunch of one-upmanship. Um, but yeah, then you have the issue where you have two players that are, one, two, or more players that sit there as audience members. And I guess you could view it as not an issue, but it's an issue whenever they lose track of their character because they haven't been saying, oh, I'm following along, or, I'm doing this thing, or. Uh, so I don't know. I've been thinking of ways to prompt them to, hey, describe something, do something. You don't have that performer's mindset, that that role player's proactive mindset. Well, let's rub a little bit of that into you, right? You don't want to be a total performer. You don't want to be getting the one man band honk honk clown nose on, performing for people. But you do want to get into a habit of just making the scene cohesive, right? Reminding people, hello, I'm here too. I'm in this episode also. So I think I might try the round robin thing in my own games. Starting with the next campaign, force people to take an action. Um, mm, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That can be an issue with the combination of not asking out of character questions and theater of the mind. Um, which is an issue with the 3D40 style, is uh making sure through description that everyone knows exactly, where you are. Characters can still get lost just for different reasons, but it's way rarer, I would say. um I was holding myself back a lot. There were enough voices in the room. I didn't want to step on toes. Yeah, exactly right. Right. um Yeah, it's an interesting problem. It might be one that just is a problem with the medium of RPGs. Uh, might be something that we have to live with. um, like we have to live with some mechanical language and some. Uh, We have to live with some mechanical language because we're all humans. Even in person, we have to live with some crosstalk. Um, we have to live with. We basically have to either have to choose between crosstalk or some awkward, stilted dialogue if we do the strict round robin back and forth. Um, Because I remember last time I did a game with the round robin style, it was just can't remember who it was, but somebody was messaging in the private chat like, "Remember turn order, guys," and I was like, "Well, you know, someone up here in the turn order just asked me down here in the turn order a direct question. So am I supposed to not answer the question and wait for, Crispy and Max to go before I answer that question? And then if I do answer the direct question, then does Crispy go? Does Max go? Do I go again? And then, back around the top to Dr. Flamingo, to Rick, who is GMing or whatever. And it made me think like, okay, but by the time two characters have had a direct conversation with each other, I'm like out of turn order already. I don't remember what the uh, I don't know how we're supposed to handle this. I'm just like handling it naturally. I'm just talking when and then that's again one of the reasons why I just stopped running online games for a long time because the crosstalk got to be too messy. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true too. Yeah. Um yeah. And I came to the conclusion that as long as somebody's not being disruptive being an audience member, I don't mind it. If they get that out of the game, right? Um I don't want them to lose track of their character. I hate having to remind them where they are. Where am I again? Where's they again? Um Then I don't mind it, right? If you're playing the sort of quiet, silent, character that just sort of appears behind someone's shoulder, gets "Jeez, I forgot you were in the room." Whatever, that's fine. That's fine for me. I've sort of made my peace with that one. Mm. But I also feel like some of it might be out of politeness, not out of wanting to be an audience member, but out of, like you said, not wanting to step on toes. Um So there's two ways of looking at it: forcing them to be proactive and um, giving them the space to be proactive, right? Um, yep, and there's a reason I said it was the girlfriends in the group that were that tended to be the audience members, right? Um, it was a problem at our Friday Night Magic events for years that a guy would bring his wife and she would play Magic every week for years and still would not understand the rules of the game. Just and that's the sort of stuff that leads to audience members and whatnot being obnoxious, where it's like, okay, you're a big girl now, or boy, or whatever you are. You can play your character without having to ask me how your character works. Like Shauner was so surprised that off the top of my head, I remembered that a cannon did 66 damage. It requires a crew of 3 people to run. If you have a crew of less than that, then it takes additional rounds to reload the cannon. Like that sort of stuff, right? It's like, yeah, because I probably used a cannon stat block on either a ship or an embattlement dozens of times since high school, right? Uh, Yeah, yeah, right. You create accommodate tables that accommodate to taste, right? And I always pass, every little thing that I pop through as like, um, this is fine, right? You guys get the point of why this is being passed. And sometimes I'll get some pushback, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's reasonable. And other times I'll go, well, I don't think that's bad. Give me a reason here, right? Um, Yep. Yeah, yeah. I don't think it's ever been that bad, but it has been things like uh last week, not last week, week before that we didn't play last week. I was busy with work. But when we played, it's a minor little thing, but it just sort of stuck out like a sore thumb. Uh, Character, uh, Maria, a scarred monk, goes to uh, deliver Gorgon strike on this demonic cyclops, and oh, wait a minute, it has to be slowed? Oh, shit, I didn't write that down on my footnote. It's literally in the first and we had to laugh about it because she was like, "Well, where does it say that?" And, her boyfriend, went, "It's literally in the first line of the feat." It's like, "Why didn't I write that down in my notes?" And it was they just leveled up, so it was a brand new feat, so it was like that one, it was like, "Okay, yeah, that's fair," but it's literally in the first line of the feat. Uh, so yeah. So that wasn't the end of the world, but yeah, when it's things like that, it's just yep. Oh yeah, I had played when I played that game with Rick and them, I had to remember because it had been probably high school when I like 2016 when I had last played Traveler and I was like, you take damage to your attributes, not your other stuff, and you get to choose what you take the damage to. And I was like, "Can you split it up again? I can't." Yeah, I was too. Absolutely, I was one half trying to recall the mechanics because I joined that game last minute too with a pre-made character. So that was definitely not my finest work. But people complimented me on that game, and I was like, "Holy shit! All right, sure." I was totally making shit up all night long. um, it was Mm, another issue I remember there though was like trying to look for stuff in the world was kind of difficult. Like I remember there were a few turns I spent trying to hack into like a turret system that Rick didn't describe. I was like 4Ding the turret system on the ship basically. And some of the other players are player characters are like, shooting guards down the hall and they're getting closer and closer and Max's character's yelling at me like, "Dude, what the fuck are you doing? Like, we got to get a move on." And I'm like, I don't know. It's taking long here. I'm still working on cracking it." And then we move on to the next character, and Rick wouldn't have me make a roll again, and I was like, okay. And that's something I like about allowing players to roll unprompted. For example, I sneak up through the hedgerow, 22 stealth. Cut out the middleman of waiting to see if the GM interpreted you right, of waiting to see if the GM's going to call for the roll. If the GM was going to make it an automatic success, then the number shows up for no reason. Who cares? If the GM was going to make an automatic failure, now you have the context of the number to see that a really high number still fails, and that tells you, holy shit, this guy's really good at seeing. Um, and now your character might be looking around for like, is there like an orb scrying on us? Is there something going on here? And that mechanic, that granularity tells you something about the world. Otherwise, 90% of the time, it just cuts out the middleman of going, the GM having to say, roll stealth, then you say 22 stealth, right? It just flows all one side. Um, I was the guy running the game for my group, so I just picked whatever we would play. Tell people that they either play what you want or they get to GM. Win-win for you. Ah, yeah. That can certainly be a way to do it. That would have saved me a lot of headache in college and high school. God, man. Because the biggest issue with Pathfinder is just not people who don't know all the little nitty gritty, the subsystems, the called shots that take a full round action instead of your standard attack action. No, the guys that like don't know how to roll a d20 and attack a thing by session, 5 is. Yeah, Conway, when the players expect the GM to do everything by sitting on their asses, the GM should dictate the terms and conditions. On the flip side, GMs become afraid of sharing powers. The issue is playing in high school with high schoolers. No, Zonalar, the issue is playing in high school with middle-aged dudes. Um, the the high school games were self-explanatorily bad. The game shop games, where I ran my senior year of high school when I was about 18, I started running in a game shop and running for randos, Magic the Gathering players, etc. at the game shop was a fucking nightmare. Oh my god. We had a girl who came in with a flute and was like, I'm gonna be a bard because I know how to play the flute in real life. And I was like, okay, well, you're role playing. Kind of the point is you can play a character that can do things. You don't have to be able to do the things that your character can do. That's kind of the whole point. Is at least what I thought at the time of role playing. And oh my god, she insisted on playing the flute randomly during the game. There were it was like a 13 to 14 person game. We had a caller and everything. We were doing it in the old school way. Um, I remember some vivid stuff like people randomly rolled alignment, so there ended up being like a factionalization at the table, and they would the evil hobgoblin and half orc beat a lot of these other characters, took them up in sacks, sacrificed them to Asmodeus in an old warehouse. Um, it was uh, it was all nuts, dude. Uh, that was really cool. And then they wanted to come back, but they wanted me to do everything for them. Multiple people, like their characters died, and they wanted me to make their whole new character from the ground up. They wanted me to take them by the hand, and I'm like, no, I already showed you. I spent hours showing you how this game works in the first place, and you are not putting any of the work in yourselves. This is a free game. It's not like it's paid at the shop. It's just to bring in, foot traffic for my friends that own the shop. No, fuck off. Learn how to play the game and stop being a nuisance. Like, dude, just the absolute broken people, adults, not kids. I understand kids don't get the social cues yet, but these adults that presumably have jobs that just fail at every fucking social cue. Good lord. Oh man. Yeah, that was bad. That was really bad. Yeah, pretty bad 2D games. Yep. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. If you could go back in time and ask them. Oh god, dude. I didn't even I'll do you one better. I didn't even click on the video. I didn't even click on the video. I've gotten enough comments on things in recent days. I thought, fuck that, dude. No, no, no. Man, yeah, the what's the word for it? I can't even really think of what I'm trying to say here with how bad those games were, but yeah, they were just not good. They were not good, and it wasn't because they were kids. It's because they were broken adults. Um, I don't know what it is about the hobby that attracts those kinds of people, but it's fucking weird. This is something I struggle with 4D. I think 3D is the place to be honest. I fucking hate comments like this, dude. Like, we don't sit here and go up to people saying, "You seem to have no intelligent, independent thoughts of your own." That might as well be the inverse of what they just said. Of course, you have a strong opinion. Yeah, yeah. People are supposed to have strong opinions. Damn it. It's not people with weak opinions who did anything worthwhile. Um, I know it's just a hobby. It's just a little thing, little thing in the corner, but something you spend a lot of time on. So yeah, damn sure have a strong opinion on it of what it is. Even like it's an absurdity, right? People should feel strongly about things that they know about, that they engage with a lot. When they don't, it's just, oh yeah, I play video games. Oh yeah, I play. It's like the vast majority, at least for years, the huge amount of video game sales that are in FIFA. That's the same game every year. It's literally a copy pasted engine, copy pasted assets every single year, and it's like, oh, well, I just don't. Uh, I don't know. I just, it's just something I play. It's just a time waster for me. It's like, you don't need a time waster. If you live in 2025, you do not need a fucking time waster. There are so many things that take up your time. You don't need a time waster, right? More than ever, we need to be engaging, using our time wisely, using our time very intelligently, and I think that'll kill a lot of the burnout that people feel in GMing and role playing in general. That'll kill a lot of the midlife crises when people realize, oh no, I spent my 20s. The people that go, I feel like I never got to spend my 20s having fun. Well, spend your 20s deeply engaging with things and improving yourself. I say as a uh, 27-year-old. How about not hit 40 and then be uh, suddenly and acutely aware of how much time you've already wasted, and then throw away your life on a motorcycle, on trying out a million new hobbies when you're 40 because you realized all the hobbies you had before then you didn't have a strong opinion on. After finding out you never fell in love with anyone, or your wife is like a superficial trophy wife, because you can't hold a conversation for more than 3 seconds on anything outside of what's on the TV because you don't have a strong opinion on something. Um, oh well, I basically just did the opposite of that. Um, I basically just did the total opposite of that because I'm fucking tired of it. I'm tired of the slop. I'm tired of the good enough. The so what? It's just for fun. All of these are variants of the same mindset. The cultural rot of uh, wasting your hours away in a vape shop. Dopamine receptors so fried that you're just sucking down nicotine in public 24/7. Uh, you're on 3 different SSRIs, and you eat McDonald's for at least 5 meals a week. Uh, and maybe it's because the efforts at self-improvement in some areas don't lead to any life improvements, at least not visible ones. Like at work, work's not a meritocracy. Um, you know, if you do really well at work, often you're just given more work. A deep fried RPG session. What would that entail? That does sound fun. I had a lot of fun when Rolling Stag first joined us, and we were explaining like the 1D through 40 RPG thing, and we did that. Max, Rick, and I did that skit on on what 1D role playing is. That was really fun. I hate how slop D&D is insincere too. No one lingers on the interesting part of the game. Horror scenes get joked on to diffuse tension. Emotional scenes get laughed off. Combat's made into a game. Insincerity in media is a modern day cancer. Yeah, well, it's cool to be nihilistic. It's cool to not care about anything, and then wonder why you're depressed. Oh, I don't know. It's probably vitamin D, man. It's probably it's probably like the some chemicals in the water. Maybe it's because you don't fucking care about anything. Maybe you're depressed because you are just so insecure about caring about something. Oh, it's try hard. That's cringe. That's yeah. You know what's cringe? Being fucking 40, working at McDonald's with no hobbies. What's cringe is when I drive up through the Taco Bell drive-through and I see someone in their mid 40s who's working for less money than I am, and I'm not making a lot of money in my 20s, and you have no hobbies, but the people, what was it? Nicholas said that the water people, the the fucking like they're not quite crackheads, but they're like one economic crisis away from being a crackhead. Just a rambling insane person down the street. Except they live among us. They drive cars. They go to work. They just go through the motions, and that's fine, whatever. But when they sit here and these people denigrate like anyone trying to do something. The crabs in a boiling pot just have to drag down. No, stop him! Stop him! He's trying to have fun. We're trying to have fun too, but fun for me is the boiling pot. Come back down here. You have to come back down in the boiling pot with us. Aren't we having so much fun? If you're having more fun than boiling alive, you're a tryhard and you're cringe and you're a LARPer. No, no, no. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. I think we've tried the catch more flies with honey approach for a while here. And I think we can see on the face of something when somebody is arguing in good faith and when you can have a conversation with them. But there are a bunch of just fucking slop people out there that are just nihilistic pricks you don't want to be around and you don't want to engage in a conversation with, that sort of energy vampire conversation. That guy you were talking to in the comments on my Reddit post, Zonalar, that was just like, my wizard, if he forgets his torch and we can't wreck on anything, then he might as well be dead. Oh no. Grow up, dude. Fucking hell. I bet you have real problems. Why are you sitting here posting walls of text on Reddit? Totally non-constructive walls of text on Reddit. You need to be typing walls of text to fucking HR. You need to be typing walls of text into LinkedIn, dude. You've got this much time to spend on something and it's sad. If you're gonna waste time, like, man, I knew a lot of stoner guys, I knew homeless guys that were having great times with their lives because they spent all of that free time instead of improving themselves monetarily, economically, in lasting times. They were true hedonists. They enjoyed the things they spent their time on. What I don't get are these people that will cry about their hobby. They're so sad about this hobby. It has to be built to coddle them. It has to be built. Yeah, good point, Conway. That's fair. That's very redundant. But you know what I mean? Like, it's not a waste of time if you're having fun with your hobby, if you are truly enjoying it. But these guys that are saying at least we're just having fun, and then the moment you make like, I think you could have more fun if you did this thing, if you just tweak things in this little way, and then all of a sudden it's, but I'm depressed, but I have ADHD, I can't remember things, and now my character's gonna die because I can't remember things in real life. It's like, fucking hell, dude. If that's the conclusion you're jumping to, are you having fun? Are you having fun, or do you have like a lot of problems in real life? And it comes to a certain point where it becomes unavoidable to talk about like uh, the mental illness crisis in general, but especially the types of things that that role playing attracts. And it's just like this nihilistic. It's not hedonistic. It's nihilistic. It's fucking hell, that's a good way to word it. Some people have fun. Most people tolerate the social cage of codependency. Tunic, goddamn Tunic. One day, for 30 minutes a day, we let you out into the prison yard to play basketball. And you don't fucking like basketball, but basketball is the one thing you can do with your free time. You like volleyball. Well, at prison you don't have a volleyball court, so you settle for basketball, except you're not in prison. We invent all these walls of, oh, I can't do that. I don't have, I don't have a volleyball group. I don't have a volleyball court. Well, then maybe improve your situation to the point that you can make a volleyball court, make a volleyball team. Maybe improve your situation to the point that you can get enough people to get a petition for your YMCA or your city or whatever to build a court. But no, it's easier to roll over and die because things are fucking so depressingly nihilistic. All of the stuff that we engage in is, oh, wouldn't it be funny if I did this? Oh, but I'm not actually going to do that. No, no, no. I'm laughing 1 second and then almost, bipolar schizophrenic. I'm terrified of the consequences of my joke the next. Oh my god, dude. Roaring in tears, but like, fuck me, dude. I've been with these people and they're like, they almost, there's a degree to which you have to feel sad for some of the people and the mental illnesses they have. There's another degree where it's like you just bought into the fucking this nihilistic slop that's chucked around everywhere. This 24/7 garbage that's spewed out on the TVs, Marvel movie bullshit, quippiness, nothing, Joss Whedonification of everything. Uh, Role playing is when you do quips in between rolling a d20 and forgetting how all of the rules work. Yeah, I do have a strong opinion on cringe culture. Yeah, you could say that. It's a ton of Kool-Aid drinking, man. It's uh when you're watching Winnie the Pooh growing up, you weren't supposed to idolize Eeyore. But now in media we have a lot of fucking hell, dude. It sucks. It sucks. I hate it. I hate it so much. Oh my god, dude. Whoa, better get a tailor. Oh no, my character's dying. No, no. Wait, could I have done this? Could I have done this? Like schizophrenic. Like absolute tonal whiplash. It's insane. It's like I don't understand how it's real people. Oh god, that's a good point. Yeah, the complete inversion of virtues in especially the West has been something to study, something to point out. And it's always a deflection too. It's always an admission of fault whenever these people are. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I can't role play. I've got a condition. I've got a glandular problem. I've got. I'm allergic to roleplay. Like, it's the fucking, well, I would, but my cat died, and I lost my job, and the people that'll bring up like dead family members as if it happened, like a week ago, a month ago, even, and it's like, oh, and you feel sad for them, and you talk with them for long enough, and then you find out their dad died like 5 years ago or something, and it's like, come the fuck on, dude. What are you trying to get free drinks out of me? Like, do you want something from me? Is that what the goal is here? Because it's like, man, feeling sorry for yourself is not a good feeling. It doesn't. It might attract somebody else to try and fix your problems for you, at least for a moment, but it's not it's not pleasant, right? It's I usually get people to shut up when I tell them it's like, yeah, I live in like a 6 to 8 chronic pain uh most days. I don't get taken seriously because I'm a young athletic male, and so I just get told basically to pop pills and nothing shows up on x-rays. Um and then they usually start shutting up because what? Their problem is they lived in a suburb and it's not hip enough, and I just feel so isolated, man. I just feel like if I forget my torches, my what even is my character, man? Shut up. Shut up. You work at a fucking 7-Eleven. You work at a goddamn gas station. You have bigger problems. Like, identify the real problems in your life, man. God. It's infuriating. It's at least to me. Let me blow myself up here. But yeah, I don't know what else to say about that other than like um what was it? What was it? I think Sam Hyde said recently. How about this one? How about fuck losers? How about let's not get invested over two homeless dudes fighting in the Wendy's parking lot? Because probably all you'll get is stabbed or a disease, or get the cops called on you too. You don't want to. Let's just ignore it. That's my whole tirade of just I'm just gonna start ignoring uh I'm just gonna start ignoring these people, that just whine and whine on Reddit, and that is one of the things I hate about my generation and millennials. I'm right on the cutoff is that the boomers are right about, to full circle with the discussion about boomers from earlier, is good lord, are these generations fucking whiny. And the problem is there's real problems that a lot of them don't complain about. Like, a lot of us end up complaining about these like fake problems, like start inventing these nonsensical issues, and then dying on that hill, dying on the hill that a huge um it's a huge issue if I make you forget those torches. No. No, it's not. We're not going to I at least am not going to capitulate to that kind of behavior, that kind of rhetoric to guilt you into making slop. The I can't eat spicy food, so I'd really appreciate it if you got a adorable cheese pizza instead of a pizza with peppers. Like, get your own damn pizza. Fuck you, dude. You order your pizza over there. I'll order my pizza over here. You don't get a slice of my pizza, dude. And don't start typing paragraphs about how I used to eat peppers on my pizza when I was young, but then I hit 25 and I started getting bad heartburn, and then I don't care. I don't care. You're not eating my pizza. That's the fucking bottom line of it. You're not eating my pizza, and I'm not getting cheese pizza. So fuck off. There's no point to this discussion. like the people that are so set in stone about feeling sorry for themselves too, right? That's the other thing is it's like they want to win an argument where the goal of the argument is to prove how much they suck. I'm such an incompetent loser. I need the GM to tell me this, that, and the other. Okay. Uh, I'll let you win that one, I guess. Like, we tried the benefit of the doubt, the good faith arguments on one end of the scale, and they man, seeing the manifest of that is that yeah, people almost get more pissed off, right? They get angrier at you that you're trying to have a level-headed discussion. They get uh, they get upset that you're not rolling around in the filth with them, I guess. Right, yeah, and that is the issue with pain, right? Is everyone has a different tolerance for it, and they see me like moving around pretty much fine, and it's like, well, the like right now, I'd say I'm sitting at like a 3 to a 4 thereabouts, because I'm not moving and I'm not bearing weight on my knees. Um, uh, but yeah, it'll be things like um, you know, yeah, not let the empathy. Yeah, it's good to be empathetic, but it's also good to identify when someone doesn't want to help themselves, when they're just oh, what's the word for it? Not Munchausen, but that's when you like live through your kids and make them do all the stuff you want to do. But when they just want to be coddled, right? When they want to be told your life is so sad and we do all feel very bad for you. And don't worry, you don't have to lift a finger. The whole world will revolve around your role playing preferences, even when they're not at your table. You know what, Z? Let me go grab a drink. I'll pop you in here and then we can keep going. I got my sleep schedule's already fucked up, and I have got the whole week. I've got the whole week. Exactly. That's productive. That's what grown adults are going to get us. Are going to get us to. This is the fetal position. There you go. That's pretty much it, Conway. That's all she wrote. There's just no other way, right? We have to eat brown food and live in the gray cardboard box. And if you don't live in a metropolitan area where you have to constantly fear for your life, oh, I put it in the Discord, Z. Um, then you're a bad person. If you're going out of your way to better yourself and your family and your offspring, you're a bad person because I'm a slop hunter. My job field, what's the field I went into? I'm a slop hunter. I go out into the woods and I hunt for slop, and then I take the slop back home. I'm 36 and I cooked my brain on weed when I was younger because I gaslit myself into believing that there would be no consequences for spending half of my income on drugs. And on that note, let me pop Zolar in. And then
Yeah.
I'm going to fade into the background and get myself a beverage real quick and go to the bathroom. So hold us over for here, and then I'll join you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, I'm gonna do that. Let's see if I can just see the comments. Beautiful. Captain Conway. Didn't you know that it's offensive for the made-up creatures in your made-up game that you play for fun with friends to be born evil? You're hurting people. That's oh man, it's really weird because there is this culture that has developed. Well, I think the the basis has always been there, but it's developed out of control. Of well, we used to call it white knighting. If it happens to a girl, we wanna protect the princess because we like her. We might even have a crush. We just find her attractive. So if somebody says something slightly, that could be taken as an insult, or that is giving her a compliment, unabashedly and doesn't feel shameful about it, then we all get up on our high horses and challenge them to honorable duel and do all of this crazy stuff. But instead of being the white knight, now it's turned around as, well, you cannot judge people for who they are, while they themselves don't notice people. And then we add the other layer of they're made up. It's fantasy. The whole point was playing pretend, of imagining, yeah, okay, sure, but what if I lived in a world where the orcs are evil? What would that look like? And have that reflect. Now, you tell me if my voice is low or loud, because I'm talking pretty loudly, but my voice is looking super low for some reason. So I'm gonna check if I can get the microphone a bit closer. Don't want to blow out people's eardrums. But yeah, holy shit! Why is my mic volume looking so trash? So yeah, judging fictional characters, judging people for creating fictional characters for being bad. And there's this other layer too of so there's this assumption, this false assumption that you just create one-dimensional bad characters that are evil and have no redeeming qualities, which and somehow that reflects badly onto you. And it always puzzles me a little bit, because I guess there are like two different arguments happening there. The two different arguments of, well, you make them one-dimensional and that's bad writing. Like, people aren't like that. You can't paint like a whole culture, like a species, or like a race with one brush. And on the other hand, I forgot what the second point was, but yeah, that I guess that's a big one. Let's see. The cyberpunk setting where the players are slop hunters. They must create slop content for the mega algorithm companies. Now, man, if it's a cyberpunk setting, we kill the slop creators. You hunt the slop to make it stop, right? Now, that's what we call a target-rich environment. Also, I am really, really annoyed that my microphone is god-awfully low. So I'm gonna check out if I can solve that. Because this is so yeah, I've been having audio difficulties forever. And I strongly believe it's a fucking curse. Yeah, there we go. So my microphone volume is turned to 42% instead of 95%. So I'm gonna turn some knobs and hopefully not blowing your ears out. Now let's ease us in. There should be the correct volume and it should be all right. Now give me some. What? I literally just watched my volume drop down again by 15%. Oh, it's still dropping down. It's automatically reducing my volume. Some program is hijacking it. Okay, so I'm gonna fucking. So the program that's doing it's just StreamYard. StreamYard is the culprit, and it won't let go. It won't let go of control. This is absolutely ridiculous. I hate this program, and I will have to see. I will have to see how and why. I do not understand. Yeah, this is trash. All right. I mean, that is blowing up my ears. Please keep the feedback going. So I'm changing the settings. It's it's in the middle now, in the center, so that hopefully StreamYard doesn't mess around with the settings. And it looks good on my end. It is has it improved, Conway? In the meanwhile, I'm looking for interesting topics to talk about. Okay, this is better. Good. I'm gonna leave it at that and just keep the window open to see if it tries to hijack my microphone anymore. So one of the problems with audio settings, and this has been a pain for me forever, is you have so many knobs. You have so many knobs to turn to get a good audio quality, and I fixate on making sure that it's right. But then one of the programs, and I don't know which one, decides to hijack just a microphone volume on the Windows side, like the pure Windows program where you control the system sounds. It takes the microphone and it just lowers it. It just lowers how much goes through. And I have no control over which program does that. Like even now, it just went from 95 when I started to 81, and now it's 76%. And it is driving me mental. It's driving me absolutely insane. All right. Further discussion on the video you made and the comments there. Oh yeah, good. That's interesting. We've had. I've enjoyed making the videos, so let's since this is a chill stream, I can just give some feedback on the video itself. I wanted to make a video response to the dungeon coach and the video, and I've watched half of it before actually doing the video, but most of the points was addressing this attitude that we saw on the YouTube video of coddling the YouTuber, this coddling this 70,000 subscriber YouTuber, and how great he is and the stuff he has. Oh, Conway's joining in. Yeah.
Okay,
All
I
right.
am apparently. I
I'm
was just
back.
eating peanuts by myself over here.
No, that's okay. I've joined you because I had to. I worked myself into a hunger, and so I grabbed some
There you go,
pepper
man.
salami
Peanuts.
and
Oh,
some
that's great.
cheese, which I'm going to eat straight out of the package like a mongrel.
Cheese.
Like God intended, you mean?
Yes, yes. God gave you hands. Use them, damn it.
Oh, yeah, about hands. I might actually be able to do something here. Hang on. I
Yeah.
forgot I had this, by the way.
What do we have? What do we have? Oh, that's one of them cat anners.
The ultimate
There you go.
web
Yeah.
stream.
Yeah, that's for right now.
While you were in medical school, I studied the blade.
This one is massive. It's like
That's a
over
pretty
a
big
meter.
katana. Yeah, I'd know so little about the.
It's the two-handed one, so
Yeah,
it's not a katana. I think I don't know. I didn't know either.
it's a
I
little
bought
small
this.
for it's a little small for an odachi though. I think because those usually have really big handles. So a little big for a. I know they change styles depending on the era that's about. Well, yeah, because the blade's not long enough for an odachi. So yeah, it's definitely a katana, but.
I bought this when I was like 12.
When
When
you
you're
were
12 years
12.
old and you
The
see
fate-
this,
the
With what?
buy it.
The fate of most katanas to be bought by 12-year-olds is.
No,
It's still
hold
like-
on. What money? What the fuck? You don't. How do you own anything when you're 12?
You ask your parents.
Mom, I want the katana. Yeah, okay, sure. Why not?
I have
Leave
cool
me
parents
alone.
though, so they actually bought me a katana when I was 12.
Mine never did. I always wanted a sword when I was younger, and mine intelligently said, "No, all of the ones that you find at the Renaissance fairs are crap, and they're going to break the first time you use them." And it turns out they were totally right, and they saved me from a fate of buying a terrible $60 wall hanger.
Is that because she knows a lot about Renaissance fairs, or is it because she's a smart woman who understands? They're just selling to tourists here, you know.
Oh, probably a little from A and B. She used one of her my mom's friends would go to Renaissance fairs a lot, so we would. That's sort of how I got into that culture is going into Renaissance.
Right, yeah.
Fairs. And if you have a nose for it, you have a nose for like. Even as a kid, you're like, I don't think that's how things worked in the Renaissance. I don't think there were pirates in the Renaissance. Yeah, we have some cool ones that are actually like I haven't been to a Renaissance fair in a year or two because the last ones the turnouts were just the turnouts for the guys I enjoy hanging out with were just not great. Instead, you get lots of the making it relevant to this discussion, just the people that are like not they put a bunch of effort into putting a costume on, but they don't put any effort into understanding the period where it's like, wait, this is a Renaissance fair. This is like golden age of sail, like 100 years after the Renaissance has ended. It's like, guys, it's not that serious. I'm like, well, you're dressing up for like something that has like 3 to 4 big events that you pay for a year. I just can't understand the mindset of not, put the effort in, man.
Imagine if you go to the cinema, you pay for a ticket,
Ooh, that's good.
You buy popcorn and something to drink, and you say, it's not that serious, so let me just pull out my phone and do selfies with the flash camera.
Yeah, exactly.
Throw the popcorn when Jack Black yells chicken jockey.
Oh my god.
I was about to say people actually do that,
yeah.
Yeah, we don't have to imagine anymore. We live in this
unfortunately
future.
this is the future we live in.
But the baffling part is having to explain to people why it's a bad thing.
Yeah,
I thought it's like inherent, and if it's not inherent, you pick it up by osmosis through culture, which is exactly why it feels like culture is degrading, people don't hold the same standards as we used to.
It feels like it's a counterculture without a purpose, right? Instead of I'm going to do the opposite of what's culturally accepted to prove a point, I'm just gonna not care. There's no there's right, like there was a point at which like postmodern and modernist art had it was slop for a reason. It was like slop to make some kind of statement, about what you were looking at. There but now if it's like stuff isn't made with that kind of purpose, or behaviors aren't done with that kind of purpose anymore. It's just done out of
I find it interesting because that's a big problem with countercultures. Of I hate the status quo, so I will do the opposite. And other teenagers and people who try to buck against their parents, or that have the similar mind, that are in the similar mindset, are attracted to that. But as soon as the status quo adapts and says, you know what, like golf girls aren't too bad. Most of the pejoratives, what the judgment calls, are still correct, but they can live in the society without getting fucking ostracized. And then they stop being golf because the point is gone.
Right. Kind of like once yeah, that's a good point, because as soon as the stuff became, as soon as Hot Topic started carrying like popular band t-shirts and things like that, it's like, oh well, the in group has become the out group. It's not just for those in the know, it's for it's no longer recognizable. You can't there are too many people in the group for you to go, there we go, that's one of my people. And that's one of the problems with that's sort of one of the differences, but a similarity with cults, which is the knowledge of, if you say you're a member of Heaven's Gate, then it's like, I know exactly what kind of, I can assume a lot of things about you as a person and go, I probably would be interested to sit down and have a conversation with you, but I don't want to associate with you. Whereas
absolutely,
whereas if the only thing I know about now, if I know, you shop at Hot Topic, that tells me nothing. 20 years ago, if you told me I shop at Hot Topic, wow, that's night and day. Same thing with RPGs. If you tell me today you play D&D, you could be on a fucking professional swim team for all I know. 20 years ago, you tell me you play D&D, it's like, that's a very particular kind of nerd, one I probably don't want to interact with.
I think you can very clearly see this through line of change coming through time, of the utter debasement of every hobby. Every hobby is for everyone, so no hobby says anything about anyone.
Maybe that's part of where the nihilism comes from, is that you seek out, these people who are directionless, they've got not a bunch going for them in their lives. They seek out the hobby that is for everyone. So it's it's a place they can go. If they're not athletic, it's not an athletic hobby. If they're not good at painting or the other creative arts, well, it's fine. You don't have to be good at that either. Can you speak? Yeah. All right. Can you do some basic math? Well, you don't even have to be able to do that. That's fine too. You can come here. It's for literally everyone. So you get just the absolute dregs of society joining it because of how open it is, right?
Do you really think that these people are dregs of society? I don't know. I don't think they are.
Well, not all of them, but
we are judging the worst of them, pretty much.
Yes.
The ones we encounter on Reddit, in YouTube comments, that make incredibly sense-free comments of, this thought crossed my mind once, and I did not stop to think about it. I just want to say it. Because people care more about being heard than about learning. I guess learning, they don't value the process of learning something new.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. In 10 or so years of teaching martial arts, I have encountered one person ever that has had I just can't do this technique. It's just impossible. It's, I'm too small. I'm too weak. I'm not strong enough. It's just not working for me. The moment they encountered with it. In the brief 2 or so years on YouTube and like engaging with RPGs in like a real serious way on the internet, I have seen this. It can't be done. No, you just can't role playing all the time. No, it's just impossible. I've seen that dozens and dozens of times. So this like this assumption of failure, presumption of failure, and just dropping of all standards immediately, it seems
It's
very specific to this hobby. Like
it
Is it?
reminds me of Uria's comment that he posted. I made a picture of my lights, right? That one of the legs broke off, and he said submissive gazebo pose. The Dosega, was it Dosega or something? It's like, yeah, you're just laying down by your head. Like I submit. There's nothing I can do.
Right.
I give.
I think that there is a very clear like fight against nihilism in almost like every level of society at this point. If you're talking more like broad terms,
It's incredible. Go ahead.
Perhaps it is even interesting to wonder if RPGs are the front line of this, since the RPGs is
maybe
a very like not a modern concept, but one that is drawing a lot of young people. Like a lot of the people playing RPGs are younger and part of the newer generations, and I feel like these people have more of that level of fight in nihilism. Ooh, hello, Uriah.
Hello.
That might be right. I definitely think in some extent, but I think a lot of the I guess because it is a hobby that anyone can get into, you see the extremes of both ends. You see the nihilists, and you also see the very proactive humanists on the other side of the spectrum as well. And because it's so it's a very cerebral hobby. Pretty much everything we do is through imagination. It's through mechanics. It's through reading. You will inevitably get to these conversations more than you would when, say, you're talking about if your hobby's swimming, or if you're, your hobby's any of these things. So maybe those people are out there and you just never get into the conversation with them because of the nature of the hobby. But also, it's that thing of I don't know. You so rarely see people tilting at windmills in most hobbies of I can't improve, I can't do it that way, that's impossible, or simply it can't be done, right? On as some of these people are saying in the other hobbies. They just try. You'll hear people say, "Oh, I suck at that. I'm not very good at that thing," but they still try. They still do it.
It's very interesting because I like to talk like about hobbies and subcultures a bit more on that angle, because on the one hand you have the counterculture of I just do the opposite of what everybody else does because I'm looking to find my voice, my identity in the world. That for me is the main purpose of why we are even attracted to being goth or being a brony or being whatever the fuck, being a role player. It could be anything. And the other part is, don't just have something you want to push away from. If you want to find your identity, you need to aim at something that you want to be or that you like, that you enjoy. That way, you don't just like end up with nothing. You reach something,
Yeah, you shouldn't aim just.
I was waiting for you to tell me no. That's stupid. With that long pregnant pause.
No, I think you're exactly right. I mean, why are you aiming for the landing pad? Aim, as high as you can, and improve in a natural, consistent way, right? One of the biggest issues is people trying to improve too much. That can be an issue. And it leads into never trying, because if you only will give a try, if it will give you perfect results, then you'll never try. It's about like just
You never
getting in.
practice.
Ooh, yeah, it's a big issue in RPGs. I think the whole idea of prep stems from insecurity.
Yes.
Insecurity stems from not trying to improve yourself. Because there are people out there that have played for decades and they still feel insecure to like keep preparing sessions.
And they have to mention, you can tell the insecurity because they have to preface everything with "I've been playing for X years," and because the results aren't they aren't self-evident. They have to tell you, right? Because otherwise,
guys,
whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. Have you guys been like with clubs or joined a culture where everybody encourages you to try out new things and push your limits?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've had that with fucking the My Little Pony community. That was the thing. That's the crazy part because it started as a counter culture of making fun of shows for little girls on fucking 4chan. And then people were like, wait, hold on. Why are you thinking that? And they started watching the show for fun and realized, wait, there's some clever writing happening here. And the animation is nice and they look cute and the music is nice to listen to. And suddenly it became a wholesome activity of what if I animate? What if I write a song? What if I remix? And people started championing artists and creatives that push their limits and encourage the field of just give it a try. Nobody's going to judge you. We are all outsiders here, so you've already reached the bottom of the barrel. Just go up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say, HEMA is really like that because it's such a young martial art. We're all, ironically, it's a young martial art, and we're all trying to figure things out. We're trying to figure out what somebody meant by this, and so much of it is don't get lost in the theory. Don't get lost in the fact that they're using a 500-year-old language that nobody really speaks anymore. Don't get lost in the technical terms. Just try it.
Yeah.
Just see if it works, and there's so much of it that is, just figure it out. Just do whatever. And if it doesn't work, then go back to the drawing board. We can go slow, step by step. Try out a bunch of different weapons. There's a bunch of different stuff out there in HEMA. Maybe longsword's not your thing. Maybe rapier's not your thing. Well, maybe you like doing dagger. Maybe you like doing the wrestling components. There's so much different stuff to try, and people are really encouraging with it because it's a way for people to experience violence in a safe situation, rather than most people's first experience with violence, which is in the real situation, and then they freeze up, and then you get a pretty horrible PTSD from pretty much everyone has some level of PTSD from the first time they experience real violence. But
you get punched in the face and don't know what to do about it.
Right, and the people just freeze. It's not fight or flight; it's fight, flight, or freeze. And the last one's the one that most people do. So yeah, that's a really encouraging community in general through all the shit posts and whatnot.
And the thing that can kill this culture is when you allow these people to prosper that go, well, actually, you shouldn't use like this Kriegshammer because of X, Y, and Z, and they end up their 5-page paragraph, which you need 4 more years before you try to fix Pathfinder.
No,
I don't know why you even tried.
That one gave me a laugh. I was like, huh. Well,
and that was the most upvoted guy in the circle, so to say. That's the culture. It's absolutely.
It's a corrupt social scheme when what people really care about is just how long you've been there. Mm-hmm. That's like the laziest, most stupid way to establish a hierarchy, because how long you played doesn't actually fucking matter.
No, and you get it for free.
You get it for free.
You don't have to do anything to be there for a long time. That's why I never tell people it's like, oh, I've been doing this HEMA thing for 10 years. if somebody asks me, then I'm like, I guess I've been doing it for about 10 years now, and I just lose track of time, right? Why? Because there are people who've been doing it for 5 years that are better than me at it, right? There's people who've been,
Exactly.
you know,
You
Yeah,
need to be
as
results
soon
there's
based.
information I have from 10 years
Yes.
ago that's translated incorrectly, and I need to update my knowledge on it. And it's actually worse that I have some legacy knowledge that doesn't
It can be
apply
a
anymore,
detriment.
right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You need to be results based. This is one of the things that I like about this community when it comes to RPGs. You are results based. You analyze the results you had, and then you see where can we improve, where can we change this tactic to achieve this better outcome, and things like that. That is the best way for you to keep progressing, right? You need to have this critical vision of yourself and allow yourself to be criticized.
Mhm.
What we see usually in RPG is the opposite, where criticism is avoided
Mhm.
because everyone there has this own vision of themselves, and if you break that vision, then it stops being fun for them. I mean, the GM is putting all this work for his campaign. Are you really going to say that he didn't like this game?
Yeah.
Are you really going to criticize the GM? He creates this like toxic mentality that is against criticism and self-improvement.
Mm-hmm.
And you can clearly see it every time we make crimes against roleplay or unsolicited advice. The game master becomes defensive. They pull out all of the excuses, and I mean, in the more what's the word? In the more innocent cases, they just feel horrible about themselves.
Yeah, and it's not a value, right? That's where I get like I think that's where I get, when I say it, I'm not trying to be mean when I say the dregs of society. I mean that more in like the when I say that, I mean more the downtrodden, the people that like they've got a lot of issues going on in their lives, clearly, where if somebody criticizing your game, one of your hobbies, you take as a values judgment, and it's like what was that? I don't recall his name, but there was a guy that went on like he had like a whole Reddit breakdown after Crispy criticized one of his games, and it's like, dude, if it's that serious for you, if it's that serious a hobby, you should take criticism as a good thing because it's a guide for you to improve. It's a framework that your players aren't giving you because they feel they are either not watching the game back to go back and go, what exactly was off about that, or they feel too polite to mention any of it. Then you would want that criticism. The only alternative I can think of is this, RPGs are the one thing going well for you in life. And so when somebody shatters that illusion, it's just like everything's falling apart. And it's like, I think you need multiple hobbies. I think you need, and I think you need to work on improving your life in general, right?
Why do you keep calling me out like that, Tyler?
Oh, you do have multiple hobbies. You do art. You
and there we go.
you do art. That's at least 2, right? And you're actively posting about, at least you were, and you started again about how you're trying to do more exercise. So there you go.
And the YouTube thing, which does count as its own hobby.
Oh God, if that counts as its own hobby, I have too many damn hobbies.
Yeah, man.
We all knew that already, though. That's not news. Yes. Thank you, Uriah. Yeah, it was the other Crispy. Yep.
Crispy Tavern.
Yep, that's true.
And it's interesting because criticism, it's so easy to learn because people can't shut the fuck up when you do something wrong. So all you have to do is, if you want to improve in anything, is open the gates. Go out there and ask, what do you think about my game?
Mm-hmm.
And go to the people you don't like, because they will tell you happily. They will go into great detail.
Yeah.
Maybe there is one caveat there. I have seen the floodgates open for criticism when it is within the public, within the same public opinion that is considered the correct opinion. When you see someone clearly railroading someone else, maybe the comments, everyone will keep talking about the railroad. That is because it is like in the zeitgeist to make fun of that particular thing. It is very hard to find people that are paddling against the stream of public empathy, I suppose you could call it.
That's true.
So
You have to have an eye for what good criticism is. You can't
There's
just
in the arts, you see it very clearly. You can draw a picture and show it to anyone, and anyone will know something feels off about it. But it takes an artist to articulate that the color balance is off and the framing isn't right. And you
right.
could adjust, you could play more with the dead space in the art instead of like trying to fill out everything with something and allow it for room to breathe. And you need an artist to be able, and with artists I mean anybody that spent years thinking about this, developing his own skills, to be able to put it into words that you can take and learn from. But if you just show it to some guy, he can tell you, well, he doesn't look real, or it feels off. It looks nice, but feels off. I can't put my finger on it.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and it's why I think people hate critics, but people are also way too ready to be critics of their own, but not. They won't. A lot of times, you'll get criticism that doesn't admit that they don't know what's wrong with it. They can tell there is a problem, but they won't say, "I don't know. I just didn't like it, but I can't put my finger on it." They won't tell you that. They'll tell you it must be this. It must be that you didn't prep enough. It must be, they'll point to the most random possible things, throwing darts at a board, trying to find out, like, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's this problem, maybe it's that problem. And yeah, people do that with cars too, where they're like, my car won't start. Well, I'll replace the battery and the alternator and the starter motor. And it's like, slow the fuck down, dude. Why don't you just plug an OBD reader in it and figure out what's wrong with it? Like, run the code.
That's a very good point. I think that not knowing what is wrong is actually rather common. It is strange that humans have this feeling that something is off. When it comes to humans, it's the uncanny valley. You can just immediately detect, and you can't explain why, but it's weird. It's the same for a piece of art. It's the same for a story. You can bring like a tribal like hunter-gatherer to like the cinema, and he's going to consume a movie, and he's going to say, wait, that story felt off. That's because we naturally have this subjective view of these things, of stories, of art, and these concepts. So having that feeling that something is off is very common. And I felt that very strongly for my TTRPG games at the start. And I've always felt it. I managed to remove some of that feeling when I started playing in a more simulational way with like dice dictating everything and like rolled in the open. But then when we got like 4D, that's when it clicked. That's an RPG. It's no longer feeling like awkward to me.
Yeah. And
right.
Go ahead.
And we're just trying to create the terminology to express why does it feel off and when does it feel right. That's why I love the term turnflation. Oh, that's when a guy is trying to achieve too many things. I'm gonna sneak up to the door and listen through the wall and unlock the door with my thieves' tools. And then I also check if there are any traps. And the next guy's turn, he's like, "Oh God, I need to do 5 things now, or I'm gonna get left in the dust." And now you say turnflation. And I know exactly which problem we are trying to address when we say that term.
Right, exactly. And that's why I hate the fun deflection so much, because it's it just puts one word to an incredibly complex system, to an incredibly deep system of what you mean is the things you do that give you dopamine, which is a whole hell of a lot of things, right?
Yeah.
And there's a really complicated pathway for the social things that we do that give us dopamine as reward, and the delayed things that we do, delaying your ability to do something that doesn't give you dopamine immediately, but does give you later. You're building towards something together, because that's something that humans are better at than any other species, is building things over a long period of time. Whether that's a culture or a building or something like that. And when people just want that instant, they just want that fun, that instant gratification. Well, it leads to a lot of problems. It leads to, well, what falls apart? The long term. Eventually, people stop showing up. Well, I got my, I rolled a 20. That was fun. They don't show up next week. Oh, well, why not? Well, GM burnout. It's like, okay, well, why does GM burnout happen? GM burnout happens because you're not prepping enough, actually. You need to prep more. That'll burn you out less.
It's a funny example, because we keep hearing people referring to that one time they rolled a 20 and did 115 damage. And that's the heights of memory of what they took out of the hobby.
I shit you not, when I was wearing I had a Pathfinder playtester lanyard, because they gave us some lanyards and some other stuff. I lost it at some point. A guy at cashier at Sprouts noticed that at the grocery store. And he literally starts going on about a story about how he's like, he briefly asks, like, oh, what's Pathfinder about? How's it different than a D&D? And he starts going on about, like, I say, like, well, the biggest thing is, like, the numbers are a little less swingy because the modifiers are bigger. And he's like, oh, I love how swingy the dice are, though. I love getting a 20. My barbarian, I rolled a crit on him one time, and, like, literally starts, and I'm like I'm trying not to laugh, and I'm like, yeah, that's cool, man. And then, anyways, move on with my life. But yeah, it's like,
I think that is a very good way to think about it, because people don't play for fun. I don't think they actually play for fun. Are you really playing for fun when you're spending a long time prepping a session?
Right, exactly.
Are you playing for fun when you're scheduling and doing these things? You could argue that you're schedule, at least you're doing it so that you can get fun later, and it's likewise for actual prep. But you do things in the on the table that are not fun. You do things like bookkeeping and initiative. If you're playing for fun, wouldn't you try to maximize fun?
Yeah.
I think that what people actually play for is rather complex. It is one of the conundrums of an RPG. It's very difficult to quantify everything that people play for. There are models out there like simulationists, like narrativists and gameists, and they try to quantify things of why people play. But none of those models actually gave me a concise view of it. I don't really like GNS model. It's trash, yeah.
Because I think it misses the. You're looking through the GNS model and you're like, okay, here's a problem. Your model of role play does not include role play anywhere in it. We don't want to get too much into circular definitions. I understand that, but we haven't actually defined role play in our model of role play. That's a problem.
What problem does your definition solve?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, none. In fact, GNS is actually an argument against simulationism towards narrativism, but I'm getting out of here. I was actually writing a model. I was trying to make a model with this newfound view of RPGs that I have. I was trying to write a model that would actually represent what people play for. And I took some things from GNS, but the model I made is much more complex. It's not as simple as it. And it actually includes roleplay. So there you go.
It's not as simple as a GNS model. I came up with 4 parallel universes that explains roleplay to people.
Well, 3 actually.
Only 3, yes.
Quite rudimentary. No, yeah.
Let me get my cigar out again.
I think that's a big problem with people seek fun. And they don't know what fun is or what makes the things they do fun. I see that in general, not just in our hobby, but particularly in our hobby, where they do a thing, they see someone else having fun doing it. Guy Windsor's The Swordsman's Companion has a really good bit in the back of the book on why do we do martial arts. And he says, well, I found 3 main people that do martial arts for different reasons. Some of them do it for health. Some of them do it for learning the history and culture of the practice.
Yeah.
Some of them do it for self-defense, for the practical application. Some of them do it for an almost religious purpose. It's almost meditative, spiritual in nature, especially depending on the art itself. And when you know what it is you get out of your hobby, rather than the sort of downtrodden, lost people, many of which we have because the world is fake and gay in many ways, that are seeking
The world is cringe.
Yes, that are that's the true cringe thing is the general mess that is society, as we can say, at large. Then you end up chasing after, well, that person has fun doing that thing, so I'll go do that thing. And then when you sink enough cost into it and you realize you're not having fun, and then somebody else calls you out and goes, I actually don't think you're having fun doing that thing. I watched your session and I saw you laugh maybe once or twice, and the rest of the time you were on your phone. They go, it's just a game, bro. And it's like, no. We're not talking 5 minutes of Call of Duty here. We're talking 3 hours of you sitting here. Like,
it's pretty much it's pretty much a patient getting angry at the doctor for pressing onto the wound to check if that hurts. Like, why did you do that? It's like, you're hurt. I needed to figure out where.
It's 4 hours every week for months, years, maybe.
Yep.
You're gonna spending. The funny thing is that everyone wants that long campaign. That's what everyone really wants.
Right. Yeah.
And seeking that long campaign will only lead to many broken, unfinished games.
Yeah, and not realizing, not even thinking like, why do I want to, like, that's a really important question to ask yourself on things. Why do I want that thing? When I'm buying this new piece of gear, what problem is it solving, right? Is it solving the problem of it takes a long time to grind my coffee in the morning? Is it solving the problem of I can't grind fine enough for espresso? Okay, well, what is making espresso at home solving the problem of? Can I make it for cheaper? Oh, I can make it for cheap. When you answer these questions and you quantify things, even when you quantify fun, if you notice that consistently, every time you're making coffee in the morning, like if I make a cup of coffee that tastes absolutely awful, you will usually see a smile on my face at some point because I'm like, wow, that's incredible. I didn't know it could taste that bad. Like, I get like wow. And I'm like, my wife is staring at me like, why are you taking more than one sip of that? And I'm like, because I can't figure out what that taste is. I want to know exactly what that is that's making that awful. Like, I think that's like a cardboard. I think that's like a cardboard kind of flavor.
People don't analyze these things anymore. It's very important that you have like some time with yourself just to think about these things, because you want to live your life to the fullest, which is, I just realized that is a meaningless sentence. It doesn't lead you anywhere. But regardless, I find your point very cogent. The point that people actually even know what they want out of an RPG. This is something I've been saying forever. Modern RPGs are like a cargo cult. People don't even know how to achieve what they want. And of course, like a cargo cult is this historical concept of I think in World War II, the Americans were shipping things to the Pacific, and of course, GIs were handing food to many like local Pacific Islanders. So later on, when they revisited these islands, and they no longer had the logistic machine to feed the entire war in the theater of the Pacific, they found that these islanders were actually building like mock planes and like radio towers out of like bamboo and like trees and stuff, because they thought that you could achieve the giant planes of steel descending with infinite supplies through repeating what the Americans were doing, which is why they were building those like mock planes, right? And that's fascinating. I think that's how people play D&D today. They watch other people, they see Critical Role, and they want to attain Critical Role, so they try to emulate Critical Role in a strange way. They're not actually playing D&D. The GM is trying to be Matt Mercer. He's coming in with, preparing everything, making voices, making cool moments. And then they sit down and it's not organic. It doesn't feel real. It's just people
Yeah.
emulating being things that they're not to one another for a few hours.
Yep. And instead of trying
Watching-
to fix anything, sorry, just quickly, instead of trying
Yep.
to fix anything, you get this empty platitude. Oh, don't worry if you're not Matt Mercer. It's okay. That's unattainable. It's like, what? So just struggle and be shit forever? Like that's not helpful advice. That's just like, that's
Yeah, watching Matt Mercer, what you learn is asking your players, how
do you want to do this?
How do you want to do this? Yeah, I actually forgot the phrase right
Yeah,
there
yep.
on the spot.
Yep.
And it's fun. It's doubly funny because learning through mimicry is a very basic human skill that we learn that we know as babies and small children. We watch our parents. We do what they do. We walk like they walk. We talk like they talk, because they are, they care for us. They show us the most amount of love. They are always there for us. So we learn from them. Now it's very basic way of learning something. It's not the most effective way, but it is effective, and we survived with that skill. So that makes like incredibly logical sense why. Oh man, I'm not having that much fun with my game. Let me check on YouTube. And then you watch the guy on YouTube tell you to relax, like talk to your players about playing a different game if you're feeling burnout. Or try to prepare more, but don't prepare too much.
Have you tried holding to hit and damage at the same time?
Oh my god. Try out this tunic system where you actually give your players a choice every hour. Like every full moon, they can choose one, blue or red, left or right, up or down, good or evil. It's like I can't just play Mass Effect, They have the same concept, but it's better in every way.
And I get
every
cool
other way.
animations and not, this lame guy. It's stumbling over his words and. I can pause the game and look up a weird word I've never heard before if somebody uses it,
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think that when you first start playing an RPG, it feels very complex, but I think it's actually rather simple. Which is why I want to build these mental constructs to try and categorize RPGs, right?
Right.
To me, it is quite simple. When you play an RPG, you need to know what you're aiming towards with an RPG. And you can actually aim towards quite a few different things. We in the 4D community always want to focus on roleplay, of course. I mean, it's in the name of a role-playing game, but I think you can play RPGs for other reasons, right? And this is how I separated my RPGs. I separated them in tiers, right? The first tier is separated entirely on things that you can only really get in RPGs, quote unquote. The first one of these is roleplay, right? And I think that most of us here, we play for roleplay. That is the main thing we want to attain. And if you want to play for roleplay, then all you need to do is to achieve immersion, right? You need to only stay in character, never talk to the GM, and follow a throughput of scenes in the universe that you're playing. If you see yourself going to the door of the tavern, opening it, and you describe yourself going to the table, sitting at it, calling the tavern maid, if you do all these things one after the other, it will create this cogent through line, and you can always imagine yourself in the world. That is what immersion is, always being in the world. And I think that is how you achieve roleplay and immersion.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Oh, no response?
No, I was like, I think I just agree with that. Yeah, I'm trying to think out how to bounce off of that constructively. I think
I was zoning off, looking for a comment I wrote, and
I think
talk about that.
People, speaking of the video game thing, they get stuck in the superficialities. They get stuck in what you can see. That there are fixed choices to be made. That what is the word? that there's fixed choices to be made, that the developer, the GM is sort of the developer. They've already made the cutscene. They're going to pop it down in front of you. It's accepted that some cutscenes, you can interact with this cutscene. Maybe you can't even skip this cutscene. So I just have to sit here and I watch while the cutscene plays. And, if it's not a very interesting cutscene, I crack open my wasabi crackers and I start eating those. And then, shit, I'm playing. I got to play a game. Want to grab my controller real quick? And that's just normal. That's when people have that framework of, because the OSR guys are right about one thing, which is that, when tabletop games were new, they were different. They were importantly different because people didn't have the baggage of video games when they were coming into them. It was a different kind of baggage. It was the baggage of wargaming, which had basically none of the set dressing. But I don't think with the OSR guys you see as much of the cutscene stuff where a GM is just yapping on and on and on and on about 3 NPCs that are talking to each other in the same scene. That's something I see more with the younger, the newer role-playing crowd.
Yeah.
The OSR guys, it's more strict mechanical stuff. They miss the role play thing from the other end of the spectrum, from the, I come from wargame background, so I know that this sheet has this is a spearman. I know the kind of equipment he has. I can sort of see him. I can see the stuff he's doing, but I don't know anything about his life or his personality or any. You need that not even a synthesis, but a syncretism, but something totally different. It's greater than the sum of its parts, and it's simultaneously a totally different beast. But too often, even in video games, people don't treat them as a unique interactive medium. As oftentimes video games, they're glorified movies. So if you've got somebody coming from a video game that's a glorified movie down into role playing, your role playing is going to be so far removed from what it could be because the video game's far removed from what it could be. Your video game's The Last of Us, which has nobody plays The Last of Us for the gameplay. Everybody played it for so there's
that's an interesting point. Like I said, I've separated the reasons why you'd play an RPG in dimensions, right?
Mm-hmm.
The role play is in the first dimension, which are things that you can only really attain out of RPGs. But it's not just role play that is in the first dimension. Another thing that I have in the first dimension is what I call creative problem solving. Mm-hmm. And this is what I mean with the Tunic guys, right? Most of the OSR folks.
Yeah.
RPGs do allow you to solve problems in a creative way, in a way that no other medium really does. Mm-hmm. You can argue that maybe in a video game you could use the console to make yourself.
That's an argument I've made before, but it's still limited.
And you could play an RPG for that. I mean, is it an RPG at that point? You're not really playing for the reason of role playing. Maybe a word game with looser rules would be a better description of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say this in a pejorative manner, by the way.
Yeah,
it's just that I want role playing games to be about role playing, right?
There's so many things to pick up on. Let's do the latest one about the term role playing games is being fought over because it's incredibly lucrative. It means everything and nothing at the same time. And players, they see, this is The Legend of Zelda. It's a adventure role playing game. Oh my god, I'm gonna play this game. It's so popular that, man, if I'm gonna sell a game and I can pretend it's a role play, I will. It's an RPG guy, It's a Japanese role playing game. They want to achieve a different thing, but it's still role playing.
Yeah.
And you just buy into it and see if you like it. Right. It has nothing to do with how much character freedom do you have. Yeah. Can you express yourself? Or
if your first experience, like so many people's was, with a role-playing game was Final Fantasy VII. Well, 90, easily 50% of that game is you hitting A and reading text. And then occasionally a choice pops up and you go, yes, no. I'm like, okay. And your characters are all chosen for you. They're all pre-written. You have some leeway in how they act, but 90% of their dialogue is all of their dialogue is
Right.
pre-written. You only occasionally get to choose. So what makes an RPG? Well, there's numbers. There's numbers and stuff. Health
There's
has
equipment.
yeah. There's
It's
numbers and there's
turn-based.
equipment and there's potions and there's that. That's the stuff you latch onto the superficial stuff. Whereas if your first RPG, as far as video games, was something like Fallout New Vegas, or even Fallout 1 and 2, and you get to this much more freeform, you can type in your own dialogue into the window and see if the guy will respond to it or see if he has like a thing that he can say with it. And you can just walk up to people, talk to them, and instead of a little, pre-written box of text, they have a bunch of different stuff, and they might be able to, based on your charisma score, they might be able to tell you more than they otherwise would.
Right, like the Pathfinder Kingmaker game.
Yeah.
Just roll your skill, and I have prepared the multiple choice answers of how well you rolled is the benefits you will gain from this.
Mm-hmm.
And there's like some choice of,
right.
You can pick like this bad answer and punch him in the face and start a fight with like how much face punch damage you're gonna do by taking that choice. But you always have it signal fucking flashing lights signaling to you of this is bad, this is good, this is Paragon.
And
this
that
is
oh my god,
whatever.
that gets you into the bad GM habit of now if you do that, then XYZ.
It's gonna be combats after that.
Yeah.
It's the best role-playing game that I've ever played, one that actually has role-play, Daggerfall. I think this is a separation of like Western RPGs to JRPGs. Western RPGs, at least like in the past, were more of actually role-playing, right?
Yeah, that's why I brought up like Fallout 1 and 2, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, that Dwarf Fortress is another great game to role-play, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just a world and you can get involved in your character and react how your character would react, and they give you like systems and a massive world to play with.
And that one sort of teaches you too, I think, like what a good GM should be is the GM is like the physics engine and all the NPCs, and then it's nothing else, and
then you get to roleplay your character in a believable world. Yeah, exactly. That's what I want.
It's very interesting because Dwarf Fortress adds another step of separation. Oh, I'm not moving the dwarves.
Yeah.
I tell them what I want them to do. The dwarves decide what they prioritize based on how they feel, what they're thinking about, how upset they are, if they're thirsty, if they're hungry, if they're sleepy.
Yeah.
And they go through it in the verisimilitude of the world, all the rules enforce of these are the things I like, I want to do. And the player that is at the computer says, I need to mine. But the miners go mining when they feel like it.
Yeah. Yeah, you might have the best miner in the world, but his daughter might have just gotten killed by a goblin, and he's sulking in his room about it. Or you could have the guy that gets high off his own supply and is like he's a really good miner, and then he ends up getting elected mayor, and then he's like, great. Well, we're gonna mine a ton, and then we are going to ban gold for export. And you're like, you fucking moron! Why are we mining?
Yeah, it's really cool, and I mean, it just brings a smile to my face, like a big dumb smile. I was like, oh, that's so cool. A lot of people play RPGs for story, like they're narrativists, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That is like missing the forest for the trees. You don't play for a story. You play and then you get a story. It's like you simulate a story. It organically grows in front of you.
Right.
How fun is it for a game master to make a story and take the players through it?
Right.
Isn't it much cooler to just let it develop and like see it grow organically in front of you?
I
GM because I like helping story like evolve alongside me and the players. It's really cool.
Do you think there's something where I think there's something missing? I think there's an innate human desire to tell each other stories, an innate human desire to have Bacon as a video on this. The mythos. Thanks, Uriah. Have a good day at work. The mythos, right? Because we used to have, 1,000-year-long history of oral storytelling, hundreds of years of collaborative storytelling of things, the Odyssey, the Iliad, but even as early as the or even as late as the Renaissance and the Victorian period of people memorizing not even just plays, but just the actual scripts of the plays and sort of acting them out between each other. I think there's a lot of people that are in the wrong hobby because that's really what they want to do. They want to make a sort of mythos to act out with their friends rather than particularly like what that game that Crispy did on Lindy Beige's channel. That was very different from the typical sort of game we see. It was a lot of story. It was a ton of dialogue back and forth. And it wasn't pre-written. It wasn't scripted. It was pretty organic, but there was almost no game to it. And the game master acted more as a director of like, okay, now we're gonna go over to this scene and we're gonna storyboard it out and now go. That's very interesting to me because I would not want to be in that. I didn't like hate what they were doing, but I wouldn't call it role play necessarily. I was like if I had been misled to join that table, I would be kind of frustrated that I had wasted, the better part of an afternoon going over to something that's a totally different idea as to what I have, right?
That's a good question. I think that there are multiple answers to it. The first answer is that yes, humans are storytelling animals. I mean, we're defined by language and passing on of knowledge, right? This is a anthropological concept. There's a famous book, The Storytelling Animal, How Stories Make Us Human, right? That is a lovely concept. Just how much like telling stories and sitting around a campfire like evolved humanity in a way. Yeah. And the second point is that a story is often more than just a story. Nowadays we have science, but in the past, stories were actually a way to codify information for the next generations.
Oh yeah.
There's like this ancient Veda story, like in India, in Hindu, that is about like elderly men like walking on a road, and no one really understood that story until they realized that they were actually talking about the precession of the fucking equinox, which is like this insane concept in watching the night sky. And like the precession of the equinox is when the Earth is slowly tilting more and more, so it actually changes where all the stars are. And if you live for 100 years, you will see like 0.2% of the precession of the equinox. So like these ancient humans, they realized that the stars were like changing. Somehow they realized that the stars were changing position in the night sky, and they codified it into a story about like elderly men like walking more slowly, and those elderly men were the stars that they were pointing out. That is fascinating to me. I mean, think of the stories of people like throwing salt in front of a door so that ghosts can't get through, and they actually knew that salt like killed fungi and bacteria entering the house.
Yep.
So there is a lot there when it comes to stories, and stories are like very deep to the human identity, I suppose. And yeah, you want to tell stories to your friends, but as an adult, just telling a story isn't quite it. It's why we use like RPGs to generate these stories. Right. I want to it'll be awkward to just read a book to my friends, my adult friends.
Yeah, right.
You're giving me a light bulb moment, Conway, because you listen to stories because they're fun. If the story is boring, you forget about it. So you want to codify throwing out the salt to ward off the ghosts, like, oh, ghosts are spooky. They're gonna get you. It's dangerous. It's daring. There's a bit of a thrill to it. Like there's some mystique, some mystery. And I'm gonna throw out that salt. Like, damn these ghosts. They're not gonna get me. It's like, why are we doing this? I never saw a ghost in my life. I slept over at my friend's house. Like, he was fine. He didn't have any salt yesterday. It's like, oh, it's against the mushrooms. Like, it can really infest your whole house. Like, maybe the elderly woman, like, she knows, she will tell you, and you're like, oh yeah, that sucks. I'm happy that you tell me about the ghosts.
Yep.
Or I would have forgotten, gotten sick. Inhaling all these shrooms.
People that work with mushrooms, I shouldn't call them mushrooms, I should call them fungi. People that work with fungi, like brewers and cheese makers, they use a lot of salt. Like they would finish their day, and then they would use boiling water to sanitize everything, and then they would throw salt to slow down the growth of evil fungi. So that their chosen branch of fungi could infect the cheese to make like the same taste, and same
Yep.
for the for the brewery.
Yes.
Yep.
So that's like a really cool way to like to codify information, and I think that this is why some stories feel deeper than others. A story
Or
should have like,
Yeah.
Silver killing vampires, and Silver being used for undead and all these different things. And it's like, well, Silver is antimicrobial. It's like one of the best antimicrobial things we have. My wife works in wound care. They still use silver-based disinfectants, honey-based disinfectants. Like, we're going until COVID, they had medical maggots. Like everything she uses in wound care, it's the cutting edge stuff today has gone full circle with stuff in the Middle Ages. It turns out those guys knew what they were talking about, even if they didn't have the science to back it up. It's like, God, these guys were fucking just hacking people apart and doing all that. And it's like, well, actually, a lot of them were pretty damn smart. They kind of knew what they were talking about because they had centuries, maybe thousands of years of
instead
stories.
of codifying it with science, they codified it with stories. Like the conversation went full circle.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And it's incredible because it's really showing that people solved the problem before, or we would be all dead.
Right.
It depends on the problem, but all the life-threatening problems have been solved before, at least
more
once.
or less. Yep.
So don't try to invent the wheel. Look around if somebody else did the work for you.
Right.
Because the chances are it's easier to find somebody who solved your problem than trying to solve the problem yourself.
No, right. Trying to be the next Da Vinci. Better to be a specific individual. I was going to say like mythologian, but the next Socrates, the next Plato. Try not to do that, and try to understand like that, what that medium was for, and maybe why that's missing. And worshiping science as a god has definitely not helped, because it's made us forget a lot. It's made us forget a lot of those stories, right? That have real value, and it's taken us, the better part of 100 years to go, oh, wait a minute, silver does work to ward off evil spirits. They just didn't call the evil spirits bacteria. And the honey does work to cure wounds, and actually, we still kind of don't totally know why. We know it's antimicrobial and antifungal, but we don't know why it helps you heal faster. So we're really no smarter than they are.
And really, if you think about it, what else would you call spores floating through the air, giving you hallucinations of
little
strange
invisible
dreams
things? Yeah.
Yes, it's a fucking spirit, man. Like,
the
connection is right there.
Yeah.
You just like,
or how you do fasting to remove evil spirits. Fasting can kill parasites, and parasites can actually make you hallucinate, and they can make you there's actually a very common thing in parasites that spreads sexually. They make people more willing to engage in sexual acts, so people get hornier when they have parasites, because the parasite
so it can spread.
Or like
around
toxoplasmosis, cat scratch fever. I can't remember. It was a pretty small study, but it found like a huge amount of like sports players had it, because it makes you more willing to engage in risk, because it can spread through blood. So it makes you more willing to engage in like contact sports, where you're likely to open up a cut and get it spread in different places. And I was like,
that's an evil spirit.
Yeah, that's an evil spirit, right? It makes these guys crazy, and then they start getting out here. This guy that was perfectly fine, now he's violent. It's like, well, just lock him in a shed with no food for a couple days until that wards the evil spirit off. Yeah.
Oh, that famous berserker mushroom the Vikings used.
Allegedly. Anyways.
To get all zonked out to fucking murder and kill everyone they see.
Or we have some things of them biting their shields, which of course, if you're getting like a bone set or something like that, they'll have in a medical setting, they'll have basically like an ice pop kind of thing that you bite down on, or you bite down on a pillow, and it's because you can make your teeth kind of sore. and that will distract you from worse pain for whatever reason. So same thing with acupuncture. Acupuncture usually isn't actually healing anything, but if you press the special point, if you press right down in between the metacarpals on your palm, it'll distract you from some other pain elsewhere on your body, at least temporarily.
You know what's fascinating?
Mhm.
The field of placebo in medicine is getting so advanced that it's getting harder and harder to determine what is medicine and what is placebo.
Right.
I think that
it's
they
like
said
going full circle of fucking dream your pain away. Just envision yourself not having pain.
Yeah.
It's literally
but really,
like
placebo's like at least 10% effective in most cases. Like about 10% of the given population can just go, well, I'm getting medicated for it. I think I'm getting better. And that works like for some things like chronic pain.
From what I remember, for it to be called medicine and not a placebo, it needs to be 20%. I don't recall.
Yeah.
And there's more than one.
It has to be a full magnitude of order better.
Yeah.
I've got the paper.
But the thing is, people have gotten so good at placebos that now placebos are being considered medicine. I think like some fields of acupuncture can actually reach the 20%, which is like insane.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it definitely feels like, okay, if I can give this patient something with side effects and something without any side effects,
right,
but they both have the same chances of healing them, why not use it, right? Like you don't feel the threat of, oh, I don't want to like be the one responsible for his death or for worsening his condition, which is like what I always imagine as the conundrum with placebo. Oh, I don't want to like give them sugar water, then they fucking die to cancer,
Right. Yeah. That is why giving placebo, at least in the U.S., is illegal, unless you enroll in a study.
Oh right? No, when I'm talking placebo, I mean like stuff like acupuncture. Like acupuncture sometimes can actually heal like 20% of not every type of occasion, but bodies are like strange. You don't actually know how our bodies work.
No, there's like interesting stuff where if you have like weird wounds that refuse to heal, sometimes acupuncture can like tell your body, fuck, that's attached, I better heal that. Like there's weird there have been studies on that in the field of physical therapy. Like if you dislocate something and you get it set but it just still hurts and the pain never goes away, it can like almost like factory reset you and be like, hey, shut up, that doesn't hurt, this hurts. And you're like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And something like that. But
people like to think that medics know everything about the human body and that we're all like the same. But it's pretty common. It's pretty common for someone to cut into like a patient and like, wait, what is this? They discover like an entirely strange thing about this person. Like maybe there's a condition where people have their organs reversed. It's like it's mirrored. It's a pretty common one. There's lots of different groups of muscles that some people have and others don't.
Only about 10% of the population can do that.
No, I think that if you do that, you
and there
pinch it like this, and then you twist it backwards, and then there can be
there's a little tendon that pops out here. Yeah.
And only like 18% of people have it nowadays.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
But
that's cool.
And then like my thumb can do this thing where it comes out to here, but it's very slightly double jointed. I'll snap back to this extent. None of my other joints, just this. It's totally useless. It gives me no advantage except for in thumb wars. If we're doing thumb wars, I can be really annoying and just get it. I can just leave. Like it is. But yeah,
I had a thought about role-playing games back when we were still talking about that.
That's good because I was going to try to link this in somehow. I'm a master at segueing useless topics into role play.
Sorry, I butchered the segue.
That's okay.
It's about role-playing games. Video games evolved out of role-playing games because they sat at those tables, they went through the Tomb of Horrors, they realized, oh, the game master is just preparing a set of adventures and quests to achieve. What if I just write it down and put it in a video game and give it line of sight and define how much you can move? And suddenly the video games evolve out of that, and they kept evolving and kept evolving. Like all in different areas, in graphics, in sound design, in quests, like the complexity of quests and how to tell a better narrative through the gameplay. Meanwhile, the role-playing games evolved in very, very little, and every time it evolved in a different direction, players come back to the basics of running an adventure path, just taking what somebody else wrote and go through the notions with pen and paper and rolling some dice at the table. Because I mean, I don't want to say they never evolved, because we do have stuff like, now we have a mechanic that says narrate what is going to happen.
Yeah.
But it's a mechanic now.
Right. And that's what
you roll for lore and you just make up a fact about the world.
And that's how I was gonna tie it back in, is that so many of these improvements, be they from the system or from D&D tubers, giving you these solutions, they're placebo. They're like, they might help improve that 10-20%, right? But your game needs to be improved, 100%. It needs to make needs to be making magnitudes of order better, right? Lots of these games, they've got cancer. You don't need a sugar pill, you don't need acupuncture. We need some serious, groundwork stuff. Whereas a lot of the placebo stuff is the like, well, have you considered prepping even more? Have you considered practicing your voices in the mirror in the bathroom when you're taking the shower? Have you considered, all of these things that are like, dude, you're trying to give me Tylenol for a broken leg. Like, this is not this is not working here.
I mean, have you considered drawing your own PDA and putting your character over your face when you talk?
And that is cool, right? It's an improvement.
That's
it's like, wow, the chiropractors fixed my back. I still have liver cancer, but at least my back doesn't hurt anymore.
Guys, I got it. Have you rolled your damage and your to hit at the same time?
Now I have 5 more seconds per game of listening to the game master read from a script. Thank God, we've solved the world's problems.
Imagine a world where you did not eat a hamburger yesterday, but I didn't.
But I did eat a hamburger yesterday. Yeah,
but I didn't. Yeah. And we make fun of it because it's so comically hilarious. Not because people don't have the capability to imagine something that is not reality and being dumbfounded by that. That fact is sad. And I want to talk to those guys of why are they this way? I'm always like looking for what is the root cause of this symptom of having no imagination. Yeah, and a lot of the times the root cause is fucking TikTok. It's brain rot. It's the hijacking.
It's that everything from day one is given to you in the visual and audio, the visual media. So you're never flexing that.
Blast it at you.
Yeah, like you're never flexing that creative medium. It's really interesting. If you don't learn language by the time you're 6 or 7. You cannot learn any language. That part of your brain shuts off. We only have a few cases to confirm that of like the very rare like children raised by wolves, raised by wild animals, and like child abuse cases of like children locked up. We also have a couple of examples of kids that were literally raised by the TV in the early days. It turns out you cannot get language from a person that's not physically there. So children will not passively learn language from the television or from the radio or from things like that. It doesn't have to be their parents, but a physical person has to speak. Not even 2, but it has to be in the same room speaking around the child for them to get language. So there's something like innate about the human brain that understands that us on the screen right now, we're not real people. Like we are these two-dimensional sprites. There's you mentioned the uncanny valley. Nobody really. Yeah.
Tyler One confirms Duolingo is a scam, guys.
Yes. No. Well, it's not the best way to learn language, but once you have language, by the time you're 7 or so, you can learn any of them because the pathways are there. They're solidified. We don't know a lot about neurology. Neurology is a fucking crazy field of study. There's so many chemicals in your brain and so many pathways that are acting. But how that ties in here, how that ties into role play, I have a theory that those people probably have just very visually oriented brains, to the point where they need to see it, or it's not there, or it's they can't imagine. And that goes back to, we used to have this thousands of years long history of oral storytelling and people imagining what that sort of thing was. I mean, look at the kind of visual arts that people were making in the caveman era. It wasn't exactly Roman marble statues.
Oh, hold on. Everybody's a critic, I say.
You probably had to have a pretty good imagination to be able to figure out what, like, the caves of Altamira where it's like,
what I find hilarious?
There's a cow.
The cave paintings of men are painting the situation like they are an observer from the side instead of being one of the guys hunting the bison.
Yeah. That would make sense. Yeah.
Just like Conway, they paint in third person.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, but it's that.
Can't believe you did that.
But it's that thing of I just bring that up because I think that'd be interesting. But I wonder what draws them to this as a hobby when those people do say that, like, oh, well, I can't do that because I can't, I can't imagine. I can't do the theater of the mind. I need a battle map to be there. I need this, that, or the other to be there. And it just leaves me thinking, like, well, no offense, but guys who are wheelchair bound usually don't take up swimming.
There's like, I want to make a difference here that I find interesting, because one of them is being able to visualize in your mind what the scene looks like. And the other one is, I never really thought about it in this way. The other one is trying to put yourself in their place, not physically, but mentally.
Mm-hmm.
You want to go into the tavern, but a bodyguard stops you. You're not getting in here. You're not invited. What do you do? And it's not about visualizing going into the tavern, what a bodyguard looks like. It's imagining the situation of being denied entrance. Mm-hmm. How you feel about that, and what are you going to do about it?
Right. And if I was playing, maybe like a noble character, if I was just playing me, I'd be like, oh man, that sucks. And then I would go to another bar. But if I was playing a character, I'd probably do, I don't know. I'm imagining.
What does it take to get in here?
Immediately, like,
here's
a noble character.
Shut the fuck up.
Or and there you go. That's something totally different. Because I was thinking, like, do you know who the fuck I am? What do you mean you're turning me down? My father could buy this place out. You'd lose your job overnight if you don't let me in there. Like.
Exactly. And that response doesn't need you to imagine it to like visualize it in your brain. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I wish Eli was on here because he has that aphantasia thing, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I find that fascinating. Like Rick talked about it a few times. Oh yeah, some people, they have aphantasia. And I'm thinking to myself, well, I don't need to visualize it. Mm-hmm. I imagine the scene of what does he say? What is he stopping me from?
And that's
what can I do about it?
That's what Eli always said. It's like, oh, you can't use that as an excuse. And that's great. I love that about this community, because it's like, we've got a few people with autism, myself included. So when somebody uses I have autism, I have ADHD, I can't do it, I'm like, no, I reject the premise. No, you're just making excuses. It's a struggle, but you can put it aside, I promise.
I'm just too fat to roleplay, guys. I mean, I don't know. I can't help myself.
That's it. I mean, you gotta drop it then, I guess.
Case closed. Pack it up.
Pack it up, boys. We got a comment from Daryl, by the way.
Yes, we did. We did. And hello, Daryl. Good morning. That is probably part of it. Associate like the body moving in 3D space probably has to do with it. There's a lot of questioning whether or not on the topic of autism, it is a learned, like a gained disorder or a disorder from birth. Because it's a spectrum disorder, it's probably actually a lot of different disorders that we all lump into the same thing, which is dumb. We do that with so many diseases, though. But there's a lot of questioning as to whether or not, yes, the diagnosis has just changed, but also we've gotten a lot more socialization through the internet that doesn't have that sort of 3D physical space. And like I, for one, I'm really bad at detecting sarcasm, especially over the internet. I will engage everything as if people are being totally serious, and they will often have to say, dude, it was a joke. And I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, I knew that. Totally. Yeah.
Yeah, you look left and right, and you're like, oh, I'm in on the joke,
yeah,
guys.
Yeah. And I used to be really bad at making eye contact with people. Even still to this day, I'm very conscious of the fact that, like, if I will, like, if I'm passive in the conversation, I won't be like, I won't find it rude at all if somebody's like looking down at their phone while they're talking to me, because I'm like, yeah, obviously you don't have to look at me. And autistic people look at people's mouths when they're watching movies. If you have like an eye tracker, they won't look at the eyes of the characters when they're talking. They'll look at their mouths. And that was one things I noticed where I was like, man, I hate, like, it's like, man, your display is so laggy. And they're like, how can you tell? We're just watching a movie. We're not playing anything. And I'm like, well, their mouths are moving. Yeah. And then
how are you ever watching anime, Tyler? I don't get it. It's
well,
literally open and closed.
Well, I just read the words at the bottom. I'm reading the words. And then when I've read what they're saying, then I look up and I watch I look at the whole scene as a piece. And then I can see out of the corner of my eye that the subtitles have changed. And I look down and I go, oh, now they're saying new words. And then I look up, and then it's stimulating that part of my brain that's like trying to learn Japanese. So I'm like, watashi wa what no ga. Why did he use ga there? That's weird. And then because it's Japanese, it takes about 15 years for the next bar of text to appear, because they're using 50,000 honorifics and the subject comes last, and so you're just sitting there like,
oh my god, yeah. The way you talk has to make absolutely sure that you can never throw an insult at the guy you're talking to.
The Keigo
so dialect, like this whole ritual of talking.
Well, I'm learning, like, because that's where me and my wife plan on honeymooning, and so I'm learning, and they're like, well, you want to use Keigo in your first sentence when you interact with someone. And I'm like, okay, right? Keigo is like the super formal, treat a total stranger as if they're your superior in the military, basically, because it all comes from like the shogun culture. But if you keep using Keigo, people will think you're a weird, stilted textbook learned Japanese guy, and it'll be really off-putting. So then you stop using Keigo because it'll be really exhausting to talk with you, because everything will take forever. So then you start using the informal dialect after that. But don't start conversations with the informal dialect. And I'm like, all right, this is great. I understand why so many people in Japan are the hikikomori. They just shut in.
Oh my god!
Like, fuck this nonsense. I'm not interacting.
What the hell are you guys talking about? Just say hello.
Yeah,
it can't be that bad.
Well, it's
like. It's like some insider baseball, like all of these rules that you have to be aware of to even know, like, why the guy throwing the ball was such an amazing feat. It's like, I don't know. They all look kind of fat and overweight. They're just chucking a ball and slamming it with his face.
That sounds like what people do to do something in RPG. Can I see the enemy? Oh, okay. Is he within range? Could I maybe try to perhaps attempt an Eldritch Blast on him?
I had a patron at the bar who I could tell was, more or less the standard 2D, style of play. but his recount. of
You
something-
recognize him by the cardboard cutout when he turned around.
Well, he had a D&D shirt on, and I was like, okay, sure, let's. I was like, yeah, and he brought it up, and because he's a member at the bar, so he's a cool guy. We talk regularly, and but it's just
you don't have to qualify that 2D people can be cool. We understand
right.
that,
That's
you know.
true, but I meant like in the context of this was not the first conversation I had with him was not about Dungeons and Dragons. This was like the 10th conversation. I was like, I didn't know you were.
Speak for yourself. Yeah, I don't like them 2Ders around here.
But I really enjoyed one of his recollections of a player that he described this line of elven archers that lines up, and he describes a player that just goes, I throw my axe at him. I'm like, that's fantastic. And he goes, well, he didn't measure the distance at all, so I just described, the axe like sort of plinks down about halfway between you and the archers. And I'm like, okay, this is fantastic so far, because that's hilarious. And he's like, I play the archers, the elven archers is just like sort of stunned in silence, as like there was no
that's really
possible,
good too.
There's
by
no
the
possible way he was going to miss. He was going to land that before. And he goes, okay. I run up to pick up my axe. So this guy chucks an axe, mixes by a mile, and then starts sprinting alone at a full line of archers. And I'm like, I'd be shitting my pants. Like, that guy knows something I don't. Like, I was like, that's a great scene. That's but then and part of how he was describing role playing was to other guys at the bar is like, we're in a fucking cigar lounge. It's a bunch of guys in their 40s plus that are like, I remember this fucking D&D thing from when I was a kid. Like, it's still going. Like they're like, and they're like, wait a minute, Eric, you're a cool dude. Tyler, you're a cool dude. I thought this was nerd shit. And they're
right.
Like,
that's super awesome.
Yeah, they're like, wait a minute, this is cool. And so he's giving like a layman's, description of it. And then so as he starts describing what role playing is like, well, you got the GM who's like a storyteller, and I'm like, I'm not good. I'm like, it's an hour before close. I'm not gonna get into that discussion. For another time.
There's a very interesting topic hidden in that little nugget of wait, you're a cool guy, but you're playing D&D? Like, what's going on there? And the intrigue that comes with that of I want to know what you find fascinating about this hobby. And that means the reputation of the hobby rises by the individuals in it. The same reason why fucking Elon Musk flexes like, I play League of Legends, to get to the kids as almost like, oh yeah, lots of people play League of Legends. I'm gonna associate myself as a gamer now, and in that way, I raise my reputation by being there. But the only reason gaming is popular because everybody plays video games. So it's like when you watch the World of Warcraft advertisements back in the day, it's like Mr. T plays this Mohawk Night Elf. That does the moonwalk dance that Michael Jackson dance. It's like, okay, well, if he plays World of Warcraft, I'm gonna give it a shot. Yeah. And same with D&D, with role-playing games. Our reputation adds to the hobby. If we have a good reputation, people talk about it, it enhances the hobby. Which is why I get upset that these AstroTurf YouTube channels that have the same background with a script written by somebody else talking nonsense and doing advertisement,
and
while they are the face of the hobby.
It's same thing with the issues with that's why I take such vehemence towards these self-defeatist losers in the hobby. It makes the hobby look so lame when they're like, well, this is just how it is. I've been doing it for 20 years and this is the way we do it. It's like, okay, well, if you've been eating dirt for 20 years.
Somebody's at the door. I gotta check this out.
Oh, no problem. If you've been eating dirt for 20 years and I give you a burger, okay, wow, it sucks that you've been eating dirt for 20 years, right? But here you go. Here's a burger. Embrace the new good thing. And not everything is good by virtue of it being new, but,
This is when I think the nature of humans makes it harder for you to strive for the truth,
hmm
because these are all just claims of status.
That's
When
true. Yep.
when you think a certain activity is below someone, that's you're talking about status there, and
Right.
humans are status seeking.
Yeah.
There's this lovely phrase that the first human that hunted a deer got to eat, but the first man that hunted a wolf got to wear a wolf's pelt, and that makes like all the difference. If you're walking around with a wolf's pelt, people
Yep.
know that you have that status in the
Yeah.
tribe.
Yeah. And
Uh,
that's how like so many totally independent cultures organize themselves, right? You had sumptuary laws all over the globe. Only certain tribes or certain classes, sorry, of the Aztecs were allowed to wear the jaguar skins, were allowed to wear the hummingbird feathers.
or to
In
wear
Norse,
different colors in the Middle
right,
Ages.
right. Yeah, in the Norse culture, if you were wearing gray, it was usually a sign that like you were an indentured servant or maybe even an outlaw, um, depending on the exact region you were in. And if you had these
Exactly.
cults, if you had the totem animals that were there to there's the spiritual significance that animal would its life would protect you spiritually, but there was also just the physical significance of holy shit, that guy killed a bear. Like that's crazy. If that guy's or he has the money to pay somebody to kill a bear, that's maybe even more insane.
That's the thing. When someone says I've been playing for 20 years, they're not saying I have experience that I've accumulated for 20 years.
Right.
They're saying I played longer than you,
Yeah.
have more status than you. That is
Yeah.
what they're actually saying. This is a subtext.
It's like I think I know what
And
I'm doing. It's the appeal to authority, which is
it's
like
so petty,
one of the
right?
weakest arguments, right? That's why I gave that ridiculous example earlier where I could tell you like, oh, I have a degree in technical writing. I could tell you fish was spelled PHOTI. It would be bullshit, but I could say, oh, which one of us has a 4-year degree and a minor, dude, from an accredited university? Yeah, I think I know what I'm talking about, right? And
Trust
that's
the experts, right?
right. Trust the experts, dude.
Just do it.
Yeah. Daryl had a good comment here. Who had experience with 4D at a live table? Explain some differences or advantages versus live streaming 4D play. So it was a 4D moment. I wouldn't say it was like enforced 4D because my what's the word for it? I've explained some of the methodology and whatnot, and put it out there for my players, and I've wanted them to engage with the hobby in that way more. And one of them did. One of them, they're on a boat, and things are kind of slow. They're slow sailing. Um, there nothing really eventful is happening. I roll for like a random encounter, just to see if anything would be spiced up. Um, and there's a large animal, like a dire snapping turtle, I think it was. Then they see this just shade below the water. It snaps at some of them. They manage to ward it off because it's an animal. It does, as soon as they poke it a few times, it wanders off. And as it becomes sort of clear that everything's smooth sailing, I'm just describing as the terrain goes by and day starts to pass into night while they're aboard the ship. One of my players just says like, "Oh, Maria knocks over one of these guys' chess pieces as they're playing chess." And I'm like, I never said anybody, but like she's describing NPCs aboard the ship as playing this chess game that I was like, that's so cool. Right? Nothing's happening. It's been an uneventful day. She's making an event happen. I thought that was so cool. And it helped this sort of stilted dead air moment go by way more interestingly than me just continuing to describe night passes uneventfully and another day arises, and then and then it's just me as the GM talking for 5 more minutes as I roll another random encounter and we just keep going, and that sort of stuff. A difference there, I would say, is that you can read the body language. You can look around and see that, like, okay, nobody else is about to do anything. The GM, I think, is pausing to give us some space to do something. All right, now's my moment. Now's my time to jump in here, and we
That
don't
is what I
have
was supposed to say.
we don't
Yeah.
have to do the round robin thing because we have that those other senses that we don't always have access to, and there's no lag. We're not as worried about crosstalk. Everyone's in the same room, and we can sort of see when somebody's about to say something.
I played a 4D game with like brand new players in person. It was pretty cool.
Mhm.
It's actually one of the games that made me realize, brand new players are better at learning 4D than
Yes.
D&D players.
Yes.
The main thing is that it's much easier to notice body language when someone's about to say something, to move their body slightly, and you can very easily read that. It's harder to do it with video. Video is like good enough, but being in a 3D space is a better medium.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing that makes it much easier is that since you have that locality with the other players there, like he's there, you can more easily gesticulate, like, oh, there's like the guy here and the guy there. You can do things like that in person. Other than that, it's the same differences as your usual like 2D game, in person or not in person. Although I've done things before, like they were playing like a cyberpunk game and they were going to get a mission from a corpo.
Mm-hmm.
And in universe, they were sitting around like a corporate boardroom, and they're just sitting around like a long table. So like I got up as when I started playing the corpo guy, like put hands on the shoulders of the players as the corpo guy was doing it, and it was pretty cool.
That is
There's
cool.
like the physicality to it.
Yeah, I was gonna say a disadvantage is if somebody does forget a mechanic and needs to be reminded it when you're online, you can just DM them something. You can just send them a quick DM and just go, boop, here you go. And you don't have to break character. You can just, somebody can, while it's somebody else's turn, if you think of like, shit, I'm going to cast a fireball, but I don't remember what, how do I determine spell DC or something like that, then you can just, do that on the side. And if you're good at multitasking, it's a thing you can do silently and never have to bring up. And that way, it only sort of breaks immersion for two of you instead of the whole table. And you can send DMs for other reasons, sending like somebody picks up a note or something like that. Then you don't have to reference it out of character. It's just something that gets sent. Of course, you could physically make a note, but if it was like something that was just not prepped at all, as it often is, then it would be way easier to do in a virtual setting. So there are a couple of advantages, I would say, but yeah, in general, I much prefer playing in person when possible. I guess it is. I guess it is a form of anchoring. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can get away with stuff like that. It's pretty cool.
Fully upload our consciousness to the matrix, and at what point does it stop becoming role playing? And that's just life. More real than real, more human than human.
Maybe we should make an RPG about that. An RPG about playing RPGs too far.
There you go. Maybe that could be the anime thing that Nicholas is running. Maybe that's a lot of like concepts in maybe a bit too highbrow for the shonen style thing though. That's a lot of the concepts like what is it? Ghost in the Shell. Yeah.
Stupid.
Ghost in the Shell handles a lot of those concepts of like at what point are you just a brain in a machine? Is that how much of your brain and your corporeal body are the person as one solid unit? If you take the brain out and put it in a robot, are you still you? Really, really interesting concept. Not super groundbreaking. That sort of stuff has been tackled before in like a lot of Western books, but it's just the way it's done is so.
It's the ship of Theseus in a way, right? It's like that
Yeah,
separation of the world of forms to the world of concepts.
Right. Yeah, and then Daryl was saying, Zolar and Crispy are pretty tactful in their approach to criticism, and that's important to their reputation rather than being adversarial about it. And 40 guys are welcome overall versus being gatekeepers to the playstyle. Yeah. And it's tricky because I get frustrated at guys because we are so open and welcoming to new people into the hobby, or we'll encourage people, hey, just try it this way. What do you stand to lose? Just trying it a couple hours of your time. Not even 30 minutes of your time. Nothing says you got to role play for a couple hours. So it gets really frustrating when people shun that. They don't even want to try your advice. It's what would be a good way to word it? It'd be like if somebody came to a martial arts video, presumably seeking to solve a problem, and they were like, I don't think this technique works. And you went, okay, try it. And they went, no. It's like, well, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to still not be adversarial here, or am I supposed to call you a moron? Sometimes public shaming is productive. At least if you understand why the public shaming is being done.
Yeah, I think you need ambassadors like that. And I mean, this community has a lot of very brilliant people. You have like ambassadors, you have theorists like Bacon.
Mm-hmm. Really smart guy.
And yeah, it's amazing to see like it evolve and grow.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm paradoxically the more the more critical and the more aggressively critical, I suppose you could put it.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah. Well, it obviously used to be Shawner.
Yeah.
Oh
shame.
my god. Yeah.
But that's how Shawner got to me. I got really interested in this piece of drama when I saw that this video with like 30 views had like a 70 comment chain. Something
yeah. When he messaged me one day and he was like, has Abe ever left like 90 comments in a row on one of your videos? And I'm like, oh no, you broke him. He finally fell off the deep end. Yeah.
It's pretty fascinating how 4D came to be with like the whole story of like the early days with Shawner and the other guys. It's a cool place to be, man. And I mean, it feels exciting if you's new. A lot of people say, "Oh, we were playing like that in the '80s." Like, hey, yeah, sure, buddy.
Where's your game?
Sure you were. Where's your game?
It's like, yeah, I have an original Leonardo da Vinci. It's like, dude, can I see it? That's awesome. You need to put that in a museum. You need to take documentation of it. That's like the equivalent. It's like, really? You've been playing like that since then? Okay, can I see it? No. Oh, well, all right then.
And I mean, the first D&D that they sold was literally called a new game for solo wargaming or some for single character wargaming or something like that. That was like the epitaph between the
the subtitle, yeah
subtitles. Sorry, but that's like interesting because that is like the first tier. But then they also call you the dungeon master because dungeon master creates a dungeon to challenge the players. So it is a game in that regard. It's not really like role playing.
Yeah,
I think they had the role playing later on.
Yeah, around like the Redbox days or something like that. I don't know. My Angry OSR guys, if you've skipped to this part in the stream, then tell me. Tell me how wrong I am and how I
don't know either, and I don't really want to learn because I mean I don't consider it part of the same hobby,
Yeah, no, I think there's interesting things to look at the lineage a little bit, but when you get to all the first edition shit where it's like, well, in this one, they had an early version of Thaco, and in this one, they had the base TED AC system, and it's like, okay, that is not a meaningful difference to the overall thing, right? Like, these little tiny changes from, oh, you had Holmes Basic and Red Box and Pink Box, and they all had like the equivalent of errata text, and it's like, really, is that as important as a lot of the stuff we're talking like big picture stuff? I think a lot of the OSR guys totally miss the forest for the trees, right?
Definitely, I would say so.
And a lot of the OSR guys get blinded by nostalgia too, which is something we all get blinded by to some extent, right?
It's strange.
Speaking earlier of like midlife crises,
Nostalgia is a strange thing because you can have nostalgia for something that you never even did, right? Something can feel like nostalgic, like in an osmotic manner. Like just because people are having nostalgia about something, you can have nostalgia about it too.
Yeah, it can be
a lot of things that I never did in my life.
Yeah, it can be really weird too, like having nostalgia for like a lot of 80s stuff. I am the 80s was such a prosperous economic time, arguably the next most prosperous time in humanity, other than the 50s, but it didn't have a lot of the baggage that the 50s had, other than the AIDS epidemic. But that was like late 80s. So for the most part, like the 80s, the culture, the technology, the everything that was coming out around then, it lasted into the 90s, into the 2000s. So we're still watching, when I was growing up in the early 2000s, was still watching VHS tapes that came out in the 80s, and I was like, oh yeah, I love Mad Max, and watching old tapes of all this stuff. Out of Magnavox Odyssey 2, that was the first console I ever had, because it was just a hand me down that we had in the house.
That's crazy.
And it's like, so it's like I feel nostalgic for things that weren't concurrent with me growing up, but I still grew up with them. And so in that way, it's like, people born 20 years apart can be nostalgic for the same things, and it's very strange, very odd. Yeah, and also the aesthetic too, is another thing. You can be nostalgic for, and I think that's what most OSR guys are for. OSR has eventually settled on not even a specific rule set, it's settled on an aesthetic that, like, darker, grittier, and I actually like the OSR aesthetic, right? It's a lot of the methodology and rules that I'm not a huge fan of the OSR.
Exactly. I think that the OSR is more an aesthetic nowadays, and I mean, a lot of OSR books are practically art books. You can have some that are more crunchy, but I mean, it is something cool to to work towards. And this is what I meant when I said that 4D has an aesthetic to it too. It feels new. It feels like something exciting, right? It's I get way more excited when I'm about to play something 4D.
Yeah,
because I actually get to have that thrill, like, oh, what's gonna happen this time? It's unpredictable. It's like really exciting. It's like I would call it the Wild West of RPGs.
I think so. I think that's a cool way to put it, right?
Yeah, like if you look at the Discord, there's always people asking new questions that no one has asked before, and like,
yeah.
There's like, can you role play X series? We did like 5e. Now we're gonna do like Pathfinder. It's gonna be really cool.
Yeah.
And it's strange because we didn't change any rules. We just changed the philosophy around it. And this is why I want to like harken back to what I said of like RPGs. You really need to figure out what you want out of them, because I mean, we're not even using different rules than you are playing in 4D than like the 1D guys, right?
Yeah,
it's like it can be with
anything,
different things.
Right, with anything, you need to figure out what you want to get out of it. Otherwise, you'll end up in a. Lots of people get lost spending a lot of time in building a habit that just becomes, this is just a thing I do now, right? And then they end up hating it, right? Cue the Tyler 1 meltdown where he's yelling about League of Legends, fix the game. I just want to fucking quit it, but I can't. I'm addicted to it, and it's like, you don't question why you're even playing the game in the first place. Why are you even playing League of Legends in the first place? Oh, it's a popular thing. A lot of your streamer friends play it. A lot of it's the thing to do. And maybe you have some fun with it, but you don't know why. You don't know what you're deriving that fun from it. But what are you really good at pointing out? You're really good at pointing out what makes it unfun. That's what you'll notice with these RPG guys. Almost every D&D tuber, or at least a lot of them, can accurately point out what the problems are, but they can't give you solutions for them. They don't have good solutions
Never.
for them.
And they would rather give you a wrong solution than actually
Yeah.
push you towards the right direction.
And I think what it is part of it's become going through the motions. It's people have latched on to the first hobby they see with the first group of people they like, which is a great thing. That second thing is a great thing, that they found a group of people that they can really, attach themselves to, especially when we're having to filter out so much chaff nowadays. Zolar mentioned earlier, used to be you're in a village of, 150, 300 people, and there wasn't much chaff to filter out, right? Now, God, that many people in your school alone growing up, way more than that in most towns, and so it can be that part of it's cool, but a lot of people don't even consider.
All right, I'm back.
Like I say, I have the opposite problem of most people. I have way too many hobbies, but I think a lot of people don't even understand why they have the hobby that they do. They and then they get frustrated when they,
Exactly. You know what it makes me think of? It makes me think of losing weight. A lot of people are like, yeah, I'm gonna do this diet. And, they don't study the diet. They don't actually. They just set a goal. I want to lose 30 pounds or something like that. And then they say, okay, I'm gonna do this hyper aggressive diet. Like the first day, they're doing great, only eating one bowl of soup a day. And then the second day, a bowl of soup a day, they're tough. But in the fourth day, they see someone maybe a family member eating something else. They try just a little bite. And the next day, another little bite. And then the whole diet breaks off because you're trying to do something that at first you would never be able to follow that aggressive soup diet for the whole 3 months. Second, maybe you didn't even plan for 3 months. You didn't have a plan. You just went in with a wish. You had an aesthetic wish that you wanted to achieve.
Yeah.
And didn't actually intellectualize how you would achieve it. Then third,
you have a desire and you walk in its general direction.
Exactly. You need to plan it out, man. I mean, if you really want to, if you play an RPG and you're burnt out, you need to realize, am I in this losing diet that I'm never going to be able to follow? I mean, are you really going to be able to prep a game 4 hours every week?
You're setting yourself up for failure by having unreasonable expectations and not aligning your realities towards achieving it, which is why everybody makes a point of count your calories so you know if you're in the right direction or not.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, and then secondly, you don't even know when it's going to end. You want to play a long-term campaign. Your plays maybe asked for how long. You said years. You don't even know when this fucking game is going to end. This starts amounting more and more pressure on you. You don't know if you're going to keep pulling it off. You don't even know when it's going to end. You have no way to actually even try to change all of this. You need to have a conversation with yourself. You need to sit down and think and set out a goal, right?
Right.
This session, I want to make sure that the players role play. The players acting like their characters would. They're no longer playing a video game. The next session, you do something else, and then over time, have shorter games. Why are you playing what does everyone want to do the 1 to 20 game? It's such a niche thing, right?
Right. I've ended up doing it with my long running campaign, which wasn't even set to be a long running campaign. There have been so many, probably 5 players that have dropped out of it at points that were natural ends for that character, right? But then a few characters keep going. And then a few characters keep going. And then a few characters keep going until we're in a ship of Theseus where now it's 2 of the characters have been there since just 1 of the characters has been there since the beginning.
It's not the same story. It's not the same campaign. It's not the same characters. It's not even the same players at the table.
Yeah,
you're not even using the same rule set anymore. You've homebrewed stuff in and out all the time.
Yeah, right. And it is a lot of the same players, but it's the characters. The characters are totally different, right? And I think that's the way to. I think I found, because this is the only long-term campaign that I've done or been in that's been successful, is that's the way to do it. Is not set out as being a campaign. Just keep it going where it's like, well, this is a natural stopping point, but then somebody will go, wait a minute, what about that thing? What about that loose end from earlier? Let's go back and do that. And then everybody else will go, yeah, that's an interesting thing to tackle. And then you just keep going and you keep going. And it'll obviously be impossible to tackle every loose end, but eventually you get to the point where it's like, all right, that's enough. And we're getting to that point where finally my players are like, all right, this continuity this was fun, but 6 years is a long time. This
Jesus, 6 years, man.
Yes, 6 years, a little bit on and off, but pretty much, weekly, continuously, minus like holidays. Yeah. Yeah, thereabouts. But yeah, I forgot where I was going with that. Yeah, you see the same thing like martial arts cults, which is why I always think it's funny that people call us a cult or cult like, because the behavior of martial arts cults is often not, I want to do karate to learn how to punch and kick people or break boards or that thing. It's, I want to learn karate because this cool guy does karate. I want to learn how to fight like this guy. And it's a cult of personality. And then you get guys like Frank Dux, who is like, I will teach you karate. And you're like, cool. And you're learning karate. And you don't know, you're doing the forms and you don't know what, and you're like, well, these are punches, sure. And then you're doing this sort of stuff. And you're like, well, I don't know what this is for, but the guy I trust is doing these forms. So it must be worthwhile. And then you're like, okay. And then what else are you doing? And then you start doing it for a few years and he goes, okay, so here's a secret technique that I only teach my very best students. Did you know you can actually knock somebody out without even touching them? And then you start learning the really culty stuff. And because you bought into it, you've already drank the Kool-Aid, you go, well, I did say I wanted to learn how to fight like this guy. And he kind of knows what he's talking about. We've done some stuff here. And then, but they'll have restrictions. You won't be, nope, don't go anywhere else. If you go anywhere else to train, I won't, the doors are shut to you. Don't go to those fallacy. Yeah. Don't go to those 40 players tables where I'm not gonna, if you go to those 40 player tables, you can't turn back. Once you've stepped out of Plato's cave, that's it. That's the end of the line.
It's a sunken cost fallacy. It's what we said, right? Let's go back to the same example where the guy was like preparing a game and felt burnt out. You've already played that game. Maybe like your first 4 months were okay, like you weren't burning out. But then like in the 5th month, you start really feeling burnt out. And then, me, this asshole here, comes and says, you need to fucking sit down and think for yourself to see if you really want to do this game. But then another guy's going to say, here's like 7 tips to not feel burnt out. It's like the sunken cost fallacy. This guy is going to just completely hijack the all this sunken cost this guy's put in already. And he's much more likely to listen to that guy than someone that is just simply telling you to think about it, right? You don't need to think about it. All you need to do is to keep following what you're doing. It's so bad, man.
I'm incredibly distracted, guys. Like, I got fucking jumped by the tailor company, talking to me a bunch of shit about like adding glass fiber and all of that.
Oh my god!
And they need to do a switch, and they want my fucking customer number. I was fucking running around while it's like 30 degrees Celsius inside, getting baked like an oven.
Oh my god,
and
dude.
Need to, okay, what's your wife's fucking birthday? Like, I don't fucking know. I know I know her fucking birthday, but I don't know which year. It's like all of that bullshit. Meanwhile, my wife is gone in the city, and she has all of that knowledge with that company. And it's so fucking frustrating because they jumped in and want my signature and like do all of that in 20 minutes and trying to get back into this show.
God.
They did get my signature, so I do feel hoodwinked. You never know if it was just another ploy to get money out of you, or if it's
Yeah.
actually the thing they're saying that they're doing.
That's rough,
That's-
man.
Jesus
I was-
Christ! Like fuck
Yeah.
that shit. I hate it so much.
Well, dude, so much of that stuff back when I worked maintenance was we would show up to a room that we would have a maintenance call on, and then the guys would be staring at us like, "What are you doing in our apartments?" And we'd just go, "Somebody called for maintenance," and they would go, "That's weird because none of our roommates have been here for like a month." We're like looking at the paper, and it's like, "Yeah, this is the right." We're like, did somebody in management fuck up and send us to the wrong room? Is this a month old and it just took forever to send and for us to get it or something? And yeah, so it's the system of the get shit done and get shit fixed
Yeah.
system is very broken. It's
Oh my god! Even the fucking email they sent me, it's not enough. It's not a telecom email. It's like some other arbitrary email name, and now I don't even know if they're fucking real or not. You know?
oh god, people. I mean, people using personal. It very well could be. We had a problem at the city of people using their personal emails while at work.
Yeah,
and
it's-
we're like, dude, you have
yeah.
a city email. It looks so sketchy when you're sending it. Yeah, and I mean that's just the thing, right? It's the broader thing of like people's perception and people thinking these things don't matter. It's like, well, what does it matter if I ask the GM questions? What does it matter if I send something through my personal email? It's like, you know what? Just go to people, go do your work in a loincloth, dude. What you're right. What does it matter? Like it's like, dude, have some standards, have some sense of thought about what does this look like from an outside observer's perspective? What you know.
It was great talking to you guys, but I'm gonna hop off now.
Yeah, no problem, man. I think
See you guys.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was trying to get to any of the points, but my brain's full of bullshit.
Well,
All right,
that's
see ya.
fine.
That's okay,
It
no
was,
worries.
it was a great time.
Yeah, we got 7.5 hours, which I think is
Wow.
plenty. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I'll have to go back through and maybe clip some of this because God knows nobody's watching this whole thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would like to. I was thinking of downloading the video and
Yeah.
like
yeah.
getting to the point where I join the call and we go from
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Feel free to. Feel free to. I'll try to clip some stuff. I'll leave this.
You wanna-
public with just
I mean, I just woke up.
Yep, and
Do you
Daryl's
want
stuff.
to keep going, Tyler, or
It's
are we burning the candle on both ends? at this
I'm
point?
definitely burning the candle on both ends. I'm gonna
Got
say bye to my wife as she leaves for work, and then finally get to bed. So that's I'm not really that tired, but I should be, that sort of thing. So I don't want to totally screw up my sleep schedule. But yeah, so
You know it's bad when people are getting off to work now. Like, in the
yes,
morning.
yeah. When I look at the window and the sun is out, that's when I go,
Ooh.
okay, yeah, I got yeah, it's time for me to go. So yep, I will see you guys. For those of
See
you
y'all.
who somehow did manage to watch to the end, or
Why?
why, I bet you just skipped to the end, but that's okay. That's then. Thank you for watching. Thanks for comments, and yeah, we'll cut this up into better segments. See you guys.
See y'all.
See ya.